Today is May 1st, 2024, the year of our Lord and Savior, King Jesus of Nazareth. This is the America Happens news. I'm your hostess, Corinne Clifford. There is so much going on in the world today. I am live in Washington, D.C. Right now, the most banned and censored news I can give you from Washington, D.C. is that the Free Palestine, the pro-Palestinian protesters are actually in front of the Israeli embassy. They've been there for almost 6 weeks now. They have a 24/7 protest going on. So what you're going to see is potentially going to be another summer of love where we have protests, rallies, marches all across America, all around the world that potentially could turn violent. I already have Antifa in Washington, D.C. posting all over X photos of me that don't really look like me. They could be me, who knows, but my name, saying to all the pro-Palestinian protesters, all of the Antifa in Washington, D.C., warning them, saying if Corinne Clifford comes near any of your protests, move her on. It's called move on. They call it move on, move her on. So that means that they target independent journalists like me. And if you watch this in New York City and you watch this obviously in London, you can see it in Australia. It's happening all over the world. Anyone who has the courage to confront them and say, hey, who is paying you? Who is actually funding you to do these protests? You get on one of their hit lists and they try to move you along. Saturday night in Washington, D.C. was the White House Correspondents' annual dinner, which of course I don't go to. I boycott it because if you know about that organization, it's very, very liberal. And obviously they censor. You know, that night in Washington, D.C., the White House Correspondents honored journalists from the Wall Street Journal who were imprisoned in Russia. Okay, they didn't say free Julian Assange. They didn't honor journalists like me that can't even basically get into their group because I won't take the vaccine. What's going on, though, is that the pro-Palestinian protesters surrounded the hotel. They were at the Washington Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., and tons of protesters surrounded that event on Saturday night. So you actually had to walk through these protesters. Most people did. Obviously, Biden and Kamala Harris didn't, but most people had to walk through a sea of protesters to get to the event. And you saw people like Caitlyn Jenner and other celebrities, you know, out there with the protesters, saying bad words, getting into fights. So just prepare because this summer is going to get wild. And you know, I have talked to tons of the pro-Palestinian protesters. They hate America. They don't care about our U.S. Constitution. And I tell them, why don't you just fly? Why don't you just travel to Gaza and stand up for what you believe in? Why are you trying to fight this out in the United States of America or any city in the world? You know, if you really believe in the pro-Palestinian protesters movement, you should just fly to Gaza. And you should stand up for them there. Obviously, none of us respect what the globalists are doing with Israel. But in the United States of America, we believe, most of us believe that Israel should exist. And, you know, a lot of us now, though, are saying that it's time for Benjamin Netanyahu to resign. There does need to be a new leader of Israel, but Israel should exist. And if all of these pro-Palestinian protesters continue, they stopped a whole graduation at USC, the college that I went to, that my family has a school of journalism at. They stopped that whole graduation. If that continues, you know, that's not what our First Amendment was meant for. Our First Amendment was to stand up for what you believe in peacefully, of course. So we're going to cover this. I mean, all the news today is about the different protests across the United States of America. The major protest has been in front of the Israeli embassy the second that a man who was in the U.S. military burned himself to death 2 months ago in front of the Israeli embassy. So 24/7, there's an encampment in front of the Israeli embassy. There's also been an encampment of pro-Palestinian protesters in front of Secretary Blinken's house. So this is going to get really gnarly. And, you know, I rarely say this, but I do know that there are feds in these protest movements who are actually encouraging people to get violent and volatile. So if you see a fed is usually white all American, they usually have muscles, they usually look totally normal, and they say, oh, get violent, or they encourage violence. Number one rule, do not get violent in any of these protests. It should be like Martin Luther King or Gandhi, peaceful protests. That's what America was founded on. That's what the First Amendment states. So I am tracking who the feds are in each of these groups, and I am 100% interested. You guys all know that I have a phone just for whistleblowers. If you want to be a whistleblower and tell me what's really going on in your town, in your city, in your county, text me 917-287-1314. Tomorrow I'm going to go spend some time with a couple from Virginia who just got their door beaten down by the FBI because of what did or did not happen on January 6th, 2021 at the US Capitol, and because they expose election corruption in Virginia. So this is going to get really spicy and really interesting. And I want to say thank you to the founder of America Happens, Them Miller, for always giving us the America Happens Network, where we don't censor. I want to introduce my first guest of May 2024. This is Michael Proper, and I met him in Las Vegas at the Sheriff's Convention, and what he was saying was so passionate and so enthusiastic. We're going to talk about decentralization. So go for it, Michael. Thank you for coming on the show. Tell us everything about decentralization.
Well, I think first off, decentralization is a true and correct principle that we all get to live in our own personal lives. You know, we see it in our bodies, we see it in the universe. It's all around us. But the key is the world is going to shift through some of the things that you talked about, these wars and rumors of wars and financial reset and digital control. I personally believe that those are the two objectives that we all talk about this pandemic called, COVID. But I don't believe digital control has to be centralized. I believe that decentralization is an alternative to the actual future that we can all be a part of. And in so doing, instead of being enslaved by some of these centrally controlling bodies and secret combinations, we can actually be freed by it. And so decentralization is not just a true and correct principle in our own physical lives, but it can be in the future digital world that we get to be a part of in the future.
So you're talking about the 620 phone. This is a key, because when I talk to people who've been arrested by the feds come into your house whenever they want, usually early in the morning, 5, 6 a.m., and they take all of your phones, they take all of your computers. You basically never get them back. Approximately 1,500 American patriots have been arrested since the Biden regime took over the White House in 2021. That's serious, and that's why people like you, Michael, are so important. So tell us about the decentralization, just of the 620 phone. Just give us, we're going to have many discussions about decentralization, but this is the number one way they track you. When you use a phone, they can track you. So if people buy the 620 phone, what happens?
So you basically get encryption keys that get linked with your fingerprint or your ID. And it's actually done within the system of the phone itself. So it's not linked to a centralized system. Today, we have systems like Apple and Google that are the primary phones that are out there. And when you get those phones, you actually log into their systems. With Apple, you don't even own the phone, let alone you think you bought it. But you don't own the hardware, and you don't own the software, and the data that goes into their systems, your photos, your messages, it's technically legally not yours.
So they own it. So they can watch everything we're doing.
And I would say that, they're not necessarily there from a watching standpoint. That wasn't their original goal and objective. They wanted to build devices that helped access technology, whether it was search, whether it was, simplicity. But ultimately, there's a governments that have been taken over by secret combinations, and I'll just leave it at that, that then have the ability to send in requests. And if you don't believe me, go read a book called Tools and Weapons. It was actually written by the chief legal counsel of Microsoft at that time. Now he's the president, and it was forwarded by Bill Gates. So you can actually read exactly what I'm going to talk about around the data is actually centrally controlled. So when when a report or request gets sent in from governmental agencies, these individuals that you just talked about that were profiled, they can basically send in requests that says, I want to know this individual with this name, with this phone number, with this email address or email addresses or aliases, all this information on them. And what's important is, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc., they all are forced to legally comply and provide that data. What's the problem is the individual that's being profiled has no idea that it's actually occurring. And so the ability for these centralized systems to gather our identity, our contacts, our messages, our photos, our emails, it's really a hierarchical structure that is a very unwise process. If I were to share a screen, I would share some images that basically said a decentralized image and a centralized autonomous from a hierarchical structure coming from the top down. And so decentralization, where people can actually own their own data and their own identity and their own assets, is very important for the future. A lot of people, I talked with a gal that was very educated, but she said, I don't do anything that's digital. I just won't go there. And from my perspective as a father of 6 currently, I look at the future and think, that's not going to be the future for our posterity. That's not going to be the future for humanity. We have to build systems that are actually going to help humanity to improve. And that's really what I believe. Decentralization is not just a system, it's a true and correct principle within this universe. Like literally, if you look up through a telescope, you can see it in the universe. Intelligently organized elements. If you look through a microscope, you can see it inside of us at the cellular layer. These cells just automatically know how and what to do. So decentralization is really important. The key is, people would call Bitcoin decentralized and the first decentralized thing. And I would agree it's a very good litmus test. But the way that governments are rolling it out, like Venezuela, they're rolling it out in a centralized approach. Why? Because Bitcoin takes an average of 10 minutes per transaction to actually settle. And someone wanting to buy a dozen eggs wants to get it within 10 seconds. And so what they do is they layer on it a Lightning network, which was basically, if you look at the DNA of the Lightning network, it's ties back to Visa, ties back to Bank of America, ties back to a lot of the different banks, ties back to some of the centralized secret combinations, BlackRock, et cetera. And ultimately, you're giving away your data and systems to centralized ecosystems. I'll give you an example. In Venezuela, if you don't want to wait 10 minutes to get a transaction, you just sign up for a new service. They call it is this positive service. And you give them your phone number, your name, and your date of birth. And with those 3 pieces of data and your public address for your Bitcoin address, they can triangulate who you are as an individual. And I don't know if you really understand what just happened, but you just centralized decentralization. So when you talk about the decentralization that we're talking about, you can see the technology similar to Bitcoin at digitalworld.earth. But then there's products and services that are basically with service providers around it and multiple different jurisdictions around the world, whether they're countries, kingdoms, nations, principalities, provinces, states, counties that are starting to adopt this as an option for their citizens or nationals or residents to say, I want to identify in a decentralized approach, so my identity is private. My ability to travel is private. And so if people can identify and travel in private, we're talking about a whole nother freedom that, just like when you mentioned earlier, you wonder why or how those individuals can just pop into the houses at 5 a.m. and just know that the individual's there. When you drive around on the roads, you have a license plate. That license plate, just like your IP address and MAC address and usernames and IMEI numbers, are all tracked and traced and linked. They've linked all of the actual automobile industry together. You wonder why the government came out and said, not only will we have programmable money in the future, but you will also have vehicles that will have microphones and videos in them and kill switches in them. Just put the pieces of the puzzle together and see what's in front of us. So for 14 years, I've been focused on with a brilliant developers and teams from around the world, 13 countries, to basically build different clear companies that are focused on decentralized technologies for this future digital world. You can see the technologies at clear.co.com. That's all of the different technologies. You can actually look at the digital world at digitalworld.earth, and you can actually purchase these technologies at clear.store. And for you just going through and setting up the effort, we've got a special promo code for any of your listeners that can actually save on that phone that you held up there, that 620. They can actually save $100 on the already discounted. They're normally a $1,200 phone. And literally you'll find that we've got 5 different phones that we've launched. All but 2 are completely sold out. This is a $1,200 phone discounted down to $899. With your promo code, your listeners can actually snag it for $799 today.
That's incredible. And then you can set up the service with phone123.com. This is what the phone looks like. This is an incredible phone. I'm about to set it up later this week because I just don't like to endanger anyone. I have to be honest, Michael. Do you know who calls me all day long? I mostly get phone calls from political prisoners. My phone rings. I have 3 phones, okay? So my phones ring off the hook by people who have been arrested by the U.S. federal government, and I'm very upfront about it, and because I'm a journalist. I have to be. But the people who call me are under duress, and if anything happens in the future, I think it's all going to culminate in November. So this is my best for everyone out there. If we have an election in November, exposing the election corruption to people like me on my whistleblower number, which is 917-287-1314. It looks ridiculous because I have a unicorn on it. But the bottom line is that that is what's actually going to cause a lot of drama in the United States of America. And that's why it's really important that we all switch over to phones like the 620. So I'm going to be doing the switch because my iPhones are spying on me. They've been tape recording me without my permission. It's so weird. I have phone calls that I didn't think anyone could tape record them. All of a sudden, the iPhone starts tape recording it, and then they text it to somebody without my permission. So the iPhone is done. No one should be using an iPhone ever. I'm slowly but surely switching my life over to phones like the 620. This is the phone to get because it's huge and it has everything on it. Can you use apps on this phone?
It has its own marketplace and its own operating system that tied to an app store that has about 250,000 apps. You can see them at clearos.app. So they're all literally there, or on your phone, you just click on the Clear apps and it pulls them all up. So
I don't think it's safe for me to even go back to having one phone. So I'm going to slowly but surely switch from the iPhone to the Clear 620 phone.
I'll try.
I'm going to have an iPhone and then I'm going to have the 620.
I'm going to try and over the years, hopefully there's many, I'm going to try and convince you that if we do things the right way from a decentralized approach, we don't have to live in fear. And you'll be able to run 2 simultaneous numbers with 2 separate contacts that you communicate with them on one device if you like. So on that phone, you can put in 2 separate, so you can see that it's actually got 2 separate serial numbers and IMEI numbers. So the Clear Cellular company that's behind this Clear phone, and I don't know if you know this, but the Freedom phone, the Armor phone, and all of the different Clear phones, they all tie from the same company, Clear Cellular. But Clear Cellular is one of 5 companies in the world that actually has a true, not just operating system marketplace, but also the IMEI numbers from global reaches and we're working on decentralizing the actual IMEI numbers. So what that means is the ability for an IMEI number to be linked with a type of Google account. So if you use a Gmail account, by the way, this phone is fully de-Googled out of the box, but you can do a couple things to work with Google. And the reason
I hate Google. And I met the founders of Google 20 years ago, and they were really cool. I think that once you start fresh and then you get successful like the Google guys, I think the feds come to you and they blackmail you and they take your company. They give you as much money as they can possibly, give you to buy you off, and then they blackmail you, and then they take over your company. I think the feds, I think the CIA controls Google. My shows don't even show up on the Google search engine. I hate Google officially. So, do you have an email address we can use that's also decentralized? Because that's our big problem. We don't have
So,
email addresses.
so we actually have built a service. It's not ready for prime time, but there is a decentralized email service. There's decentralized phone numbers. We can talk about that stuff in the future and tie
Yes.
it into some of the other beautiful things that you're doing. But we focus on everything that is decentralized. It's not just a phone, but the payment systems, the asset management systems. You can even log into countries with these phones and get your own decentralized ID, decentralized driver's license, decentralized passport, decentralized driver's plate, the actual plate that goes on your car because you've registered it. So we're working with physical jurisdictions and countries and kingdoms and states to actually offer individuals a whole new level of freedom. Imagine getting in your car and driving down the road knowing that you're not being profiled. Imagine driving and having your phone with you knowing that it's not being tracked. Imagine your vehicle not being recorded. And people may think that's just crazy. I know they're tracking me with my phone, but are they really tracking me with my vehicle? And I promise you, just like your phone, they're physically tracking your whereabouts. Again, it's not something that we need to live in fear, but the ability to be anonymous and have autonomy in the new ecosystem and future is very important. We had it 30 years ago. We literally had it. We had our privacy. If someone wanted to do something, they needed to go through a step. There was a chain of a process. An officer had to do certain things and do, whether it's physical warrants. But now in the digital world, they get more data on you digitally than they could physically. So, and it's not like we have to worry about from breaking laws. It's we have to worry about the system that is actually supposed to be providing value for us and governing, not government, but helping us is actually profiling and been weaponized against not just the United States of America, but humanity. These secret combinations are global and they tie to different industries, whether it's oil, whether it's pharma. Pharma and medical are two different animals, but they're tied. Insurance, the travel sides of it, whether we're talking airlines, where there's so many different ecosystems, namely the financial system. And decentralization, you're going to see in our lifetime, Kareem, literally, you're going to see the whole financial system, all stocks, currencies, and equities, all of them will shift over into a decentralized approach. People will own their own assets and they can't be taken from them, but everyone in the world will know whose they are. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of states, and states are not the bad actors in a lot of this. So most of the states are actually trying to do what's right. They're being infiltrated at the political layer, the educational layer, and all these. You already know about it. Your listeners already know about it. And for me, it's like, let's stop talking about all the problems and start talking about the solution. We know
This
the
is
election.
a solution. This
You,
phone is a solution.
you and I met at Michael Flynn's event, right? And by the
I
way,
think I met you at the sheriff's. I met you at Sheriff Mack's event.
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, we were at both. So I actually
Yes.
met you at both. And both of these individuals, Sheriff Mack, he's a man that stood up and did the right thing. He went back to the government and said, hold on a second. That's not right. What you're doing is not right. And so think about it. Our forefathers actually gave the power to the sitting sheriffs. Now, Sheriff Mack, a constitutional sheriff, they gave the power to the sheriffs in the counties. There's a reason why voting happens in the county. There's a reason why identity and marriage and all these other sorts of things happen at the county level. That's because the founding forefathers of the United States of America decentralized the authority. They didn't put it in one House of Representatives or Senate or even a presidential elected seat. Why? Look at what's happened. This is not a theory. Have these elections been thrown and overturned? Literally, what's happened is atrocious. The programmers for Dominion voting systems came out and said, we were paid to do this and this and this, which makes it so you can throw an election. They did it under oath. They were being honest. This was 4 or 5 elections ago. We're talking 15 years plus ago. This is not new news. For me, it's like I see and I really respect General Mike Flynn, but when they're talking about paper ballots, It's not the solution for the future. Literally, the device in your hand enables voting real time for the future. And you could literally, it's through a simple scan. You download an app. They're actually, these come pre-installed with a bunch of clear apps. I'll show your listeners real fast. So again, you just log in with a simple, and I've got a map up here, but you log in with a simple fingerprint. So you log in with this, and then these apps come up. Okay. So these are all decentralized apps. And these apps all basically tie to my fingerprint and the 12 words that you're given when you get the phone. So when you actually get the phone, you're going to open it up. You're going to see all the different technologies and organizations from around the world that it's built from and with, which, by the way, we're already planning for war. So the supply chain is actually built all out of New Zealand, because New Zealand will be a solid trading partner with certain countries. I won't be specific. But when you actually get the phone, you can actually put your 12 words in here, as well as with this is called Own Your Own Data. And on the back, you actually have your 12 words. So these 12 words, when you write them down, you pair them with your fingerprint on the phone, and that actually becomes your new identity. Not only the way to log into the phone, but you'll actually log into websites and new types of governments in the future. When I say new types of governments, I'm telling you, I've physically been in 21 countries in the last 20 months, literally. And so far, the countries are in a particular part of the world that spans half the world. I won't be specific. No, I will be specific. It's the Pacific Ocean, which encompasses over 25,000 islands and over 40 billion acres of land, which is more than half of this beautiful earth that we get the opportunity to live on. And these islands have operated in a decentralized approach. So decentralization is a natural native thing to them. So I've met with many countries, from Vanuatu to Tuvalu to Fiji to Tonga to Samoa to Aotearoa, which is the original name for New Zealand, to the Hawaiian Islands, which were illegally annexed about 130 years ago. So was, drum roll, Texas. So not only meeting with all of those people in the Pacific, but you've got Texas, you've got Nevada, you've got Arizona, you've got Idaho, you've got elements of Utah, which is an element I've spent a long time in. And then, believe it or not, California. These different parts, these different states have movements within them that are actually looking at a new way to govern themselves. And the type of decentralized technology that we're talking about here can actually enable that to become a reality. So
Okay.
I don't know if we're connecting
This
all
is so exciting. You've got to come back. Michael, you have to come back and tell us everything.
Thank you
I'm
for
ready.
having me, and thank
I'm
you
going to
for
bring you back. Yeah, now you have an example of what I do. So I do this pretty much every day, and I want you to come back again and again and again, and then we'll figure out what you really want to talk about, because we need to move to decentralization. You know that. That's the highest level of the news.
It really is. It's massively important. And most folks don't even understand what it is, let alone how to adopt it. The way to adopt it, go to www.clear.store, grab whichever phone or device that you want. The particular 620 that Corrine has there, if you type Corrine USA, or if you use the URL www.clear.store/Corrine USA, it'll give you a discount of $100 off on that phone right there. So it's only $7.99 to get into it. The last set of models, literally, they're just gone. They sell out like that. So please snag them today. Start using it. It comes with support, remote support if you have it. If you need it, they literally can come on your phone, walk through it, teach you. And we're here for America. We're here for humanity to be able to stand up for truth and for what our forefathers originally set for this beautiful country we get to live in.
Thank you, Michael. You're amazing. You've got to come back on Monday. Now you see what I do. I'm going to have a sitting sheriff right now that I'm going to bring on. Thank you, Michael. God bless you. Peace.
Much love. Talk to you later.
God bless you. I want to bring on a sitting sheriff. This is Sheriff Bob Songer, and he is from Washington, the great state of Washington. How are you, Sheriff Bob?
Good. Yourself?
I am so good. I'm live in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to bring you on because you are a sitting sheriff.
Correct, yes.
What's the biggest problem we're going to face for November 2024?
Well, if Trump's not elected, we're in deep, deep trouble.
Did Trump win 2020 in your county, in your state?
I believe he did not. Of course, you got to understand we're in a extremely blue state, sanctuary state, run by a bunch of woke liberals, the governor and attorney general, and they're in a state in our state. They're doing everything they can to take your gun rights away from you, which I've stood up against that. I tell citizens in our county, we're not going to enforce these woke gun laws they're trying to get out there and limit magazines and, 10 round magazines and all that kind of nonsense. And it was the same. Go
You're
ahead.
in Klickitat County. Where is that exactly? Exactly. Klickitat County in
Okay.
Washington.
It's along the Columbia River. We're on Highway 97 going to Yakima. We're about 10 miles up off the river. And if you're on 97 and traveling north, you would end up in the city of Yakima, county of Yakima.
Do you have a migrant problem happening right now? Has that affected your county yet?
Yes, to a degree, more so in the Yakima Valley, however. But it's a sanctuary state, so we're really not even allowed, according to our governor, allowed to ask them if they're illegals or not.
You're not allowed to ask them if they're illegal?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, it gets better.
Okay. Give us your best. Has the federal government been persecuting you and prosecuting you like they are to Sheriff Darleaf in Michigan?
Well, I haven't had the federal government try to prosecute me yet, but
Thank
if they come into our county to do that, then I'll tell them to get the hell out of our county.
That's
The
why the
sheriff.
sheriffs have all of the power. Tell us about the power of the sheriff, because you've been a sheriff for how many years?
Yes, as an elected sheriff, I'm a constitutional sheriff. Now, don't get me wrong, we work in conjunction with the FBI, DEA on criminal matters that don't violate the Constitution. But if they come into our county and they're going to violate an individual's constitutional rights, then they need to get the hell out of our county because we won't tolerate it.
And then have you had to actually, have you made any arrests of people in your county who wouldn't follow the Constitution?
Uh, well, I don't know how that won't follow the Constitution.
I mean, have you made arrests where your the prosecutor will not keep the charges going? Like, do you have problems with your main prosecutor?
Oh yes. He leans a little left. Yeah, he likes to think he runs the sheriff's office and all the other elected officials, but that's not the case. He needs to stay in his lane of travel, prosecute cases we present to him, but he has the power as a prosecuting attorney to decide to prosecute or not prosecute. So that's where at times we're at loggerheads over that. Our deputies are professional. They're out there, they're trained, and they do a good job of trying to enforce the laws, legitimate laws that are on the books. But, one of the things that COVID-19 come along, our governor mandated a state of emergency, right? You had to wear a mask, you had to be 6 foot apart. You're going to have relatives over for Thanksgiving or Christmas. There could only be like 6 of them, and they had to be. The whole thing was a sham, in my opinion. About a week of that, when it first broke, they brought concern to a lot of people. We don't want to get COVID and die, or our loved ones die from COVID and all that. But you know what didn't make sense after about a week of that? If you walked into a restaurant, you had to have a mask on, right? But if you sat down, you could take the mask off. So COVID must have just leveled at a certain level. It was nonsense.
Did you arrest anyone for not wearing a mask, or did you say no? You won't arrest anyone.
What I told my deputies, if you want to wear a mask, that's your choice. You want to get a shot, that's your choice. If you don't, that's also your choice. And they will not be fired because they didn't follow the governor's orders. In fact, I joined the Church of river of life, because I was at work one day about when the COVID was in full swing at this time. The churches weren't supposed to have meetings and couldn't sing in church because you had to have mass. So I walk out of the courthouse. It was on a Sunday. I was down there doing some paperwork. I walked out and I heard this religious music being played around the front of the courthouse. And I thought, what in the world? So I walked around the corner of the courthouse and here there's flatbed trailer. They had a band on there and they had a bunch of people arm in arm without mask on singing religious songs. And the gentleman that approached me was a minister, Rod Smith, and his wife, Kathy, both ministers. Anyway, they approached me and Rod said, well, I suppose I'm in trouble. I said, no, you're not in trouble. Keep right on singing. Because he had a set, I joined him. I joined the church. So there was churches sitting down that needed to stand up to that nonsense of government overreach. What the purpose of that whole thing was, in my opinion, was control. How much control can we have over the citizens of Washington? And unfortunately, they gained some groundwork there. They wanted to close down businesses. Churches were non-essential. Small restaurants, non-essential. So the funny thing about that, a lot of these big box stores, of course, they kept them open, but the small businesses were suffering and could be cited by the government if they violated the governor's directive. But they had no problem keeping some of the bars and liquor stores and pot shops open. So made no sense. It was control.
Exactly. So how many more years are you going to be the sheriff of Klickitat County?
Well, I'm going on my 56 years in law enforcement, and I got about a little over 2.5 years to go on my third term. They're 4-year terms. So in 26, I'll retire out with about 57, 58 years in law enforcement. It's been a great ride, although they've handcuffed the police in this state, as they have in other states, blue states. They just now, through people's initiative, just now, and July 1st, will be allowed to chase somebody in a stolen car.
Yeah. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. What I'm concerned about is election corruption in Washington State. Yep. In 2024. So let's say a journalist like me gets phone calls from people in your county saying there's election corruption. I'm going to call you. I'm calling the sheriffs because we don't have enough time to get it through the judicial system. I'm going to call you and ask you to start an investigation. Will you do that in your county?
Absolutely. If it's in our county, we have the authority to investigate it and will investigate it.
That's why the sheriffs are the key to everything. I want to bring in a sheriff from New Mexico who's actually retired now, but he's one of your really good friends. His name is Sheriff Hamilton. How are you, Sheriff Hamilton? You guys know each other, so I don't have to tell you. Sheriff Hamilton is from New Mexico. He's obviously retired, but his deputy's in charge right now of his county. There is so much happening in New Mexico because the border's wide open. Correct, Sheriff Hamilton?
That's absolutely correct, Corinne. Sheriff Songer, how are you? Good to see you.
Good, sir. Yourself. God bless you and your troops.
Thank you.
The sheriffs are the key to everything because journalists like me, I don't have any other way to do this. When I get election corruption complaints, I'm calling all y'all out there and saying, please open an investigation because the judges are just going to throw it out. The sheriffs have to do it.
As well as you should. Again, anyone who suspects that there's any type of a crime that's been committed in their county, whether it be voter fraud or, again, even constitutional encroachments and or orders that are being thrust upon you by other elected officials, whether it be your mayor or your governor. Again, your sheriff is that first line of defense. He's that wall between an oppressive government and the citizens who put him in office or her.
Absolutely. In fact, as an elected sheriff, I consider myself a constitutional sheriff. Yeah, we throw bad guys in jail, and I think we do a fair job at that. But the primary job of the sheriff is to intervene when there's government overreach, such as COVID or Second Amendment rights and things like this that fly right in the face of the U.S. Constitution or your state constitution. It is the job of the sheriff to stand up and fight back for the citizens, who is his boss.
Absolutely.
How was it in New Mexico when you were the actual sheriff, Hamilton? How was it? Did you stand up and fight the federal government?
So again, my legacy was left behind during the COVID administration. I was a 20-year veteran before I even ran for the seat of sheriff. So I put in 20 years, an entire career, just working my way through the ranks. Started out as a jailer and eventually wound up at the highest rank. And in my 20th year, ran for sheriff. I guess one of the issues we have here in New Mexico, we're one of 3 states where the sheriff and the local officials, from your county commissioners to your treasurer, your clerk, or your sheriff, are only authorized to run for 2 consecutive 4-year terms. And then after your second consecutive term is ended, you've got to stay out for at least 4 years before you can run for another 2 consecutive terms. So it's why my career ended with only 8 years as the sheriff. I termed out at the end of 2022 and was pretty much forced into retirement, and was able to hand the reins over to my lieutenant, who was successful in his bid for sheriff. But yeah, it got pretty bad here, especially during the 2020 lockdowns. We had a really tyrannical governor who, my county in particular, Sierra County, only had 1 documented case in the entire county. And when we went back and traced that down, it was determined that it was actually from another county. The individual didn't even live in our county. He just happened to, as he was passing through, stop at one of our hospitals to get his COVID test, where he tested positive. And therefore that case was then attributed to Sierra County. But with that 1 case, the very next weekend, which was Easter weekend, the governor came down with an order to shut down all churches, that churches were deemed to be non-essential, and that no church services would be allowed, or no gatherings would be allowed. So again, my legacy was left behind. I worked closely with the pastor of the church, who came in and expressed his concern about that, and expressed his intent to stay open. And again, you hear the term constitutional sheriff, when in fact every single sheriff who is elected by either their state constitution or by law are required to raise their right hand and take an oath to defend and support the Constitution of the United States first, and the Constitution and laws of their state second. So when you hear the term constitutional sheriff, every single soldier, every single sheriff, every single deputy, every single graduate of the law enforcement academies throughout the nation that have to raise their right hand and take oath should consider themselves constitutional peace officers, or constitutional sheriffs if you have been elected and taken that oath.
Right.
It is a requirement. So when you hear the term constitutional sheriff, we're not just some right-wing extreme fringe group out there. We are a group of sheriffs and a group of peace officers who have in fact taken to heart the fact that we have raised our right hand and we have sworn oath. If you swear, if by constitution or if by law you are required to take that oath, then there must therefore be some type of punitive action that can be taken against you when you have violated that oath. We are a group of sheriffs and a group of peace officers nationwide, and of soldiers and veterans nationwide, who have taken this oath, take it serious, as a group of individuals who believe that when a constituent comes into our office and says, "Sheriff, my rights, my constitutional rights under the Bill of Rights is being violated by this governor's order," we have a duty and a responsibility. We can't just say, well, you know what, today I think I'm only going to deal with the First Amendment, or next week I'm only going to tackle the Second Amendment whenever our lawmakers attempt to enact unconstitutional laws. So again, if we are required to raise our right hand and take that oath, then you better be serious about the job and the responsibility that you have and the duty you have to your citizens to take a stand when a tyrant comes in and attempts to encroach upon those.
Well,
Governor
spot
of the
on,
state,
Glenn.
the governor of the state of New Mexico went as far as to put an exemption into her order for law enforcement. And so when the church in Sierra County, New Mexico wanted to stay open, I took a strong stance against the governor's order. I believe that it was the choice of the citizens and the choice of the patrons or the members of that church. If they decided they wanted to have church, then they could have church. When the state police began harassing them at the bequest of the governor, is whenever I used the tool in the sheriff's box, posse comitatus, and I deputized the entire church, giving them all an exemption from the governor's order. And as I told the governor and the attorney general through correspondence, I was prepared to deputize every man, woman, and child in my county to give them an exemption against some of these tyrannical rules and regulations that they were attempting to enforce.
That's huge. You can deputize everyone in your county. Are you going to do that, Sheriff Bob?
In a New York second.
I mean, that is the most exciting thing I've ever heard. I know that my time in Washington, D.C. is probably limited, but I plan on interviewing all of the constitutional sheriffs because we each have to make a choice. You know, when things get really tough in the United States, if Trump doesn't take back the White House in Washington, D.C., where do people like me go and live where we will be safe and not attacked by the federal government?
Exactly. And I can't say enough outstanding comments about Sheriff Richard Mack. He is a forefront sheriff that got this program going on constitutional sheriffs, peace officers. And in 2019, we received, myself and Warren Cope, police chief at the time, stood up against our government, Washington state government, Governor Inslee, when they did the I-1639 they passed, which restricted your gun rights, and we fought against that. So I had a gentleman come into my office the other day, and he says, "Well, Sheriff, I've got a Glock pistol and 17-round magazines, and I can now with this new law in Washington, do I need to put 10 rounds in that because they're limited to 10 rounds?" And I said, "Well, in Clickitat County, I don't care if you carry a 30-round magazine. You're not going to get charged in our county." I mean, this is ridiculous. They're violating our citizens' constitutional rights. And Glenn was spot on. And here's the funny thing about it. Yes, sheriffs are the last stand of defense as far as we're concerned as an elected sheriff. Of course, our state's trying to minimize those elections and go to appointed type sheriff. But here's the problem. In law enforcement, you go through a background check, a polygraph, and a psych in order to qualify.
Okay.
To be hired as a peace officer, a city officer, Washington State Patrol, or a sheriff deputy. And the sheriff goes through the same thing. I think it would be great if we had our governor and our attorney generals going through that same process. Chances
How
are
do we do that? How do we do that?
Of course they won't. Of course they won't. No, because they wouldn't pass. Some of them wouldn't even make it to the first base. But we have to. They take the same oath that I take. Uphold the Constitution of the United States and Washington State Constitution. But once that ceremony is over, with a lot of these elected officials, it's nothing but a ceremony. Then they think they're in charge of everybody. What they forget and lose sight of, they work for the people. The people of the state is their boss, not them the reverse. So anyway, we'll fight. We'll fight the good fight. We're going to keep it up as elected sheriffs and make damn sure that we intervene when government tries to push our citizens around and violate their rights. That's what our job is. The main job is, of course, protecting citizens' rights.
I mean, can you give me a really good story? Give me your best story about the most unconstitutional thing that you've witnessed in all of your years as a sheriff.
Oh, wow. It was a long time. As Well, I would have to say a Second Amendment, and right after that would be COVID. The Second Amendment in this state, you cannot even purchase a semi-automatic rifle. If you go down to buy a lever action pump shotgun or whatever, wait a minute, you can't even purchase that unless you've gone through a government approved hunter safety program, firearm safety program. You have to show that certificate before you can even buy a gun that you're entitled to under the Second Amendment. And but it's our state is so out of touch with reality that they want to control the masses of our state. Take your guns away. The next thing is to control your food source and then your medication source, and then they own you, flat own you. And that's where this country's headed, in my humble opinion, is a Marxist society.
Okay, so what do we do, Sheriff Bob? Because you have so much experience and you've been watching this all happen. What do we do now this year in 2024?
Well, I can tell you what I did when I got elected and took office in January of 2015. I created a sheriff's posse. This
Okay.
posse is made up of good, honest citizens. It's a community policing type posse. I swear, man, I've got about 150 posse members right now, and we're always recruiting because it's a volunteer organization. And some of my posse choose to be armed, some don't. But if they do, they go through the NRA classroom training as well as live fire on the range qualification, and they have to do the firearm qualification every year. And they're in uniform. They do not have arrest authority generally. They're more like a countywide crime watch on the doors of their vehicles, and it's all volunteer. There's a placard that says Klickitat County Sheriff's Posse Patrol with a star. So they log hours patrolling their neighborhoods or going to the store, whatever. I've got 6 pilots that fly for us at no cost to the taxpayers. They look for bad guys for us, they look for lost people, or they look for smoke during fire season to read where there shouldn't be a fire. And so they help us out in that. I've got 6 hound handlers, that posse members, that go for problem predators, cougar and bear and bobcat, that that endangers the public or livestock. And so we have about 60 members of the search and rescue, which falls under the sheriff. And we've got some outstanding volunteers that work with the sheriff in a partnership to keep a safer community. And I might add, our posse is not just a ceremonial posse. They work parades, they work rodeos, they work county fairs, they work all of these events for us because I could not afford to pull a deputy off the road. We got 3 deputies usually. Pull one off the road in order to attend these events and stuff for security reasons, help parking and so forth. And I wouldn't have anybody on the road to do 911 calls, domestics and so forth. So the posse is our bread and butter in this county. In fact, I just had one posse member, Brian Paul, outstanding young man, donated $60,000 to the sheriff's office to buy a second canine dog for the department. And I think, wow.
That's amazing. Okay, so your posse are just people who live in your county, or could I be part of your posse?
Raise your right hand.
What?
Raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Serious.
Okay,
I
I'm
just swore in a young lady out of Sparks, Nevada. She gets up to our area periodically, and when she's up here, she'll volunteer and do things. And so I have posse members that are in Benton County, outside of our county. I have some out of Skamania County, a neighboring county. I have some out of Oregon. I'll swear them in. They're posse members for us when they come into our county. They volunteer their time. That's great. I don't have a problem with that. And we do backgrounds on the posse members and so forth to make sure, they're legitimate folks that don't have felony records and that kind of stuff. So if you're really interested, we'll get together and we will swear you in.
I have to. Can I be part of 2 posses or only 1 posse?
Can you be part of,
2 sheriff posses or only 1 posse? Do I have to
Well,
pick which posse? Which
we-
closer to me?
Sheriff Mack has a posse as well,
Okay.
and we have people that are members of that as well. But
Okay.
we have a Clickitat County Sheriff's Posse.
Okay.
And like I say, we're up to about 150, around 150 posse members. And we're always recruiting. I want to get it up to around 200. And when I first started that posse, you got to remember, this is a sanctuary blue state, right? When I first started that posse, they were scared we were going to run around hanging immigrants from oak trees, and sheriff is doing all these bad things. Well, they've come to learn in time. They're now requesting posse to help out at the schools, various other programs. So they had some of the far left woke people trying to shut down the posse. Of course, they don't like me anyway, so anything I do, they're going to attack, and which is fine. They're entitled to that under the First Amendment. Doesn't mean I have to buy into their nonsense, but they have that right. And but we have a outstanding county with volunteer citizens that help us out. And if something really bad happened, there's no doubt in my mind, not only I could call upon my posse, but I know a number of citizens that are not part of the posse would show up and take the oath and become special deputies to fight anything where we'd have to shut down roads or really get into it. So
That is so powerful. We have Sheriff Hamilton back. Can I be part of all the posses, or do I have to pick Sheriff Hamilton? Do you have to just be loyal to 1 posse, or can you be part of 2 posses?
So actually, in the way New Mexico's law is, the sheriff has the authority in his county to issue special deputization during time of emergency to anyone who is currently in his county. So there were a number of people during the rally a few weeks later at the church where they come to there was probably over 4,000 people that came down throughout all of New Mexico, Texas, and Arizona area into Sierra County to show their support for what we were doing here. And again, deputized every single one of those individuals here. The sheriff has the authority, even though they may not be residents of the county. It's whoever's in the county at the time to aid the sheriff in the time when, in a period of time where the sheriff needs emergency assistance.
Right.
Yeah, you can be a member of in New Mexico. You can be a member of any sheriff's posse in any of the counties.
Why is the border on New Mexico wide open? And the border of Washington State is wide open too. Why are these borders wide open?
So, that's, again, I blame first and foremost the Biden administration and Mayorkas. They're the ones that are charged with enforcing the law, our immigration laws. And that, as we all know, that ever since President Biden took office, he in fact has sent message to his frontline officers along the border who are charged with protecting and defending those borders. Sent message to them to essentially look the other way, catch and release, let them go. One of the specific issues that we have here in New Mexico, we've seen some of our neighboring sheriffs in Arizona, Sheriff Mark Daniels in Cochise County, who has particularly been hit hard with the smugglers, human smuggling, and his border's been just inundated. But what we saw were sheriffs that were taking action and setting up task forces along with the U.S. Customs and Border Enforcement officials that were actually pushing. Illegal immigration is a lot like water. It's going to follow the path of least resistance. And so when we have Arizona, Sheriff Daniels down in Cochise County taking action and putting in mechanisms to mitigating mechanisms to stop the flow there. When we have Texas and Governor Abbott, who is putting in measures there in Texas to stop the flow and to give aid and support through National Guard channels to his border sheriffs there and also his state police, then they're going to follow the path of least resistance. Remember, here in New Mexico, we have a governor who says, no problem here, no crisis on our border. She actually traveled down to the southern section of the border near El Paso, Texas, just south of Las Cruces, and stood on a patch of grass in front of cameras and basically said, "We have no crisis here in New Mexico." Now, keep in mind, Las Cruces, just north of El Paso, Texas, where the majority of the influx of those individuals, migrants who are coming in and illegal immigrants who are coming in and turning themselves in, claiming asylum, Las Cruces, New Mexico, has in fact declared itself a sanctuary city. So again, these individuals, when we have Arizona and Texas that are starting to tighten up their ends, New Mexico is wide open, and we're looking at a major influx. A lot of our illegal trafficking, in some cases in my discussions with some of Border Patrol and Immigration Customs Enforcement along the boot heel of New Mexico, where most of our illegal fentanyl and our illegal crossers are the gotaways that you hear about. Those individuals are coming through in such numbers there that there's absolutely no control on it whatsoever. You've got a big, huge section of the wall, and then it stops right at the base of a hill. And then you can look up that hill, and it's got 3 strands of barbed wire that are laying down on the ground and nothing but openness between the two borders. So this is truly what they look for, the path of least resistance. And if they know that they're being looked at, or they're being photographed, or they're being filmed as they're tripping the sensors that Sheriff Daniels and his crew have put along their border, then they know that New Mexico is pretty much an open wilderness and an open area. For those that want to claim asylum and those that want to get their free phones and their free money and all of their benefits, and then, of course, be placed on a bus and shipped off north to either Colorado or Kansas, they know that all they have to do is make it to El Paso, Texas, and turn themselves over. I think the most recent number from December was 302,000 illegal crossings or contacts. This doesn't even include, this is 1 month, December, 302,000 contacts that our Customs and Border Protection have come across. These don't include the gotaways, and you can pretty much bet that if you've had 302,000 that have turned themselves in, you have at least that many or more who have got away and have come through undetected with backpacks full of fentanyl.
This is getting so out of control. I want to bring into this discussion a man who's running for sheriff that I want you guys to mentor, because Sheriff Mack has actually approved of him. I think you guys all met. This is Kevin Henry. He's running for sheriff just outside of Houston in Brazoria, Texas. Did I say that right?
How's it going? It's Brazoria, Texas.
Brazoria, Texas.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have
this
about
is Sheriff Bob and Sheriff
How are you?
Hamilton.
Hi, how you doing?
Nice to see you again. Yeah,
Yes.
I listened to your speech there at the CSPOA, and it was awesome. It kind of woke me up to the powers of what we can do with the posse, and and I think there's a lot of retired military here and a lot of law enforcement officers that would be happy to help in my area, just because they're tired of watching the devastation in our community. And I don't think it would be a problem at all recruiting these people. I do have a question though. Do you guys do they ever do like patrol and then they just keep in touch with deputies in one way or the other? Like if there's a high crime area, do they ever go patrol and watch after an area that you can't really tie a deputy up watching that area all night?
Yes. What we do, our posse members, they're instructed and trained. They go through training every month, monthly meetings. And I've got Central, West, and East posse groups. And they go through the training. But their job is when they observe, and they can be assigned to a neighborhood or several of them, where they're driving around periodically, they're getting document, report, and in other words, write it down, take photos of it, whatever we need, license plates, so forth, and report it to a deputy, usually narcotic deputy, who would follow up on that stuff. Or if it's in progress, even better yet, where they but they're not allowed to get involved in the arrest because they have not gone through the academy and all this stuff.
Correct.
But when they're volunteers, they are covered by insurance, county insurance, when they're a volunteer. But yeah, we do use them for that purpose. If we have a drug house we're concerned about, or if we have some other criminal activity going on, they help us out at crime scenes, guarding crime scenes, doing surveillance work for us. So we use them in a lot of areas. They're very helpful.
Okay, so Sheriff Hamilton, what is your guidance for Kevin Henry as he's running for sheriff in Texas?
So Kevin, again, we had the opportunity to speak at the CSPOA event there. And again, I want to commend you first and foremost for having the bravery to even want to run for this office.
Thank you.
But yeah, if I had any advice for him is that, again, you've got a door hanger or something that you hand out as you're talking with the folks out there that have a list of things that you plan on doing, a list of concerns that you have either identified, or a list of tasks which you plan on doing. My advice is when you're elected, do those. Make sure that you're able to check those off. And again, you've taken the first step, and the second and the third. I'm sure you've familiarized yourself with the duties, responsibilities of the office of sheriff. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be running for it there. So, again, it's a huge responsibility that you're taking on. But know that when you raise that right hand and you take that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States first and foremost, that's your first and foremost your responsibility. And again, sometimes it's going to be easy. There are other times where something is going to come down the line where you're going to be faced with a choice to make, and you're going to have a choice to make. My recommendation is stay on the Constitution, stay with the Constitution, and your actions will always be right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Sheriff Bob, give us a recommendation. Tell us what your best guidance for Kevin Henry
Well, I
is.
think Glenn covered that pretty well. But no, he's absolutely spot on. And I would let the people know that you're talking to. If you're elected, if they elect you, you will never forget who you work for, and that's them, the
Right.
citizens. Not the county commissioners, not the governor, not even the president of the United States. You work for the people that put you in office, and that's your boss.
Absolutely.
And I think generally most people recognize that and appreciate it.
Okay.
What
Thank
do you
you.
think, Kevin?
And Kevin, if I could just add one more thing. Every morning when you pin that badge on and you strap that gun on, ask the good Lord above for guidance, for knowledge, for wisdom, and for strength.
Absolutely. Thank
Well
you.
put.
I appreciate that, gentlemen.
I wish Congress felt the same way you guys feel about being sheriffs. I think someone needs to remind Congress to stand up for their people.
I wish most of the sheriffs felt that way.
Ugh.
It's unfortunate what we're going through right now is, in the sheriff role. A lot of them are they're protecting the government and they're not protecting the people.
That's right.
And that's exactly why I'm running. I'm a business owner. I'm not a politician by any stretch of the imagination. This is the first time I've ever ran for office. And I'm actually a new police officer. I got tired of watching the corruption in our government, and I decided to throw my hat. I mean, I went to the police academy. I did very well in police academy. Got the highest score in my class. I got the second highest. I was 1 point away from tying the state score in the whole state of Texas, and they gave me the leadership award in the class, which was an honor. I went to the academy with a lot of great people, but my background is in oil and gas. I worked at Chevron for 15 years before I left and started my businesses, and I own a marine service center on the Texas Gulf Coast working on boats. So I employ a lot of hardworking people. And then I also have another business that we build a product, and I have a patent on that product. But I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a sheriff, if you trust in God and you know how to put the right people in the right places, and you're fiscally responsible, and you know how to treat people, and you know how to honor your oath, then that's the qualities of a sheriff. Am I wrong?
Yep.
Spot
So,
on.
so if my chief deputy, I have a couple chief deputies in mind, because we have a population of roughly 385,000 people.
Oh,
It's a very large county, and we're just south of Houston, so it's a huge drug and trafficking corridor. Because I mean, we all know Houston's a hub for where all this stuff distributes from. Coming up from the open borders. I think we can put a pretty big dent in it if we actually formed, a group of, a task force that would actually look for this stuff and go out and seek after it to where they, I don't think crime's ever going to go away, but we can detour it from this county. We can make sure that they think twice about running that stuff through our county. But we have a large problem with drugs and trafficking and prostitution now. We have these 8-liner machine gambling houses that are popping up all over our county now. And they're all in county control because all the cities pass ordinances against them because of what they bring into our community. They stay open 24 hours a day. They have the violent crime rates have gone sky high because of these 8-liner machines that are going on in our county. And people that control people that donate to my opponent control these gambling houses. So there's obviously a paper trail. If you follow the money, there's a paper trail going back to my opponent, and you can see who's donating to him. And there's several convicted felons that are on my opponent's campaign finance report. So
Is he a Republican or a Democrat?
He's a Republican, and I'm running as an independent. So, I've always been a conservative. I'm conservative through and through, but I am running as an independent. I felt like it was the better option. I felt like it's more me. I'm reaching across the aisle on both sides. I have a lot of support from the Democrat community, which is mostly in the northern part of the community going towards Houston. And I have a lot of support in the Republican community because they know my heart, and they know that I've bootstrapped and made my own money, and I don't need their money. I can't be bought. I can't be paid for. I don't need anything from them. I want to work for the people, whether it's 1 term, 2 terms. I don't see myself being in there more than 2 terms, I wouldn't imagine, but I want to get back to my family and my businesses. But I threw my hat in the ring to give the people another option other than this corruption that's rampant in our county. So
What is your website? What's your website so people can contact you, because you're having an event that's really important?
I am. So it's kevinhenryforsheriff.com. And I'm also on Facebook at Kevin Henry for Sheriff on Facebook. And I don't think we've set up the Instagram yet. It might be there, but I don't think we're very active in the Instagram community.
Because you are going to be on the ballot no matter what, correct? You have the signatures, you have everything you need.
So yeah, to touch on that a little bit. So to run as an independent, you file your letter of intent about the time that they filed in the Republican Democrat area. I think it was December 11th is when I had to file my letter of intent with the county. After that, after that, I had to wait until the Republican/Democrat primary, but there was no Democrats running, to get my petition signatures, which was 500. So I think we're at 500 now on the petition signatures, but I'm going to double that because I think the county's going to possibly try to omit as many as they can for one reason or the other. So I have until June 28th. So I have plenty of time. I've been going out to festivals and events, and I'm trying to hit every city in our community. I just got back from a nice event in Freeport. It was called Freeport River Fest. So they had boat races, and they had vendors come out and set up. So I set up a nice booth out there and met the public down there. Got a lot of signatures from Freeport. This weekend, I'm going to a town called Sweeney. They're having their event. It's a 65-year annual event that they have there that the community comes out to. parade, the whole nine. So I'll be out there shaking hands and selling pulled pork barbecue sandwiches for fundraising opportunity and getting signatures from those guys. And that's Friday, Saturday. That's tomorrow and Saturday. And then Sunday, I'm going to the north end of the county for another event where we're going to pop up our tent. It's called Pearland Market Day. So I'm going to be there shaking hands and meeting the public out there. I just got back from a luncheon for the community here, where it's an organization that it's a food bank basically, and it's called the Help Center, and they give food to the the less fortunate, to the young moms, to the people that don't have money. It's an awesome organization. So I went to that banquet and was able to meet a lot of people there today at lunch. So I've completely stepped away from my businesses, and I'm fully involved with this campaign. And I met so many great people like yourself at the CSPOA conference. All the speakers were amazing. I was very impressed and intrigued. It fired me up. It wanted me to get back home fast and get to work. It was awesome.
So what's your guidance, Sheriff Bob? What do you have to say to this amazing man who's risking his life and his liberty to run for sheriff in Texas?
Well, first of all, I like Texas. I think it's a great state. Governor Abbott and the crew. But I think you're saying a lot of the right things, and I think you're sincere about that. One of the things I'd hammer home, because you are out of Texas, and I don't know about your county, I don't know that much about it, but is the Second Amendment is a big one. People trying to take your guns away. I know in our state, in Washington State, it's a blue state, and they're going all out to get your guns away from you. And so if the people know that you're going to stand up for their constitutional rights, one of the big ones, not only the First Amendment, but is that Second Amendment.
Absolutely. It shall not be infringed.
What do you say, Sheriff Hamilton? Because you've been around for many years, and you're actually mentoring the current sheriff in New Mexico, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and yeah, Kevin. Like I said, I agree with Sheriff Songer. You're right on track with your message there. And I actually appreciate the fact that you've, in a county like yours, as close to Houston as what you are, you're going to need Democrat votes. There's nothing wrong with reaching out to the other side. You'd be surprised there are actually individuals in that party who actually believe and share some of the same values that we do as conservative Americans. You'll find that it's their party that has been hijacked by the statists, the Marxists, and the progressives. So there are many that feel that pain or feel that sting that they have been left behind. So you're doing great in being able to cross the aisles and reach across to the other side, because again, you'll find that many of the conservative values that resonate with Republicans will also resonate with many Democrats, especially when it's when they don't have some of the lamestream media that is pumping stuff into their ear as you're trying to talk with them. I had the opportunity to read some of the articles from the CSPOA event, and again, the lamestream media that were present that day did not hesitate in any way, shape, or form to try to turn everyone into racists, extreme right-wing fringe groups. So again, I think you have a great message, and your only hurdle is the time span that you have to work with from the time that the primaries, both the Republican and Democrat, end, and you're able to really start campaigning in earnest, is to reach out to be able to reach as many people as you possibly can.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm finding joy in it now. At first, it was pretty bad because they were going after me personally. They were attacking my character, my family. They were going after my businesses, leaving me bad Google reviews on my business pages, and these are people that I've never even worked on their boats, and they're finding ways to try to demonetize me and spreading whisper campaigns about myself and, just politics. I never really got into politics until the last 3 or 4 years. I never really if you'd have asked me a year and a half, 2 years ago, if you'd run for something, I would have laughed at you. There's no way. There's just, but after just getting so much, fed so much and so fast, I felt a fire in me to do something instead of complaining. So I'm hoping that there's more people out there that are ready to get active and take our counties, our community, our local communities back, because it's important. I mean, you see how fast that they can try to brainwash your kids and put pornography in the schools and
Yep.
and destroy our communities with just outright crime and lawlessness. And if we can take that back, if we can all, if I can join both parties and unify both parties in our county, that's a huge step in the right direction. That we're all sitting at the same table and we're all making decisions that are better for the community and not just one party. And that's my whole message, is that I'm trying to unify both parties. And I don't care if you're green, yellow, red, purple, whatever. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican. We're all human. We all live in this county together. We're all sick of the crap. We're all sick of the nonsense and the corruption. We all see it. It's all, if you don't see it at this point, I don't know what else is out there to wake you up, because it's there. It's blatantly obvious and it's in your face.
And that's why the local elections are so important. Local offices, from your school board to your sheriff, to your clerks, to your commissioners, they are the closest to the people. Those offices are the closest to the people on the ground. And when we're talking about affecting true change in our nation, it has got to come and start with our counties. Once we're able to turn each one of those, then we're going to turn our states. And then once we're able to turn our states, then we're going to be able to change our federal government as well and start taking some of those overreaches back.
Absolutely. And Kevin, for those who are doing the whisper campaigns against you, spreading lies and all kinds of derogatory things, get used to it if you're elected sheriff. But on the other hand, only is the way I look at it from a positive standpoint, when their hair's on fire, you're over the target.
Right.
You're winning.
Absolutely.
And besides that, you got God on your side. You'll do well.
100%. Thank you, Sheriff.
Listen, I have Antifa all over Washington, D.C. torture my X account, which I know is hard for you guys to really comprehend, but journalists like me, we survive using our X account, former Twitter, of course, it's called X now. We survive using that account, and so I get major attacks by Antifa. So just expect it and prepare yourself, tell your children, tell your family. It's really traumatic in the beginning because they know how to get to you. That's why I think Antifa and these attackers are funded by some type of Fed group or some type of high-level CIA, because they always know what to say to really get your goat, to really get you triggered. So they're doing something higher level than just being stupid, dumb Antifa. So just prepare, because we need you, and you need to win.
Yeah, I'm giving it everything I have. They actually put a death threat video out against me, and it depicted. So it was my opponent's, one of his largest financial contributors, family members. So it was a video, and it was a pretty poor quality video, but it was a video of a guy with I don't remember if he had a cowboy hat on, but a guy on his knees, and another guy walked up to the back of him and put a gun to the back of his head. And then they said Kevin Henry several times in that video. Well, I brought it up to my chief at the PD and told him about it. And so I filed a report with the Texas Rangers, and I filed a report with the FBI in Virginia.
Does the FBI care?
First Amendment. They said it was their First Amendment.
Okay, so you're not allowed to threaten to kill someone. What do you think, Sheriff Bob? What do you think, Sheriff Hamilton? We have an FBI that will not protect American patriots.
Well, wait a minute. They did, Director Ray did say to the National Sheriff's Association that they have terror cells that have come across both borders, southern border as well as the northern border in Canada. And there is going to be concern, and they're doing all they can to try to focus in on these people. But at the same time, the FBI is, I don't know, they're so busy going after the January 6 people that were standing out in a crowd had nothing to do. They have no problem arresting these people. And if that was a true insurrection, there wasn't any firearms involved except the one that shot the veteran, the young lady. So I believe the FBI, now I went through the FBI Academy in '83, great organization. There's a lot of FBI agents out on the street that are good people, don't buy into that nonsense either. But the head of the FBI and their administration, along with the CIA and the Attorney General Garland, are corrupt, in my opinion, totally corrupt. And they're buying into the Biden cartel. Their son is nothing but a druggie. He'd have been thrown in jail in most cases, but he's been protected by Daddy for years. And Daddy can steal secrets, and nothing is done about it. He was doing that when he was a senator. But who do they go after? They go after somebody that's a threat to them, and that's President Trump. He had every right to have the secrets he was in charge of. He was the president. But they say Biden generally is too old to be prosecuted. That's BS. If he's that too old to be prosecuted, then he needs to resign as president of this country. No, you get me on that rant, I'll go forever.
Wait,
No,
I
I
want
don't
you
have
on
much
that
confidence
rant.
in the
I want you on that
FBI.
rant, but another day.
In fact, Garland put a word out to their assistant U.S. attorneys to get with the FBI, have the FBI partner up with the local law enforcement and go to school board meetings, because when parents get out of line, that's possible, a domestic terror story. So I wrote a letter to Garland, told him to keep the FBI out of our county if they're there for that purpose. We'll take care of any threats being made. And by the way, Mr. Garland, that's part of their constitutional rights under the First Amendment. And I fired that off to him. It wasn't very nice in my letter. And I'm sure Mr. Garland never seen it. One of his staffers probably threw it in the garbage can. But the point being is, I did have an FBI contact me later on a friendly basis. It wasn't anything to do with that. He said, yeah, I heard we're not supposed to be going to the schools. And he said, thanks God we're not doing that. No, they don't want to. Your line troops do not want to get involved in that. And but their priorities under the FBI, the CIA, and all of that, it's a weaponized government right now. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Our conversation right here I wouldn't be shocked if they would come after any one of us for saying something that's anti-government, Hell, I've been in this business of government for 55 years. I'm not anti-government. I am for small government and government that don't overreach and violate people's constitutional rights.
That's perfectly said. That's perfectly said. And this is going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you have to say, Sheriff Hamilton, in closing? What's the final thing you have to say?
Well, again, Kevin, I think you're on the right track. You may want to contact your opposition and see if they would like to refilm that video and maybe put the gunman in a Trump shirt. And I guarantee the FBI will be willing to go after him at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I had the pleasure of the FBI coming to my office because of my trip to D.C. on January 6th.
Whoa! Wait a second. What oh my gosh! Were you?
I did not
outside?
go in the Capitol. What's that?
Okay. Were you
Yeah.
outside the Capitol? How far? Where were you?
I was. President Trump let us, he held us a little longer than what everybody was expecting, like an extra hour at the Ellipse. And then by the time we started walking down to the Capitol, peacefully, mind you, they were already getting word back that people were breaking into the Capitol before we even got there. Like when we were making the trip down the avenue, by the time we got there, I witnessed a bunch of barriers being open and these buses, these like nice coach buses being, driving in next to the Capitol. Like they had ushered them in there. And then off came these younger people off of these buses. And then they went and they bought up all the Trump hats and flags and shirts and they put them on right there in front of us. So there was no question what was going on. And then they were running around trying to amp people up to get them to follow them into the Capitol. And I was there with my 60, I don't remember at the time, but 60-something-year-old mother, my wife, my 11-year-old son. We had no intentions whatsoever to go break anything. We had no intentions on doing anything. We were just there because we were supporting a president that we thought that had a rigged election against him. We were there supporting what we thought was right. Had no intentions on breaking anything, going into the Capitol. I did not go into the Capitol.
So why did the FBI come to your place?
The best thing I can think is because they followed my Bank of America card, and I had been swiping it in DC at my Trader Joe's of all places. But the grocery store, Trader Joe's, we used that card to buy the airline tickets to DC. I'll tell you, that was the first time I've ever been to DC, and it has a eerie feeling when you're there. The statues are just, some of them just look straight up demonic. I tell you, I could not get on that plane fast enough and get back to Houston. I wanted out of there. But there was pallets of bricks on the streets when we were walking back to our VRBO house that we had rented, because we had rented a little house there in DC. When we were walking around Lincoln Park, just checking out the scenery when we first got there, these ladies were screaming at us because we didn't have our mask on. And I couldn't for the life of me understand why I had to have a mask on in the park.
Outside in a park.
I hadn't experienced this level of brainwashing in my life, of having to wear a mask outside. So yeah, it was an experience. I'm glad I did bring my 11-year-old son. But yeah, when I came back, I don't know. I forgot how long it was afterwards, but I was outside in the shop working, and my office manager said, "Hey, Kevin, the FBI is here to come see you." And we had a fun relationship. We'd always joke around with each other. I say, "Go back in the office," and then she'd come back. She said, "Kevin, I'm telling you right now, the FBI is in your office waiting for you to come in there." And I was saying, "What?" And when I went in there, he introduced himself as a Joint Task Force FBI agent, meaning he worked for Texas DPS and he worked for the FBI as well. And he said, "Look, I'm here to ask you a few questions. I'll be in and out of your hair real fast." It was pleasant. It wasn't, he didn't interrogate me. He said, the two questions were you in DC on January 6th? And I said, yes. And he said, "Did you go in the Capitol?" And I said, "No." And basically he closed his book and he said, what did he say? He said, "I should probably be questioning my wife because she's the biggest Trump supporter out there." And then we shook hands and he left, and that was it. So,
Okay.
Had I gone in the Capitol, it probably would have been a little bit different story, I'd imagine. I don't know that for fact, but we did not do anything illegal whatsoever. I mean, in fact, we bought stuff. We stimulated the economy. We bought stuff in DC. We hung out, and it was weird though because most of the stuff, all the businesses were closed, like closed, and that was weird to see. How the only thing that was open was Trader Joe's.
I mean, there is so much to say. You just opened a Pandora's box that I focus on. I just found a doctor and his wife, who just got arrested. Actually, she's the doctor and he is the husband. But I just found a couple in Virginia that just got arrested about 10 days ago by the FBI. The FBI never called them, never said they were coming. These people are totally law-abiding American patriots, and they shouldn't have been arrested in a volatile manner. So this is the issue. The sheriffs, you men, have the power to keep the FBI out of your county, and you have the power to tell the FBI and the feds to stop harassing American patriots. And that's why we need you. So I hope you all come back on the show anytime you have something you want to say, because as we enter into the election 2024 season, journalists like me, like I've said again in the show, are going to come to you guys, the sheriffs, to expose the election corruption when we find it in your county.
Yeah.
Sheriff Hamilton, what do you have to say in parting?
again, thank you, Corinne, for inviting me. I'd love to come on the show in anytime you've got a empty spot. Again, this is a message that we need to continue to resonate across this country, and especially leading up to the 2024 elections. It's time that we start educating our sheriffs out there as to what their sole responsibility is. First and foremost is that Constitution.
Absolutely.
And then we can work on the conservation and being the conservative of the peace and all that other stuff there. But again, Kevin, surround yourself with knowledgeable, competent individuals, and you're going to succeed.
I appreciate that.
Corinne, if I could just real quick, for some of your viewers there, again, if you'd like to know my story and the legacy that we left behind, go to libertyfirstsociety.com. You can download the movie. If you want to order the movie, you can order it. I encourage you to show it at all of your community events when you have a movie night on Wednesdays or Fridays or whenever you have them. Great movie to show. Nominated documentary of the year in 2024.
Who made
Chris
that?
and
Who
JC
made
Hall
that
did a
movie?
wonderful job.
Okay, who made that movie? Did you make that movie? Who made it?
So no, this was Chris Ann and JC Hall that had this commission, and again, this is non-compliant to the sheriff. If you have any questions as to what the duties, responsibilities, and obligations of the sheriff is, where the sheriff gets his authority through historic means, this is the DVD to watch right here. She breaks it all the way down from the 12th century to modern day America, and shows you how the office of the sheriff came to be and why it is the important office that it is today. So again, that's libertyfirstsociety.com.
That's amazing. And we can get it on libertyfirstsociety.com.
That's
And
correct.
Chris
Okay.
Ann Hall, by the way, is a constitutional professor, so she knows her stuff.
Wow.
Well,
Okay, we're going to get her on with you guys. What's your closing, Sheriff Bob? I love calling you Sheriff Bob because one of my best friends in the world, and the reason that I know the power of the sheriffs, one of my best friends in the world was the former sheriff. He passed away. He took the vaccine. He passed away last year. His name is Robert Broadus, and I raised my daughter in Aspen, Colorado. And so I got to be governed by Sheriff Bob Broadus. That's why I love calling you Sheriff Bob, because Sheriff Bob taught me everything about the power of the sheriff.
yeah,
And if he was alive, we'd have him on right now.
yeah,
But that's
we,
what I learned in Aspen, Colorado.
yeah, we have a lot of my citizens refer to me as Sheriff Bob, and I don't mind that at all.
Yes, you are Sheriff Bob. So I need you guys all to stay close to independent journalists like me, because we're the ones that are going to be on the front line exposing the election corruption. And so I want you guys to all prepare for November 2024. Let's pray we have an election. Do you
Yes,
think we're going to have an election, Sheriff Bob?
and I think we will. My concern is, to be honest with you, because Trump's popularity is growing and growing and growing. I'm concerned about assassination, because
Whoa.
there are some real left-wing whack jobs out there that would think they were doing the honorable thing, and that's what concerns me. But I want to thank you personally for what you do, because we don't get a positive spin oftentimes from a law enforcement standpoint, or sheriffs, or any of that. Usually that we're the racists, we're the bigots, we're this, anti-government, all this stuff. So it's enjoyable to be interviewed and understood by conservative media.
Yes, I'm conservative Christian media, and I do all the
Yes.
news that's banned and censored. I do higher level news sometimes than even Steve Bannon does. I get to do
Yep.
the highest level news. So thank you for coming, and you guys are all invited back anytime you have the time, and I'll bring you on to all of my shows if something happens that's newsworthy, because we have to be united right now as we enter into the November 2024 election cycle.
Exactly, and we need to touch bases so I can swear you in.
I'm ready. Okay, the next time we get together, I'll be sworn
And
in.
for
I don't even know how to get to Washington State right now, but God will show me. I'll have to hitchhike maybe.
well,
I'll go,
we probably
figure
could
it
even
out.
do it by Zoom.
Exactly. No, I want to do it on my show because I think it's really important because listen, I have stalkers. I have my own set of stalkers. I get my own death threats. The founder of America Happens, he gets death threats in the mail pretty much every week because we don't censor. So I want these people to know that we have sheriffs in different counties that we can actually go to and live in their county if it really gets bad. Because I'm going to have to move. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yep.
God bless you. Peace. Thank you, guys. Please come back. Thank you, Sheriff Bob.
God bless
Vote
you.
for Kevin. Thank you, Sheriff Hamilton. God bless you. Peace. Please come back. Thank you, Sheriff Bob. You're my #1 favorite sheriff in America because you're still a real valid sheriff.
Well, thank you. Thank
So
you.
please come back. God bless you. Peace. God bless you. Those are the real men. You know, we have a whole saying at the America Happens Network, where are the real men? Those men are the real men. And in about 45 minutes, you're going to have Sheriff Mack. But I want to bring someone on right now that I've really grown to really respect. He founded Products. Welcome, Michael. This is Michael. I really want to bring you guys into the mix now because these products are so powerful. Wait, is this Sheriff Mack? Oh my gosh, we got Sheriff Mack on. Are you there? I was going to bring Curativa Bay, but I lost him. Sheriff Mack's here. Okay, we're going to bring you back in 20 minutes, Sheriff Mack. I'll bring you back. I'm going to go to Curativa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, I will do this properly. Sorry, my producer. Where are you, Mr. Producer? Let's do this right. Woohoo. Okay, we're going to bring Curativa Bay in. Are you there, Bill? Trying to get Bill in.
I'm here.
Yes, okay, we got Bill. Okay, Sheriff Mack, come back in 20 minutes. We're going to do this right.
You got it.
I lost my producer. Them, where are you? There, I did it. Yes. See, right now, what happens is that when I have a show like this with tons of guests, I lose my producers. And so the producers are the key to everything, just like the sheriffs. So I want to welcome you to the America Happens News. And this is Bill Maher. And I'm so grateful to have you, Bill, because you created a line of products called Curativa Bay that I have right over here. And I want to talk about all of them because this is the key to solving major problems like acne.
Yes.
Go
thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. We've got a good sheriff down here in our place called Grady Judd. I don't know if you ever heard of him. Oh, he's awesome. But yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yes. Yes, go for it. So tell us about Curativa Bay.
Well, Curativa Bay was something that I created after I sold a business back in 2016. And I found it by accident. And I think we already discussed how I found it. And it was unstable. In other words, it had no shelf life, so it had no commercial value when I first found it. But about 3 days later, I found a way to stabilize it to get a long 5-year shelf life. So now it's commercially viable. And if you have never heard about it before, it's called hypochlorous acid.
Okay.
And hypochlorous acid is first and foremost the strongest antimicrobial antiviral on the planet. It's so safe that you can spray it in your eyes, mouth, non-toxic, but it kills all viruses from common cold, COVID, all the way up to C. diff and MRSA. And that is our nasal spray. We developed that as a saline solution that has 0.004% hypochlorous in it. So if you use that after you've been in a big crowd, a flight, or an airplane, it'll keep your nasal passages clean. It'll cut down almost 90% chance that you will not get any kind of virus or not even a cold. It's made of Dead Sea salt and purified water, and then we run an electrical current through it to bring out hypochlorous acid, which is something that's in your white blood cells of your body, and it's used in your body to get over the common cold, get over the flu, heal burns and cuts and things like that. So it does the same thing in our strength that we make here in Clearwater, Florida.
I mean, people need to realize that there are alternative products than what's just thrown at them in Target and Walmart. And these are the key. It's called Curativa Bay. What's your website? It's
www.curativa, Curativabay, curativabay.com. And we're kind of unique. We don't, because I'm 70 years old now, I don't believe in the bad service you get from almost anywhere you go today. If you have a problem with a product, you have to go through robots and you never can talk to a human being. We answer our phone 7 days a week, almost 12 hours a day, talk to all of our customers. We have a 5-star rating, 100% 5-star rating on our product quality and on our customer service. So we also make a complete line. It's a wellness site, actually. It's a wellness site. So we've got the hypochlorous for protection against viruses and things like that. We have the skin spray is good for getting rid of acne in probably about 4 days, no matter how bad the acne is. You just take it and spray it on your face like this.
Do I have that one? Wait,
Yeah,
the
you've got it.
spray.
You were just holding it up.
Okay, this is the spray. Okay, this is the key
Yeah.
to everything because acne plagues all of us at any age. And
Yeah.
so basically, after I work out, after I exercise, I take this and I just spray it so I don't get acne.
Feels
Right?
pretty
How
good,
many
doesn't it?
times a day? How many times a day can I do
Oh,
it?
okay. For me, I do it because it feels so good, and because it's anti-aging compound. So I spray myself like 10 times a day around here in the office, at home, in the morning for sure, after a shower. Really good after you shave. So if you go out and get a sunburn or you got a cut or a burn, you spray that on there, and the healing time is half the time of normal healing.
This is powerful. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love stuff. Yeah. So, in order to sell these products, which I really want to sell, because to support the journalism that I do, I have to sell products, and people really need to understand that. We're not funded. And so,
No.
the only way that we can support what we do is to sell products. So, if you go to Curativa Bay right now and you go to curativabay.com and go and use my code Corinne, CORINNE USA, Corinne USA, you will get a discount, and you can also buy the most incredible products. I mean, all of your products, when you go on there, you even have natural cleaning solution, which I'm really into.
Yeah, we have a hospital grade disinfectant that kills everything up to C. diff and MRSA. It's also made out of hypochlorous, and it's an EPA product. We have a complete line of supplements made right here in Florida, U.S. made supplements that actually do things for you. We have a gardening center for organic gardening in the season, in spring. And we also have a complete line of organic natural skincare products, and all the ingredients are made right here in the U.S.
That is so powerful. And then you have Rose. Rose is the key to everything. You have Rose products. Tell us about those.
Well, we make a serum. Actually, we stay more sold out on that than anything else. It's a rose extract that is really good for reddening of your face. It's soothing. It's a great. It's a serum, actually. It's one of our big sellers, and we're actually making another one that's similar to that, only a little bit less on the rose smell.
Okay, I mean, that's really important. I wish I had it here so I could show it to everyone. So basically
I have.
Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, show it to us. So that's a rose serum.
Yeah.
And then this is actually a daily moisturizer.
That goes with the acne regimen. We have an acne regimen. So it comes with the hypochlorous, and it comes with that's the cleanser right there.
Okay.
So use the cleanser first, spray the hypochlorous second, use that moisturizer third, and you'll never have acne again.
Okay, so number one, you wash your face with this how many times a day?
Twice, when you get up and before you go to bed, and then spray your face, and then that
spray your face
moisturizer. Yes,
with
just
this?
spray your face with that and let it dry by itself.
Okay.
And then that moisturizer that you have in your right hand is that's a sensitive skin moisturizer, all natural, and it feels great. It's good for your skin when you're coming off of the big acne. When you have a lot of acne, it goes away pretty quickly.
I mean, this is so important. And then this goes inside your nostril.
Yeah.
Anytime you travel, to make sure you don't get sick.
So let me explain a little bit about that. So Stanford University did about 3 months ago, they did a study, and they found that all viruses enter and exit in the nasal passage. So they recommended that you would use a saline solution to keep your nasal passages clean. 2 years before they came out with that study, we already knew that, but we have the same saline solution in there, except we also have 0.04% hypochlorous acid in there. So the hypochlorous is the thing that actually, you clean your nasal passage. It also eliminates the anything in there like virus or anything like that before it gets into your system. So you got about anywhere between 1 and 3 hours, like after you get off a flight, after you come out of a crowded restaurant, if you feel like, just putting a couple shots up there, it works really well.
I mean, so any crowd, like if I have to cover a pro-Palestinian protest, I should be making sure that I have this
Yes.
before and after so that I don't catch anything, because we just don't know how wild this summer is going to be.
Yes.
We have
But
no clue yet.
But what we do know is that everything's going to be okay.
In the end, it'll all be okay.
It'll all be okay.
I love that. That's so beautiful. It's so positive. I think that people who have acne really suffer. Like and a lot of kids really get put on medication,
Yeah.
which is
It's poison.
unacceptable.
It's poison.
Yes. So
In
how
fact-
much is this 3-step process?
That has a price of $87, but with your you'll get a discount and free shipping with your Corinne USA.
Corinne USA at curativabay.com.
Yeah, you just put that
Curativa-
in before you're checking out. If you have any problems with purchasing it or finding out where you put the promo code, it says right there, enter coupon code and then apply it. But if you have any problems, you can always call me. We answer the phone all the time. We love talking to our customers.
That's the most amazing thing. I want to give out your phone number. You put it right on the box.
Yeah, we want people to call us. We want them to understand they can call us. They don't have to go to a company that they're just a number. We know our customers. They know us. We got 4,700 subscribers.
That is amazing. Okay, it's 727-742-6636. Did I say that right?
You did.
727-742-6636 is Curativa Bay. They're in Clearwater, Florida, and they will take your phone calls because these products are so important. You don't want to keep on pumping chemicals around your body. That's why we have to create an alternative economy to the ones that obviously the globalists want us to have, because the chemicals the globalists put in their food products and in their skincare products could give us cancer. Tell us about that.
Well, one of the things when you're talking about regulatory, when I first started this, I really didn't know why I found this. I had no idea because I'm an electrical engineer. And right after I found it, COVID broke out. And so immediately the local Bay Area news station wanted to interview me, and they did. And I said, I can't make any claims. I didn't think I could, right? Even though I knew there's government studies, university studies dating back 50 years on that it will handle all viruses, right? It's the government tells us that. So, but a doctor from the University of South Florida happened to mention our name on the interview, and they came after me. And they ruined my business because they put a fraud alert below my website, and it'll never come off. I asked them, we all know it was a pandemic, and it's about time that we all come together and use everything we have that would work. And they said, we're not allowed to tell anybody about it. We have to keep it quiet. And I said, well, what happens if I go and I test it myself and do my own study for $20,000? That would have cost, and we'll come and get it approved. And they said, don't waste your time. We'll never approve this. And I said, well, that seems like it's crimes against humanity when you have something that's non-toxic, that will handle this quickly, that's very inexpensive. And then they tell you that, and then they try to ruin your company too. So which it's done a lot of damage because people see that they don't know who we are. They don't know who the product is, so it's caused a lot of problems. We put our whole life savings into this business for the last 6 years, and we do have a lot of followers now.
I mean, that's the most important thing, because people need to know that you're out there. And so when people know that there's alternatives, then, to Target, then to obviously Walmart, then to Amazon. Can they buy you on Amazon?
We personally don't sell on Amazon, but we have one distributor that sells it on Amazon.
Okay.
Under Curativa Bay. You can find it. They're selling about 600 bottles a month, somewhere around there.
Okay, because we just have to get this out into the public eye so people know how important it is, because people don't understand that there are alternatives to every product out there. I really wish you had a deodorant. I keep on being told that the products that I use for my daily care, from my toothpaste to my deodorant to my hair, whatever it is, can cause cancers. Is that true?
Well, I mean, you look at deodorant. Yeah, deodorant's got chemicals in it that aluminum powder and things like that are not really good, and they absorb through your skin. I don't use it, but I do use the hypochlorous as an oxidizer, and it kills the bacteria that causes that. But the problem is, once it works, it doesn't stay. It's like not doesn't stay all day. It wasn't meant for that, But it is, they're everything that you are eating right now. I mean, when Bill Gates owns the largest 260,000 acres of farmland, and he's experimenting to put vaccines in lettuce, and what's that tell you? Where are we headed with this?
I mean, I'm actually terrified on that topic. That's such a huge topic. I don't even really go to grocery stores anymore because I live in Washington, D.C., and everyone knows the quality of our food is disgusting. And so I have to have food shipped to me unless I can go like to Virginia and buy it from a farm. We
Farmers
don't
market.
know.
We don't know.
I mean, they could be putting vaccines in the air. We don't know what they're doing to us. But I'll tell you one thing, I have not felt the same since COVID happened. I get extremely exhausted for no reason, and we've all felt the effects of this COVID situation, and something's got to give. We need more whistleblowers. If you're a whistleblower and you want to tell me the truth about any corruption from the U.S. federal government, please call me or text me 24/7 at 917-287-1314. I have a dedicated phone line. I know it looks ridiculous. It's a unicorn, but I have a dedicated phone line for whistleblowers to expose the truth. And so I'm going to start using this Clearphone 620, and then I'm going to use phone123.com to hook up the service, because right now the way the federal government is tracking people is really out of control, and that gets us to the FDA. What's the truth about the FDA? I know that you probably could get in trouble for talking about the FDA, but have you had any issues with the FDA?
Well, that's who shut me down or tried to shut me down. But I'll reiterate, I don't make any claims on the skincare products, even though they're the same products that the EPA lets me make all the claims for all the viruses as a surface cleaner. But the product itself, so you'd have to make your own decision on that.
I mean, it's getting crazy that the FDA would even try to shut down an entrepreneur like yourself. And we're realizing how corrupt the federal government is. The FDA is not even constitutional.
No.
Right.
Nope. Unelected bureaucrats that tell us what to do and fine us and sue us. And yeah, it's pretty bad. But it's going to get better, but it's going to be a while before that happens.
So show me the rose products again, because you're telling me you sell out of those, because that's what my body's really craving right now. It's craving the rose products.
These are our two biggest serums. One's a vitamin C and one's a rose serum. The vitamin C is also a real big seller. And then we have a lot of, we have about 4 different cleansers. It's a bigger bottle. These are really natural facial cleansers. They're fantastic. I love them.
Do you have a toner, or this is the toner?
That's a toner. Yeah, that's pretty much a toner.
This is the toner. So you can put this on your face. You can put this under your arms. You can put this everywhere, and it seeps into your body. Everyone knows that the skin is has the most absorption. Tell us about the skin.
Well, I mean, what's really good about how this works is it's got a light acid in it. It's like a 5.3 pH. And so when you spray it on your skin, it microscopically exfoliates the dead skin and causes the new skin to grow faster. So if you use it a lot, you'll start to feel your face getting smoother, it's less pores, things like that. If you have a deep cut or a burn, like I reached into the oven one day about a month ago, and I grabbed a hold of a temperature probe made out of steel, and it burned me right away, and it stuck to my hand. I had to shake it to get it off. It was melting my skin. I sprayed it with that over and over again during a movie that night because it hurt, and I sprayed it. The next morning I woke up and it was gone. There was no burn. There was no hurt. You couldn't see it, like it was never there. So we have, plastic surgeons right now using the product for post-op and pre-op sterilization of the face when they do surgery. And then they use it, they give them a smaller bottle like this 4-ounce bottle to take home with them. And they've noticed that when they do their first checkup to see how it's healing, it's healed 50% faster.
That is so important. So basically, this is all really healing.
Healing, yeah, it's healing, and it's acne. Acne is just mind blowing. I mean, it's it will take the worst acne, and in 4 days, if you use it correctly, it will be gone, and you'll never have it again.
Acne ruins people's lives because they get so embarrassed. I have someone that I really care about who always says, "Hey, I can't see you because I'm breaking out with acne." And I keep telling them, call the owner of Curativa Bay.
Yeah.
Call Bill and ask Bill what to do about the acne, because the acne is the biggest problem, especially for teenagers. So it's really important parents take this seriously, because when I was a teenager, I really didn't have, I had, my parents neglected me. And it's
Mhm.
really important that you have parents who buy the products. This whole acne regime, how much does it cost?
The regime with this facial cleanser, the spray, and the moisturizer is about $85, but with your discount, it's going to be quite a bit less than that. And
Okay,
it's
so if you
free
go
shipping.
on Curativa Bay, curativabay.com, and use Corinne, Corinne USA, then you can actually buy these products and they will change your life, or I will personally give you your money back. I will do that for everyone. These
Neat.
products are so important, because look at Bill. Bill, you founded this whole system. And so what you're doing, you do for your own children, you do this for your own family. And that's what I care about. I care about supporting small business. I care about supporting entrepreneurs like yourself, because we saw how the federal government clobbered most of us during COVID.
Oh, we were shut down. Yeah, everybody had to wear masks. Well, luckily we live in Florida, so we were off the masks really quick. Once we found out that they don't work, we've got a great Surgeon General, and they don't work, and we're actually, the vaccines have been prohibited down here in Florida, because there's so
Thank
many
God.
thousands and thousands of people that died from them that you never hear it on mainstream media. I think there was 69,000 people died in the U.S. from vaccines. Last I looked at the paperwork. It's a shame.
I mean, the
My
truth
wife,
is, yeah.
my wife has something called non-tubercular microbacterium, and she got it from having a destroyed immune system, because she had to get the vaccine to see her 91-year-old mother in a nursing home, and because of that, because it destroyed her immune system, she got something that nobody ever gets before. But now they're seeing a whole lot more cases of it right now, and it's life-threatening.
I mean, this shouldn't have happened to us. It's the most horrible. It's just horrible that COVID ruined so much for all of us. That's
Yeah.
why it's so important to support entrepreneurs like yourself with Curativa Bay. I wish that you had put under your name Curativa Bay. It's Curativabay.com, and then you use my name, Corinne, Corinne USA, and their products are phenomenal. This can solve your acne problem. Their products with rose can solve your hydration problems. And then there's a whole list of other products. I mean, tell us your best. Like, what's your number one favorite for like just doing your dishes or other stuff?
Well, we don't have anything for doing dishes, but my number one favorite is my
Okay.
number one favorite is
Okay.
this is a age-defied cleanser. It's called Age-Defied, and
Okay.
I've been using it now. Like I said, I started looking at myself when I was in my mid-60s, and I was like, oh boy, I got to get something here. Now that I'm making these, I'm finding out what ingredients actually work. So I'm 70, and I think it's slowed down a lot of my aging. And then, because I look at my friends who are the same age and they look really old, and they're saying, what do you use on your face? And I said, well, I use this and this, but it's hard to get guys to do that, but I do it because it's sitting here in my office, and but the Age-Defied cleanser is amazing. You'll love it. It just takes about the size of a quarter on your hand, and just rub it into your face and let it sit for a little while. It's amazing.
I mean, men have to realize that they need to use skincare too. I'm going to tell all the sheriffs. All the sheriffs need to know that they have to use skincare too. The men out there have to realize that, most of our food is poisoned. Potentially our water could be poisoned. And so it's really time to take care of your skin, because your skin absorbs the most. So whatever you put into Curativa Bay products actually absorbs right into your whole system, right through your skin, right?
Well, one of the things I'd like everybody to do when they come, if they search for us on Google, look at the reviews. We have 100% 5-star reviews, nothing lower than five star. Most of it deals with our products and our service. Our customer service is second to none. We really do enjoy talking to the customers. And if we do anything wrong, or if there's something that they don't like, we don't even question it. You keep the product and we give you a full refund that minute. You don't have to wait
Okay.
around. You don't have to hear a voicemail and call back in 2 days and all that kind of crap. We don't do that.
That is so powerful. So I don't even have to insure the product myself. You will at Curativa Bay. Curativa Bay will insure the product. So
Yeah.
everyone needs to go out there right now and try this, because this is for men and women. This is for everyone to use. And you just spray it on your face. You spray it under your arms, wherever you want to. And this is very high level healing. So tell us one last time, Bill, because I'll have you on again. But I think it's really important that people realize that they have to take care of their skin.
Yes. And take care of and protect themselves.
So you're saying, yeah, besides taking care of your skin, this protects you from getting all these crazy sicknesses.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you too. We're at curativabay.com. And the phone number again is 727-742-6636. And we usually answer between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. 7 days. Sometimes if I'm playing golf, I might call you back. But we answer the phone all the time.
That is so kind. I appreciate that so much, Bill, because we have to stand up for entrepreneurs and small business and everything that the American dream was supposed to allow us to have. It's the most important thing. Okay.
Yep.
God
Well,
bless
thank you so much
you.
for having me on. God bless you too. And thank
God
you so much.
bless you. Please come back. Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Anytime.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I want to talk about something right now that's really important. I think that everyone needs to understand that it is time to get a satellite phone. Okay. And look, this is the antenna for the satellite phone. So it's really important to get these satellite phones because they don't work inside hotels and things like that. But when you're outside, if there is an emergency, these phones will work, especially if you're traveling all over the world. This phone will work. Okay. And the satellite phone you buy at sat123.com, it's hurricane season. And so right now, there are some serious things that could happen. This phone will work for you in any emergency. So you should buy this phone for everyone you actually love. Everyone in Senate has this phone. And there are tons of plans. You can go to sat123.com and you can call 855-980-5830 and buy one phone for everyone you love. This is so important. It might be really volatile right before the November 2024 election cycle. I really, really want to make sure that people understand how important it is to buy the sat phones for any emergency. The cost is really reasonable. You can do monthly. And once again, it's sat123.com because sat123.com supports independent journalists like myself who give you the real news. I'm going to bring in Sheriff Mack now because I really want him to sum up everything we just talked about with all of the sheriffs. Hi, Sheriff Mack. Sorry about the mistake before, but now you're in, so go for it.
No problem. And I want a bottle of that stuff that guy just mentioned. I didn't know his name. And I also want to go golfing with him.
Yes, he's in Florida, and I will personally introduce you to him because I think that, as men, you guys forget that you have to take care of your skin just as much as we women do. And he's got the key. The Curativa Bay is the key.
All right. Yeah.
Curativa Bay. I will text you his number. He's amazing.
Like
he gave his number
I would like
to
to get that. And I would love to go golfing with him in Florida.
And you want the satellite phone too. It's Sat123. You've got to have this. All of your sheriffs need to have this. Listen, this is why I brought you on today. I am so concerned about election corruption because since I met you in Virginia on Saturday at that event with American Patriots, I've had at least 10 phone calls of just people from Virginians telling me about election corruption that they experienced. So journalists like me, what are we supposed to do when we get all of the election corruption? We have to bring it to the sheriff in the county where the election corruption happened. So I think your role, Sheriff Mack, is going to skyrocket by November of 2024.
Well, it should. And by the way, I also sell those satellite phones on my website.
Yay.
So I totally agree with you.
Great.
Everybody should get it. Yeah. Anyway, it's
Have
the
you
best.
been in the middle of nowhere where Sat 123 works?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's the best communication insurance you can have for you and your family. So when the towers go down for cell phones, this will keep working.
Sat123.com, and they support constitutional sheriffs and independent journalists
Yes,
like
they do.
me. So I'm grateful. Yes. I mean, we have to sell
They do.
products to support what we do.
Correct.
Just going to your event, was a $50, $75 Uber ride. So I spend a lot of my own money, but I do have to sell products. So whenever you guys want to, go to sat123.com. And then, of course, Curativa Bay. This is the key because men have to take care of their skin. That's another thing, Sheriff Mack. I love to tell you stuff because I feel like, you're just such a high level person with respect to a guide. Like you become a guide now for people, and you're such a positive male role model. And one thing we do is we always look and say, where are the real men? And you are a real man. Sheriff Richard Mack is a real man. And so I'm grateful to know you. And you've steered me throughout this last year in the best directions. So talk Uncensored.
Well,
I think
you were at our event in Las Vegas on April 17th, and that was a tremendous training seminar, tremendous, what would I call it? Event with the national media. So CBS, NBC, CNN, they were all there. And then we had Russia Today and a news agency called Wired from London. And the Russian
what did CBS really do for you? What did NBC?
Well, I haven't seen anything from CBS yet, but okay. NBC ripped us a new one. NBC could only hear one thing, and that is what they wanted to hear. They couldn't hear anything else. They didn't hear anything about me talking about Martin Luther King and what he said about that we all have a responsibility to disobey unjust laws. They won't print any of that. That's how much a liar they are. But so even when I'm quoting the Rosa Parks catastrophe, that police officers in this country actually arrested an American citizen for not giving her seat to a white man. I showed the video of Rosa Parks getting arrested on the bus at that event. Did NBC say anything about that? Did they say anything about Sheriff Hamilton and Pastor Caleb Cooper talking about how Sheriff Hamilton saved his church and saved him from being arrested by the state police? This is exactly what we want our sheriffs to have done and peace officers to have done to Rosa Parks. Don't arrest her. The stupid people that arrested her had an obligation to escort her home safely, as I talked about what should have happened that day. Well, what should we be doing today when it comes to Amish farmers who are being arrested and having their farms and livelihoods and families destroyed by our own federal government and some state governments? I could list dozens of Amish farmers that I've worked with all across the country. David Hostetler in Indiana, Vernon Hirschberger in Wisconsin, and now Amos Miller in Pennsylvania, and Sam Gerard, who was arrested and given 6 years in prison by this crook of a judge named Danny C. Reeves in Kentucky because he didn't get permission from the King All High in Washington, D.C., the FDA, to make a salve out of chickweed. It's chickweed. It's not a controlled substance. They act like it is. If you don't get permission from the FDA, then you go to prison. That is not a crime. Not getting permission from the FDA is not a crime. And so now I ask the police today, why would we arrest an Amish farmer and put him
in prison. Why would we allow anybody to do that in our government, and especially this crook of a judge, Danny C. Reeves in Kentucky? What a horrible man, what a horrible American he is. And he swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, just like the rest of us. And I am absolutely ashamed of the justice system we have today. It is corrupt. It is political. It is two-tier. And just like, look at all the riots going on in our nation's colleges and universities. If that had happened by Trump people or MAGA people, this is worse than what was going on January 6th. But yet, look at the anti-Semitism going on. Where's the Southern Poverty Law Center? Why aren't they screaming bloody murder? Where's the IREHR? Where's the ADL? The ADL isn't even coming out against the anti-Jewish, anti-Israel, anti-Semite movement in these colleges, because it's happening from the left, so they won't do anything. And this is what hypocrisy we're dealing with. They'll come after CSPOA. They'll come after you. They'll come after Sam Bushman. And they'll come after amazing American patriots who are just trying to stand for liberty, who aren't doing anything wrong. They'll come after them. If you assail the way we're voting in America, if you will assail the lack of security at the border, and if you will criticize government, and you will tell them, look at the voter fraud you are committing by having illegal aliens come into our country, and now they're getting registered to vote. That, my dear friends, is election fraud, and it is harboring criminals and fugitives from justice who are coming into our country illegally. This is a plan and a scheme fabricated by the left and the Democrats and the Biden administration to make sure that they get a voter monopoly nationwide from the left. And this is a movement to destroy America and to take over America from within by increasing the voter rolls by about 30 million people. It is a catastrophe. It is a shame. It is a sham, and it is treason.
I mean, that's why it's going to be so important when journalists like me get the election corruption, and when American patriots identify where the election corruption is happening in November 2024, that we bring it to your sheriffs, because you know all the constitutional sheriffs in the United States. Out of all of the counties, there's what, 3,000? How many counties are there in the United States?
3,086.
Okay, 3,086 counties.
Mm-hmm.
How many constitutional sheriffs are there, honestly, that will take your phone call and say, yes, Sheriff Mack, we will do something?
Maybe 200, maybe 250, at the very most 300, which is not even 10%. So I worry about it, because we've been doing this for a long time now. And when we first started, we had many more sheriffs involved, but that was 12 years ago. And a lot of those sheriffs are no longer sheriffs. Some of them have passed away. And now there's a real fear going on amongst the sheriffs. They don't want to be attacked like I have been attacked. And they know it's a lie. I've talked to some of the sheriffs. I know they're lying about you, but I don't want them lying about me. I don't want them to hurt my campaign. And so I'm sorry, I'm going to call a spade here. The problem in America right now is we could have all of this solved, but the problem is we have just too many damn wimpy sheriffs. We have too many cowards that wear the badge. And I'm sorry, I am not going to suggest for one moment that it's okay to compromise the liberty of the citizens in your county or the collective citizens in this country because you want to be reelected or because you want to keep your retirement padded. We want good sheriffs to be reelected, and most of the time they are. but it's usually because they have the courage to stand for what's right. I'm not asking you to stand for me. If you want to throw me under the bus, throw me under the bus. But for God's sakes, keep your word, keep your oath, and defend your people from tyrants and tyranny, oppression, and the corruption that has saturated America from Hawaii to Bangor, Maine. We have got to stand for what's right. And if we had enough sheriffs doing this, it wouldn't hurt politically, but because they're so timid to put their foot in the water and test the waters, they're so afraid to do that, they won't do it. And yeah, I could tell you story after story about sheriffs who have done it, but I could tell you many more who have not. And we need a third of the sheriffs of this country, which means we're not even halfway there, what we really need to make sure that this would be irreversible and an irrefutable solution that's peaceful and effective. And so my hat's off to the good sheriffs like you just had on with you. One good candidate, one retired sheriff, and one current sheriff, Bob Songer. And he is a stalwart. He and Sheriff Darleaf from Michigan are the two best sheriffs we have in America. And I would pray that the rest of the sheriffs would humble themselves and see the necessity of standing for America. Sheriffs, all of you, have the power to change the course of America and take us back to our constitutional republic. If you don't do it, it's not going to happen, and there's no way to get it back. If you're not involved in this process, there's no way to get it back peacefully.
I mean, this is why I'm going so hard and heavy. Every episode I do, I'm going to try to have a sheriff on, or someone who's running for sheriff, or a retired sheriff, because the history, what we're going through right now in history, is looking so bleak and miserable. I have to give answers. So usually I give like the Bible as an answer at the end of the show, but now I'm going to bring the sheriffs into the mix, all the retired sheriffs, all the sheriffs you give me, anybody running for sheriff, because the sheriffs are the key. If we had counties where the sheriff would follow the Constitution, then we'd have resolution for election corruption and every problem we have. Right now, our biggest problem facing American patriots is actually the FBI. So I want to get into that because the FBI is out of control. Just at the event where I met you at in Virginia on this last Saturday, there was a couple there who got arrested by the feds in a really violent, volatile way. And I want to go through this. Does the FBI have the right to go and arrest American patriots without calling them on the phone and saying, hey, we're going to arrest you? The FBI just comes into your house at like 5 or 6 in the morning. They don't care if you're dressed, you're not dressed. They don't care if they traumatize your children. They hold you at gunpoint and they take all of your computers, all of your phones, and whatever they want to take. And that's the scariest part about this. The FBI is using the January 6th issue to take American patriots' phones, computers, to take whatever they want from American patriots. I have been witnessing this since 2021, Sheriff Mack, and the FBI is 100% mostly arresting, 98% arresting American patriots who are Christian, who actually believe that Trump won 2020. So this is all tied together. The FBI is using J6 to intimidate American patriots who expose election corruption. And that's why we need the sheriffs to join in this. Tell us, really, give us the history. Does the FBI have the right to come into your home without alerting and getting permission of your sheriff?
Well, first, the sheriffs should be working in tandem to put the FBI, IRS, FDA, EPA, USDA, DEA, on and on and on. I showed in my presentation, as you'll recall, a newspaper article from 2015, March of 2015, on the front page of USA Today, where DEA agents were never arrested, but they were investigated for having sex parties in Colombia. These DEA agents, dozens of them for years, are taking bribes from the cartels to have sex parties. and it was all provided by the very people they're hired to stop dealing drugs, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation of children. And instead, they're down there partying with the cartels and the prostitutes provided by the cartels. Not one of these agents was ever disciplined. Not one of them was ever charged, indicted, reprimanded, nothing. And that's the two-tier lack of justice system that we're talking about. And I can tell you, that's why, if you look at all the crimes committed by the FBI, going back way back to Ruby Ridge, Idaho, where they killed Vicki Weaver while she was holding her little baby, 11-month-old Elizabeth. And they killed the family dog, riddled him with a machine gun. And then they killed Sam Weaver, a 13-year-old boy who looked about 10, very small for his age. And they killed him, shooting him in the back. And then the next day, they, of course, killed Vicki Weaver. Then you have the 85 people, men, women, and children that were killed at Waco. And the FBI says, oh, that was Koresh's fault because he had a suicide pact. I've interviewed 5 people that were inside that compound, and all 5 of them said, we had friends and relatives killed in there. There was never a suicide pact from David Koresh or anyone else. If all 5 of them lost family and friends in there, would they have lied to protect David Koresh? No. David Koresh would be a murderer and would have murdered their friends. They all 5 of them said it did not happen. So now we have the FBI saying, we're in charge now. When they came in, we're in charge, not David Koresh. So they turned off all the utilities, and the only way they had to have light or warmth was kerosene lamps. So, of course, what does the federal government, what does the FBI do? Gets a tank and knocks over the walls. When you have kerosene lamps in there, what do you think is going to happen? Well, it started on fire. And these people, the FBI lies about all of this. And then get this. I lost my 3rd election attempt in Arizona when I sued the federal government. And I understand why people wanted me to go down the road, push me down the road. That's fine. I understand, because my lawsuit became very controversial. And most people in my county thought I was wasting my time. And they didn't want an activist sheriff. They wanted a sheriff. So I lost my 3rd election. Well, I moved back to Utah and ran for sheriff in Utah County, where I started my police career. It was supposed to be one of the most conservative counties in America. Well, I won the Utah County Convention 2-1 over my opponent, an incumbent, Dave Bateman. And the momentum was on my side. Both my opponent and I, at every public forum and debate, we both said that the election was going to be extremely close. The newspaper said the election was going to be extremely close. However, the FBI had a different idea. They wanted a different outcome. So 3 days before the election, they raided my office. My wife happened to be the receptionist, and she called me on my cell phone and said, the FBI and IRS are here and they want to see you. Well, this was a client a client of mine, and I had a little office where he had a big office and huge room. I had lots of other clients. He did something I did not know about. He was selling securities without a license. Had nothing to do with me. I wasn't part of that. But they served a search warrant on him, and they put my name on it. And so the newspaper had a great big old headline, big thing, Mac raided by the FBI. Well, I lost, and after that, I never heard from the FBI or IRS again. Never. So they really weren't wanting me to be brought to justice. They wanted me to lose, and that's what they got.
They got you to lose.
Yeah.
So now what? Now we're dedicated for the next 6 months to try to educate the sheriffs. You know, one of my greatest traumas was going to the Sheriff's Association meeting in Washington, D.C. They wouldn't give me press passes this last February.
Oh,
And If I
One of the
even said
great, I love that.
anything.
One of the greatest traumas you've ever
Yes.
had. But the last final thing, let me say this about the FBI and the sheriffs.
Yeah. Okay.
The sheriff should be working in tandem together nationwide and putting the FBI and all these other alphabet soup agencies on notice that they are to check with them when they come into their county to do anything, and that the sheriff will review the paperwork. And this was already settled in a court case in Bighorn County, Wyoming, with Sheriff Dave Mattis, where the judge actually endorsed this for the sheriff to make sure that abuses in his county by the federal agencies that come into his county would follow that program. So it's not like this never has happened. It has, and it was done pursuant to a court order. And so I'm telling you, if we're really going to protect the American people, we must protect them from all these alphabet soup agencies in Washington, D.C., especially the FBI and the IRS.
Okay, so let's get really specific then, because this is going to get really serious. Right now, there's a movement with American patriots who say they no longer want to pay their federal taxes, so that could explode. We also have the J6 political prisoners getting arrested, at least 1 or 2 per day since January. People think it's over. 3 years later, the FBI is still arresting 1 to 2 American patriots for January 6th since January of this year. And then we're going to have people like Tina Peters, of course, but any one of us is at risk when we expose the election corruption. And what I said before is that I'm noticing the people who are getting arrested by the FBI for J6 are 98% people who exposed election corruption.
Yeah. Well, they have, and every time anyone's arrested from J6, though, it just exposes more corruption, because the Constitution requires, when you're in one jurisdiction and being taken back to another, it requires extradition. The FBI has done every one of those arrests without a single extradition. And
Okay,
Washington, D.C.
that's
is
huge.
not the same jurisdiction as Sacramento, California. And these people get away with murder. They get away with breaking the law and breaking their oath. And I used to think there were still good people working in the FBI, and maybe they are. Every single one of them will just follow orders. And that's why the FBI needs to be completely revamped, if not completely abolished, along with the IRS. That's a bunch of bullies who do not follow the law, and they harass people to the extent that people don't know where to go except commit suicide. This government is so out of control and so corrupt that we have got to get Trump back in there, and we've got to get some law and order back in this country. And the sheriffs are the answer to that part.
What happens if we don't get Trump back in and we have to go to the counties? That's why
I'm glad that's the best question you've asked, or anyone's asked me in a long time. The sheriffs will be our only hope. And I have a book, The County Sheriff, America's Last Hope. Folks, get the book and find out. CSPOA.org. CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriffs, Peace Officers Association, CISPOA, CSPOA.org. Get the book. Get a copy of my Supreme Court decision. It's right here. You need to see this because it has the answers. And this is what we talked about over and over at our conference on April 17th, and where you saw me in Virginia. And still, not one time did NBC talk about this case or what I said. I talked for 50 minutes about what this case said. She didn't mention one iota of what I mentioned from this case. So this is the problem we're dealing with. It's so corrupt. The media is so corrupt. The federal government is so corrupt. Biden is so corrupt, and they all get to skate. And so the only solution that we will have that's both peaceful and effective, if Trump doesn't get back in, will be your county sheriff and county commissioners, all forming pockets of liberty across this country that will make the federal government irrelevant, make this corrupt government irrelevant. And I'm quoting James Madison. We can safely rely on the states to erect the barriers against the encroachments of the national authority. That's what we need, and that will be our only hope if Trump doesn't get in.
I mean, that's really huge because we're going to have to go back to the counties if Trump doesn't take back the White House.
Well, we should be
We're
doing
going
it right now. We should be
Yeah.
doing it now and getting prepared because it's fine to do it, whether he gets in or not. But if he doesn't get in, we absolutely have to do it.
I mean, that's why after you've dedicated your whole life to this, you can't just quit. This is the most important
I know.
summer. The next 6 months are going to be making and breaking our history of our freedom,
Correct.
of our right to have freedom. So you
Correct.
can't quit. You've got to work harder than ever. We're all already exhausted, but the thing is that this next 6 months until November
Yeah.
are really going to be important.
Well, yeah, and I've been traveling all over. Just a couple of days before April 17th in Las Vegas for our big event there, I was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and then obviously we had 3 days in Las Vegas, and then I went right to Virginia where I saw you. This weekend I go back to Florida again, and then right after that I go to help Kevin Henry get elected in Texas, doing a fundraiser for him. And so we've got so much to do. And folks, I can't do it alone. I hope that every one of you will go to our website and become a member of our CSPOA posse. We need you. This movement needs you. It's the only peaceful and effective solution we have left. And especially if Trump doesn't get in, it will be the only way you could achieve liberty and personal individual civil rights in this county and in this country. And we have to do it county by county. And in order to do it, you have to have a sheriff that is a constitutional sheriff that is committed to defending you from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That includes the FBI,
Afraid so.
includes the
Yeah.
CIA, the FBI.
They've
That is
they've made themselves enemies to our Constitution. I did not do that. It does not please me to say that. My dad retired from the FBI way back in the 70s. It doesn't please me to see this happen to the FBI, but it's a crooked organization. It's a political hit squad, and I've been a victim of their tyranny and criminality. I lost my career over these guys. I've never served a day in law enforcement since that day they raided my office, and they ended my career. That was all there is to it. And so now I've dedicated my life to my Supreme Court victory. The only time in history that sheriffs did this, sued the federal government and won at the U.S. Supreme Court. And I have the credibility with that decision. And I'm asking every sheriff in this country, if sheriffs sued the federal government and won to protect the office of sheriff, would you not want to see what that case was about? Come on, let's get together, let's wake up, and let's save America.
I mean, that is so eloquent and so well said. But specifically, what do we do? Do you think there's going to be an election in November?
I'm 50-50 on that. I think there still will be because they know they can cheat and get away with it. It is so difficult for a sheriff to be able to determine if espionage or sabotage in those computers that tabulate the votes, if it happened in cyberspace. And they'd have to really get an expert to be watching all the computers. And how would a sheriff be able to do that? And so what we know is that these computers are hackable. We know that the media and the government in charge of these computers will defend the results and call everybody else a kook and an extremist and a conspiracy nut and all this. And so they know now. They tested the waters the last two elections, 20 and 22. They cheated in both, not just Trump's case election in 2020, but many others. And it's really sad that we don't have sheriffs that investigated every election in every county. And even if we'd have had 500 investigations, but we only had sheriffs that investigated about six or seven cases across this country. 4 of them came up with arrests and positive evidence that it did happen. 4 out of the 7. So if we'd have had 500, we would have had proof positive all across the country that cheating was involved.
So when this all goes down in November, I mean, I'm praying that we have a whole team prepared to expose the election corruption with the sheriffs, because all the court cases, Sheriff Mack, all the court cases, and I hate to say this, but the Supreme Court just denied one of the greatest men, Mike Lindell, just denied Carrie Lake's case that Mike Lindell backs up. So it's not working taking the election corruption through the court cases.
No, and for anyone to pretend that there's not evidence there's lots of evidence of voter fraud. And it's astonishing that the Supreme Court could turn their back on it the way they have, or courts in the respective states as well. There's plenty of evidence, and in fact, San Juan County, California, arrested a city councilman for harvesting votes. They actually found the voter rolls and saw that 75 different people, supposedly 75 different people, voted from that man's address. Well, 75 people didn't live at the city councilman's address. You can look this up, folks. Look it up. San Juan County Sheriff arrests a city councilman for election fraud, ballot harvesting. And that's just one case. There's many, many others. And a lot of people went canvassing and doing the same thing and turned evidence over to the sheriffs. And the sheriffs didn't have the courage to take it. And they forwarded it on to the state, to the person in charge of the elections. Well, that Democrat's not going to do anything about it. Just like the Attorney General in Wisconsin for Sheriff Smaling's investigation refused to charge and indict the 6 public officials that did voter fraud that he discovered in his investigation that he had one of his lieutenants do. It was very thorough. I've seen it, and it was very thorough, and it was very professional, and yet the Attorney General wouldn't do anything about it. More election fraud.
That's why, I mean, you have the highest level news every single week. You're getting this intense news that mainstream media won't even talk about. And that's why I think it's so important to really give you a voice and watch everything you're doing for the next 6 months, because if we don't turn this around by November, it's going to get harder and harder, right?
Yeah, it's going to be. And I have predicted that 2024 is going to be a horrible year for America. Hope I'm wrong.
What do you think about Tina Peters? Obviously, Tina Peters' court case has been postponed until July 2024, and that is in Grand Junction, Colorado. Now, Trump cannot give her a pardon because he can't pardon someone in Colorado. He can only pardon people on the federal level. Where do you see that going with the Tina Peters case?
Well, it's astonished me that it's gone this far, because the evidence just is not there that shows that she had criminal intent to do anything. They're simply going after her because she tried to secure the evidence of the election after the fact. And that's not a crime. She was the county recorder, and she had every right to do what she did. And what was she trying to do that was criminal? Did she try to throw it away? Did she try to change the amount of votes? She did none of that. Criminal intent must be proved, and they have none. So this is once again the leftist mentality saying there was no voter fraud, but they're going to make her guilty of whether or not there was. So again, if you question, or even further, like she did, like Tina had the courage to do, try to expose some evidence, they will go after you. And they've done it all across this country.
So how do we make sure this doesn't happen to us in 2024? I think that's really important. People contact you direct, and then you decide which direction we should take this.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's so hard to determine this because of cyberspace crimes. But there are plenty of cases out there that show just go canvassing and get the voter rolls. These are public knowledge. You can get them. the people that voted and find those that had listed the same address. Everybody
Okay, so
turned that in.
yeah, this is my really deep question. Okay, this is really deep, and I'm just going to ask it in public. Let's say that Tina Peters hadn't been arrested by the feds yet, but she knew that she was going to get arrested. Let's say she decided to just go to Sheriff Bob's territory and say, look, stand up for me, keep the feds away from me. Would Sheriff Bob have the right to protect her in his territory?
Of course, he would simply say, show me the paperwork you have on her and I will turn her over to you. But one other thing he could say is, you guys have broken the law on every one of these. She must be extradited. Read your constitution about extradition. I'm not just turning her over to you. I want to see what you have, and then I will cooperate with you. But until then, she has sought asylum in my county, and I'm giving it to her.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to get at now. So, what you're doing is giving me goosebumps now because this is the key to everything. If you think the FBI is going to arrest you and you're an American patriot, you can seek asylum in a county with a constitutional sheriff that will do his best to protect you. I feel like this is going to happen to us on or before November. So that's why I want to keep track of everything you do, Sheriff Mack, because this is real.
Well, it is real, and we've never been faced with such tyranny and oppression and abuse and corruption. And I believe that the creativity of Sheriff Songer or Sheriff Leaf, and there's others, I think we need their creativity and their courage to help protect the American people.
Okay. Well, please come back as much as you want and give us updates because the sheriffs are the key in 2024.
That's right.
And people need to realize that they need to spread this word and they need to go and organize locally in their county and go to their sheriff and make sure that their sheriff is behaving in a constitutional manner. If people had listened to you before 2021, when all these arrests for J6ers started, you would have found a way to help them.
Yeah. And first of all, I told everybody not to go to January 6th.
How did you know?
I just know the subterfuge of the federal government. And I said, this is a setup. And it sure was. And
Wow.
I told everybody not to go. Not one single person from the CSPOA went to January 6th. No one.
That's why I'm sticking close to the CSPOA. I had my airline ticket purchased for me. I was living in Beverly Hills at that time. My daughter was about to go to college and she got COVID. So I didn't get on the flight. God saved my
Good for
life.
you. Good
I
for you.
would
I'm
have
glad
walked
you
all
did.
the way in. Yeah, I would have walked all the way in because I had been interviewing John Sullivan, Baked Alaska, Taylor Hansen, a lot of the boys that you saw that were there. I had interactions with them, and
Hey,
I
well,
thought it was okay. I didn't know.
I've got a 5 o'clock posse webinar from CSPOA. I've got to get to
God
that.
bless you.
But
Yeah.
well, I say 5 o'clock my time anyway.
Yes.
So I've got to get. But thank you, Corinne. Thank you so very, very much. It's good to see you again. It was good to see you last weekend, and it was good to see you April 17th.
Yes, and the real men are with Sheriff Mack. God bless you, peace. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Mack.
Bye bye.
Yes. I think that it's so important to talk about the role of the sheriffs because what happened on January 6th will happen again before November. There will be another high-level setup by the feds, and I think that we need to really keep track of what Sheriff Mack is doing. But I really want to juxtapose this because everyone needs to keep their health together, and that's why it's so important that I have my next guest on, Dr. Sherwood. It's really important that as we face these really serious issues, we keep our health together. You know, in 2020, I was pretty healthy. By 2021, my health was falling apart. And then in January 2021, I decided to move to Washington, D.C. to stand up after I didn't go on January 6th. I actually felt bad that I didn't go. I was so stupid. But in Washington, D.C., my health is falling apart. But Dr. Sherwood is saving me. Dr. Sherwood, you're coming to the rescue. And Dr. Sherwood is another stellar example, real example of a real man on the America Happens Network. We always look for the real men, and Dr. Mark Sherwood is one of them. So thank you for coming on today. I'm always grateful when you give us your time because I know you're so busy.
Well, you're welcome. It's always a pleasure, and it was nice to get to listen to a little bit of the last part of Richard Mack. He's a friend, and like him, I will tell you unashamedly, I told people don't go. You know, when you're in law enforcement, and I did that for 24 years before becoming a naturopathic doctor, Corinne.
Okay.
You get this, it's called a sense that says, don't do that. It's a dumb idea. And I remember talking to several people, that's a dumb idea. There's only nothing but bad things that can happen there. And I was thinking about the whole process. Some of those police officers there put them in impossible situations. It was a dumb situation. And frankly, when I look at this from the outside looking in, I told people at the same time I was mortified that people would actually walk past a no trespassing sign. Don't go there. It doesn't matter if the police let you in, just don't go there.
I did it by accident 2 months ago and I almost got arrested, but I knew what to say. I said to the US Capitol Police, you have to give me a warning because I couldn't see. It was becoming dusk and I was following Congressman Lauren Boebert up the steps of the Capitol. And then all of a sudden it was illegal for me to be on the steps of the Capitol. And so they almost arrested me, but I said, look, you guys are supposed to give me a warning. So they should have given all the J6ers a warning, and they really didn't. They have to give you a chance to exit and leave the property, and they didn't do that.
They do. And from the law standpoint, when someone is quote unquote trespassing, the way it works, and this is a general city, state, or even federal law, the way it works when you trespass, the persons that have the right to be there are supposed to have them or their agents, which can be a law enforcement officer, say, hey, Corinne, you're not supposed to be here. There's a sign right over there. And if you turn around and leave, fine. I'm sorry. Gosh, I took a wrong turn. Fine. But if you turn around and go the other way, bam, you made a decision right then. So it's just as simple as just following directions. And I wish that more people would have just done that. Emotions got high, and you talked about kind of at the top of our segment, health. When people are unhealthy in body, I can tell you they're going to be unhealthy in mind, and they're going to do and say dumb things. And I've watched this occur over and over again. People cannot think clearly when they're so unhealthy on the inside. And if we think that physical, emotional, spiritual health are not connected, we're just being foolish. And we've really got to get it together right now, like no time in our history.
It's time to get our health together because listen, I sound like a conspiracy theorist, which I'm really not. I really only report on news that I've actually witnessed and personally experienced, when I've interviewed the people. But the bottom line is that I feel like they're spraying something in the air. It's not the same since COVID. I feel totally different. And there's just something weird going on. And I can never pinpoint it. Of course, people believe in HAARP. They believe in all these conspiracy theories. I have no idea. But health is number one, most important.
It is, and I want to make one clarifying note of what I said earlier, and then we certainly go there. In the context of trespassing, if the door is closed, you can't break it down. Sorry, that is against the law clearly. You don't get a warning for that. If someone comes to your house and breaks in your front door and says, oh, geez, I'm sorry, but they're still going to jail. And that's the way it is. And so we've got to be able to think clearly like this and understand that no person is above making stupid mistakes, but having to deal with the consequences of those stupid mistakes. And all we have to do, Corinne, and many times in life is have the ability, willingness to acknowledge we made a mistake, even with our health, right? I have willingly allowed my health to go south. Okay, fine. Don't live in shame. Turn it around and begin to live in victory. And it just means making better decisions from this point forward.
I mean, I willingly admit that I let my health go to trash when all of my gyms were closed. I was living in Beverly Hills, everything closed. And my yoga class, I did yoga for 20 years with the most interesting women, every celebrity you can think of, from Gwyneth Paltrow to, I don't even want to name drop, Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston. We all had this yoga class, and it just ended. And so I was so angry. The anger was just sitting on me in 2020 that everything I loved to do was canceled or closed. And so by 2021, I said, I'm moving to DC and I'm going to fight this out, because I'm a fighter. And it's not what I thought it would be, but now I'm in DC. And so I'm dedicated to being here through the November 2024 election cycle to expose the truth. But my health is falling apart in DC. So your products are saving my life. And this is number one now. I'm obsessed with this now. This is the H2O water machine. And so it's called Kingdom H2O. And it's $200, but it's totally worth it, because you turn it on, look how gorgeous that looks, and you can use any water that you find that's healthy to drink. Obviously, you can't use dirty water. You got to use clean water. And you put it in here and you press it on, and it turns your water into this miraculous thing. So tell us about this, because when I drink this, I don't crave soda.
Yeah, it is a miracle. So what you're talking about there is one of our hydrogen machines. And so when you look at hydrogen, just as a little chemistry here, go back to basic periodic table of elements, upper left corner, smallest one of them all is hydrogen. That's significant, Karim, because hydrogen, because of its molecular size, can go everywhere and get into every space of the body, including into all cells and all mitochondria organelles. And that's a big deal. The reason this device is so powerful is because the little machine at the bottom there that separates the clear cylinder is a machine that via electrolysis creates hydrogen. And those little bubbles that you see coming up in the water that you put in the top is hydrogen being infused into that water. So it doesn't become H3O, it's becoming H2O with hydrogen in it. So it's H2O with H2 is what it is. And so the water, then just as you drink it, carries, and the water's just a carry, you have to have water to live, might as well make it count. It carries hydrogen into your body. And when hydrogen gets there, it actually goes into all the cells with one mission. This is where it gets cool and so fascinating. It quenches or diminishes all excessive free radicals, which create excessive inflammation. So all that said, what did we just do? We actually minimized and mitigated some of the aging processes and some of the sick processes by simply drinking water. One of the greatest things that we have available to us in this country is clean water. Other countries don't. So we're pretty blessed people. But when we have the ability to make the water even better by carrying hydrogen, I think, frankly, that every single person listening right now needs to have one of those. And it's not, and you can get those type of quote unquote machines for cheaper, but you're not going to get the quality. That sort of section, that segment at the bottom is made of titanium. There's titanium metals in there that will not leach into that water. Every one of those balls that we have are individually tested for saturation of the hydrogen within the water and for heavy metal toxicity. And they have to pass that test or we will not have them. So yes, indeed, I'm all about quality. I'm not about junk. And that thing is virtually indestructible. It's got a little USB port. It's not going to run out. And so I use mine. You didn't ask me this, but here's mine right here. I use it every day and use it multiple times a day. I've probably drunk 6-7 of those glasses a day. But it keeps me feeling younger, longer, and younger, older. And I think every single person listening should be using that.
I mean, this is key to everything. So you push the button and you let it hydrate, and then you open it up and you drink it, and it tastes better than soda.
Yeah, it's great. And, it, like soda is filled with carbon dioxide. So it has that fizzy, bubbly flavor to it. That's not going to be fizzy, but it's going to have the ability to desaturate out of there. So once you pop the lid, people want to know how long does it last? Probably 20, 25 minutes before it dissipates, maybe a little longer. And obviously, it's very good for you. That bottle holds about 8 ounces, so I typically drink it down pretty quick, and it's a very good thing. I think it's one of the tools that probably God gave us out there that has been far, far underutilized.
And this is why it's so important. I mean, kids love this. I've showed this to some kids. It's up to the parents if they want to let their kids buy it, but this is phenomenal. Kids get obsessed with this, and this will make children want to drink the water. So that's
Yeah.
very important.
It
Can I-
is. I've had numerous testimonials on that, Corinne, about people, letting their little young athletes who are notoriously wanting to go to sodas and all this stuff. And I was talking to a person just today that has a 2-year-old son, and the 2-year-old son, turn on the water, mommy, that kind of thing. How cute is that? And they love the colors, the blue light, the bubbles, and it sort of creates attention. And some parents are calling it kind of special water or healing water. And they like to have these little cute names for their kids to utilize it. But no matter who you are, I've seen many adults that needed to get hydrated more use it better. So whatever makes you drink more water is good. But then if you add the extra benefit of the hydrogen in the water that can create lowering inflammation across the body, I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
I mean, I think that's the biggest issue is that during this whole COVID situation, we're getting inflamed. My body experiences crazy intense inflammation, which sometimes is debilitating. But since I've been doing the Kingdom Fuel since April 1st, I've been doing the Kingdom Fuel. I haven't been able to go more than 3 days without eating real food, but I'm going to try to do 30 days. You have to build yourself up to this slowly because I have 50 pounds I can lose. I've lost 12 pounds. In
Oh,
1
good job.
month, losing 12 solid pounds is phenomenal. And it's been really easy. I have not felt starving because, what I do is really athletic just in itself. I have to run down the street and follow protesters. I have to jump over things and follow people in Congress. I even interview 4-star generals. I mean, I do wacky stuff. And so if I even told you what I did in a day, you'd probably think I was crazy. But one day, when we run out of things to talk about, I'll tell you what I did today because you wouldn't even believe me. But what I do is what you told me to do. I put this in a plastic baggie and I put it in my purse, in my camera bag. And so you do 3 scoops and I put it in my camera bag. It's called Kingdom Fuel. It's so yummy. It comes in chocolate and vanilla. And then I put it in my purse with the water and then I can just shake it up. And it's phenomenal. And it takes all of my hunger away because the worst thing is to feel hungry when you're in the middle of your business day because you get grumpy. And that's what happens in Congress. So I've been actually talking to different Congress people and saying, you guys need to buy the Kingdom Fuel because then you're not going to get hungry because the food in Congress is disgusting.
Well, I'm not surprised the way they behave. They behave like little kids that are sugared up on poor food. I mean, just the behavior is just abysmal and shocking. And I'm talking both sides of the aisle. It's disgusting. And so I encourage people to put real food. Kingdom Fuel is a whole meal. And people didn't understand it. It comes in a jug and it looks like a quote unquote protein powder, but Corinne, it's a whole meal. It has not only organic pea protein, and people say, well, why'd you pick pea protein? We did that because it's a less allergenic potential according to whey protein. Whey protein is fine, but whey protein sourced in America is not fine. So we chose an organic pea protein that also has organic greens and reds in there as well. We also added vitamins and minerals along with both soluble and insoluble fiber. And the fiber is key because that does keep people full. Fiber goes in the body and some of it's soluble, meaning it can gather moisture. Some of it's insoluble, meaning it grabs things and goes through. But when you have an adequate supply of fiber, you don't get hungry, you get full. So it slows down the transit time of that food and you can live off that stuff. And people say, well, is it expensive? No. 3 scoops of that, Corinne, equates to a meal that is $5. Yeah, I don't know about you, but when I look at meals across the Midwest where I live, data tells me the average lunch price is somewhere between $18 and $21. Lunch. That didn't say whether that was good or bad, But when I look at Kingdom Fuel, I'm able to get at least one meal for $5. And many people can't do 3 scoops because of the high fiber content. So like today, I used 2 scoops of that in my drink, and I added some greens and reds on top of that. I added some other things on top of it that I wanted to put in as well. But I do every day, and it actually is my first meal of the day, and I actually am very satisfied. And I'm glad to see and happy to hear that you've lost 12 pounds. That's pretty impressive. That's not unusual, though, when people get the right things in the body. So this is something we see pretty common.
I want to get stick skinny. I want to get as skinny as I used to be before COVID, which would mean that I'd have to lose about 40 pounds. And I feel like I deserve that as I get older. I deserve to have my body back because so many things that got taken away from us. And it's really important with the health issue. I have a trauma. I have a lot of trauma with doctors. I have a lot of trauma going into grocery stores now because the whole COVID situation, you know how many grocery stores I was kicked out of for not wearing a mask? I get trauma. Even in Washington, D.C., just going into a grocery store, a lot of the people here still wear masks. Okay. But it's worse than that, Dr. Sherwood. The Whole Foods in Washington, D.C. is basically cashless. So every time I walk into a grocery store in DC, I get trauma because there was a point where I couldn't even walk into the grocery store without noticing the fact that something was cashless or somebody was screaming at me to wear a mask. So now I don't even have to go to a grocery store because what's the point of buying their fruits and vegetables and all this trashy food that could be injected with vaccines or mRNA, or we don't even know. What's the truth about the food now? We don't know the truth.
We don't. That's the sad thing about it. I do know what's in that. I can't and don't claim to know everything. All I know is what I know. And then once I'm able to communicate that to someone, a person cannot make excuses for what they don't know. So in other words, we're not creating ignorance. We're creating knowledgeable people to make good decisions. And so I can't guarantee what's in our food supply unless you know the farmer, unless you know the rancher, unless you know the grocer personally. You're taking your chances. Do I think that all of our meats are full of vaccines now? I don't know. But I do know what they are full of. They're full of substances that are carcinogenic. They're full of substances that are obesogenic. And they're full of substances that we know create all kinds of other disease processes because our cows and that whole dairy industry, the beef industry, is subsidized by our government. You go right back to the governmental subsidization. They feed our beef with antibiotics and hormones. 3/4 of all the antibiotics in the world are used right here in this country on animals. And what you eat becomes what you are. And so when you look at this, it's like, I don't want any part of that. There are people up there in the city you're at right now in DC, and I've challenged them. They won't do it. They all take money from Big Pharma. Check their ethics report. All of them. Even the ones that say are doing investigations. Come on. It's a sham. It's a whole big old scam, and we're getting conned about that as people of America, and it really gets under my skin, quite frankly. So I'm about solutions, and so that's why we did that, because I can't make people change. All I can do is give people an opportunity to make a better choice, right? And frankly, that's what America's about, having a choice. And these yahoos over the last couple of years tried to take our choice away, didn't they? They took your choice away. They tried to take my choice away, and it's not going to happen anymore. Not at all. But nonetheless, to make the right choice, I encourage people to weigh out the pros and the cons. In Kingdom Fuel right there, I can vouch for that because I do put it in my body every day. Make no mistake about it. And my wife and I live this stuff out. So again, I've seen many parents introduce that to their children and make it fun. I've watched parents put little pieces of strawberry in there or berry in there and blend it in and make it a fun smoothie day. I've watched parents do this. This is cool. I've watched them create it so thick on a good blender that the kids can eat it with a spoon like a sorbet. I've watched parents create it so thick and put one of those tongue depressor things in there and freeze them and make little pops out of them. I've seen all kinds of creative recipes, and people can do that. and they can actually have fun getting healthy.
I mean, that's so important because what we're about to experience with November 2024, anything can happen. Were you educated before the Clay Clark show started? Were you educated? Did you know what was happening to us?
Yeah, I appreciate that question because a lot of people kind of assume or presume that we just kind of did what we did because of the Reawaken tour. Couldn't be farther from the truth. My wife and I started the Functional Medical Institute way back when, probably 15 years ago now. And it was under the pretext, and a lot of people know this story. My wife is a trained osteopathic doctor, board certified, top of her class, valedictorian. She is fellowship boarded in internal medicine and sports medicine. Okay, pretty highly educated. She's even a naturopathic doctor as well as not myself. I'm a traditional naturopathic doctor. And so my wife was in the system with this idea that she's going to heal people, help them, teach them. And sure enough, she did. She got people off medications and got them well again, and they didn't need to come back for those doctor visits. But whoa, alas, something happened. Her bosses called her in and said, hey, your payer mix is not what we want. Maybe you need to move on. And they fired her. They terminated my wife. And
What
so
year? What year?
That would have been 2011, 2012.
Okay.
And so at that moment in time, here she is without a job, without hope, and buried down. And I commend her for this because she sit there and there's a movie made about her life. I hope people can watch that. It's called The Prayer List. So you can find it out there everywhere. So The Prayer List, and it's a great movie. It's on Pureflix, I think, too.
The Prayer List on Pureflix?
The Prayer List on Pure. That's my wife's story.
Okay, The Prayer List on Pureflix.
Yeah, and even people can go to our website, Sherwood.tv, and you can find it through there as well. It's on several streaming networks. But all that said, to answer your question, at that moment in time, we got together and realized that we needed to start something different. So we started together the Functional Medical Institute. And actually,
What year?
That would have been 2012, I guess, now. And
Well, that's
so
before Clay Clark. So you influenced Clay Clark.
Yeah, totally. And we got kind of known for being the rogues around the area that just thought that the body could heal itself. And we believed that food was medicine. We believed that gut health was important. We were talking about leaky gut and hormones and peptides and all this stuff. And people thought we had lost our minds. But we knew we were right. We were convinced, Corinne, and we were convicted. Because when you get convinced and convicted, you're going to follow your passions. And we didn't try to make anybody change. But we just started following our heart. And before we knew it, we started off, I'm still in my offices right now. We started off, it was just, first of all, it started my wife. She was answering the phone, scheduling an appointment, doing everything herself, had no help. And then we hired one person to answer the phones. And then I came on, and it was just us. And I manned the phones one day myself. And we just kind of worked it and did our best. And then, we just kept building, and it kept coming, and people were coming from everywhere, to see what we had to say. And we didn't advertise. We didn't know how we'd do that. Right. And then all of a sudden, here we get into this February 2020 situation. And, we're thinking COVID, what? And honest to truth, we looked at our textbooks and we found that coronavirus was common to cows. Did you know that? And we said, whoa, if it's common to cows, how come cows aren't dying? They must have the answer. And so all we did is kind of go back through the normal physiology and the normal biology of this process of our immune system and the way it works. And we started creating protocols that were not based on medicine. They were just based on kind of natural substances, including like colostrum, which you source from cows. Go figure. And so we just started getting people better. And then I got to know Clay through that. And so the very first pre-Reawaken tour, Clay calls me and said, hey, and if you know him, he's very quick. Hey, two things. And it's funny, but he said, I'm going to have an event at my building. Would you come over here? No mask allowed. We're going to have praise and worship, and I want you to be one of the speakers. And without question, I was like, yes. And that was like March, I believe, of 21. And after that, 400 people showed up that night. Nobody heard about that. And I knew that the police weren't going to do anything. I knew they weren't. And I knew they couldn't because I came from there a few years before that, right? And so I knew what I was dealing with. And I told them, don't worry about it. You're fine. All they can do is threaten you. And all you're going to do is people try to bully you. 400 people showed up. Praise and worship came. Sean Foyt came and played. We had 3 or 4 people spoke. And the next minute I knew, he said, let's do it again. And that was the first event. Followed that was the first Reawaken tour in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. That's how it all started.
That is so amazing. I mean, the fact that you guys were in the same city.
Yeah. Yeah, who knew? And again, we get into this thing probably 3 or 4 months, Corinne, and we didn't have anybody die of COVID, and I was pretty happy. And we weren't going to close our doors because we were helping people. And of course, we're medical, so we're essential anyway. But we didn't call anybody names or go disparage anybody else. We were just trying to do a good job. And before we knew it, we had a couple thousand people that had came through here and nobody died. And I thought that was a good thing. And I was convinced. So we had several news anchors, kind of like yourself, that were coming here as clients. And I was friends with them. And I had the staff call them and say, hey, will you guys run this story? This is a cool story, man. You can not even make it about us. Just do it, And they were not allowed to run that story. And then I realized at that point we're up against something greater. And that just got us digging in more about studying more and trying to understand the human body more and trying to come up with solutions. So right then was kind of the switch to this, it's a kingdom mentality. That's why you get the kingdom line of stuff. We just want to begin to think different, be different, because we knew that things were never going to be the same again.
Things have never been the same again since March of
Nope.
2020. This comes to one of my favorite things I eat.
Yeah.
One a day. One a day hopefully keeps the weight away because I really deserve to be stick skinny after everything I do. But I think that since COVID, all of our bodies are changing, and I know a lot of people are experiencing a lot of health issues. Isn't it more than normal?
Yeah, America's health right now, Corinne, is in the worst position it's been in the history of the world. Statistically speaking, and I'm not talking about Mark's statistics, I'm talking about CDC statistics, their own stuff. We are growing diseases faster than we're growing people. That's shocking. Autism, the rate of autism was 1 in 40,000 40 years ago. Today, it's 1 in about 30, 35. Those trends continue, pushed out to the future. By 2050, it's going to be 1 in 2. Obesity. Now, between children of between 2 and 6 years old, obesity is 12%. We're predicted to be 100% obese or overweight by 2050 as a nation. Type 2 diabetes is regressing down to where I've seen children myself at 18 years old, borderline diabetic. Disgusting. Autoimmune conditions out of control. We have really allowed our systems to become so poisoned, so toxic. And the sad thing about this, Corinne, is there are people that are profiting off of people that are sick. And to me, that's the sickest thing I can imagine, to take somebody who's suffering and use it as a point of profit, a profit center. But that's where we are. Now, those bars you have right there,
The
we have a
Kingdom
cool
Candy.
name, Kingdom Candy with a K, right?
Yes.
One of them is a peanut butter chocolate chip. The other one is a salted caramel. Now, even though they sound like, taste like candy, and even though they're sweet like candy bars, they have amazing, incredible ingredients. Each of those bars has roughly 9 to 10 grams of protein. Each of those bars has between 8 and 9 grams of fiber again. They have actually vitamins, minerals, and actually vegetables in there. Wow. They have collagen, they have almond butter and things like that. And they're very tasty, very chewy, and they have 0 sugars. They're sweetened with things like monk fruit, which will not raise blood sugar. Corinne, I've put those in the hands of people too that are children, parents alike. And I've seen every one of them like both or one of those. And they're very, very good. So Why couldn't we begin to feed our kids those things? Why couldn't we make the sacrifices in this generation for the safety of our next generation? And so we're creating more kingdom products. We'll create more bars when we get time, but we're rolling these things out as fast as we can that are solution oriented to understand that people can do that. Now, those bars are cheap. They're about $3 a piece, give or take. And, you talk about satisfying somebody. This is important. We don't live on calories. That is a false statement from the pit of hell. We live on nutrients. Nutrients drive the body's systems to work. Calories are nothing more than theoretical units of energy. Nutrients do drive it. Calories are theory. So I want to make sure that I put everything into those things that I know how to drive our system. Those bars have good protein. They've got good collagen. They've got good sources of all kinds of wonderful nutrients for your body.
And you can throw them in your bag, in your purse, in your suitcase, and eat them, and your hunger goes away. This is so important because people are so busy, especially now. You can throw this anywhere and eat it, and it's phenomenal. I have run out of most of my supply because I've been passing them out to people. And the way you purchase this is you have to go on Sherwood.tv and then / my code Corinne, CORINNE USA. This is how independent journalists like me and people on the freedom movement survive. We live off of kingdom candy. And it's so important that people understand that I'm only recommending to all of you all out there to buy things that I'm actually using myself. Most people just sell junk. They don't even use it themselves. I will only sell things that I actually use myself, which is so important. And this is all going to come full circle because I'm so excited about the Kingdom Cup coffee. I actually bought a coffee grinder just for that because I always just use the plastic stupid, Keurig. And now the Kingdom coffee is in my refrigerator. The bottom line is that it tastes amazing. It's the best coffee I've ever had. I'm not going to Starbucks and spending $10. I want my Kingdom coffee. So now I have to figure out, how do I travel with the Kingdom coffee and the Kingdom candy and the power bar and the Kingdom cup, the supplement powder. Those are 3 things I have to travel with. So now I have to figure out how to do that. And then I travel with the water. And this will cure all of your thirst. I mean, I have to get this onto airplanes and I have to drink this pretty much 1 an hour is what I'm averaging. It's so important.
Yes.
And people need to really take care of themselves. All the sheriffs, all the people out there watching this, all the J6ers, everyone out there, all the moms, all the dads, everyone who's suffering, it's because of hydration. It's because of your nutrients. It's because what you're eating is not good for your body. If you look at ingredients, even Whole Foods, all these stores that say they're for health have been contaminated. Jeff Bezos, the globalist, owns Whole Foods. He doesn't care about us.
No, and this is fascinating. I deal with a lot of people who have this effects of COVID or have effects of having vaccinations. And my question is this: I'm not a fan of the vaccines, by the way. I want people to know that's the truth. I didn't think that forcing somebody to do that was part of the American way, and so I was very disappointed in Operation Warp Speed, the whole bit, the whole language. I thought it was bad. Nonetheless, could we be having problems because we have no nutrients in our system? Perhaps lack of nutrients is driving us to have these symptoms that we deal with. And I base that on studies that have been done, Corinne, on long haul COVID. And in every one of them, it is seemingly coming back to mitochondrial dysfunction or the inability of our powerhouse organelle of the cell to create energy for the cell to operate. Well, could it be that the powerhouse of the cell is not working because it doesn't have the ingredients to make energy, which are vitamins, minerals, amino acids, fatty acids, these micronutrients that come from the macronutrient food groups, protein, carbs, and fats? I would submit to you that I believe we are worsening the problem and probably even potentially creating the problem by eating high caloric, non-dense nutrient foods. And so perhaps we're looking in the wrong place for the wrong answers. And I can tell you without question, we don't have people that are connected to us in our clinic with long haul COVID. We have people that are living a life that is robust, vital, energetic. They're not dealing with debilitative issues for the most part if they just follow the directions. And you mentioned with the Kingdom Cup that we have, right? Coffee has a lot of health benefits. People can look on PubMed, and I know people can say, well, its source terrible. I get that, but there's some good studies on there nonetheless. And you're going to see benefits for type 2 diabetes, heart disease, blood pressure issues, energy issues, and even mitochondrial support. You'll see that on there with coffee. However, most coffee today is full of mold. So if we're going culture coffee, let's call it what it is, and we're going to pay $6 at something we call Starbucks, and we're going to get that coffee full of sugar, full of ingredients that are carcinogenic, obesogenic, estrogenic, right? And then we're also going to have mold on top. No wonder we're having problems. So Kingdom Cup is certified mold free. It's certified organic, and it's in a whole bean form. Why is it in a whole bean form? Because powder forms tend to accumulate moisture, and I didn't want to take that chance. So, just like you did, get a little grinder, they just a few bucks, you find them everywhere, they're cheap, and it takes you maybe 30 seconds to push the button, blend that stuff down, the beans come down, it smells great, it's a great medium roast, and it's got kind of a fruity tint to it. And I've had people that like it with, that's like sweet coffee. They had to put something in there. And I've had people, including my wife, say that's the only coffee I've ever been able to drink without sweetener because it's just got this nice, smooth tone to it. And it can actually help you.
And it's the perfect weight. It's like very lightweight coffee. I don't like intense coffee. This is like the perfect coffee, and you can put it in ice, and you can have iced coffee because it's beginning to get hot outside. And as summer rolls around, it's just the greatest thing to drink, and you can put it in your Kingdom Cup, and you can take it with you everywhere. Everyone actually needs coffee. Coffee isn't bad for you.
No.
It's the mold, right? It's the mold.
Yeah, coffee is not bad. Coffee has a lot of ergogenic benefits. It can create energy, sometimes improve metabolism a little bit. Certainly, there's a window of time where if coffee is your drink of choice, it can be a little bit of a diuretic, so you want to drink your water with it. So that's where, the Kingdom H2 comes in. But if someone wants to have a couple of 2 or 3 cups of coffee during the day of that, there's not any negative things that I can see. Now, if you have high blood pressure, because of other situations going on, caffeine can raise blood pressure. So you might want to be aware of that. But with this one, it's really a healthy benefit and add-on, and it's the right thing to do because I don't want to support some of that establishment stuff from those woke companies, because when you go out there and support it, all you're doing is funding it. But why wouldn't we fund something else that goes to the support of people? And I don't claim to be anything special. All I know is this. Like you said a moment ago, I'm never going to offer anyone anything to sell or use that I'm not doing myself. I don't care what price it costs me. That integrity has got to stand, and I don't want to lose my name by doing something stupid, because I've done a lot of stupid things in my life, man. And it's like, what do you say? We all have. But I'm convinced now that there's a way for us to be healthy by doing the right things and not having to pay our left arm worth. So we can actually save money, gain health, and in the meantime, hey, guess what might happen? We might just be able to save our country.
Because the healthier we are, the more we can stand up for what we believe in, because we'll have the energy to do it. And that's what the globalists, honestly, they realize that, because our coffee is polluted, our food is polluted, our meat is polluted, and we really have to focus on our health now. What I want to go back to is the fact that you were already on this path before Clay Clark approached you. You were already on this path with your wife.
Yeah, we've done this a long time. I mean, it might sound crazy, but when COVID came along, for a while, I was like, what the heck, COVID? I mean, is this like really going to kill a bunch of people? And this is a true story. We were flying back from Hawaii. We were speaking at a conference over there when March of 2020, and rumor has it we're going to shut the country down and close things down. You're like, oh my gosh, this is real. We were flying back from Hawaii, not knowing really what we were walking into once we got back into our business and things like that. And I remember sitting on that plane right next to my wife, and the word fear just kept popping up. Fear, fear, fear. And I looked at her honestly, Corinne, I said, no, we're not going to do it. I don't care what happens. We're not going to do it, because we've made it this far not living in fear through her job loss and people turning their backs on my wife and ridiculing us. We're going to go forward. And that's the truth, man. And so we were doing this stuff well before, and people have been coming to us for a long, long time. And COVID for us very much helped bring attention to persons that do what we do, that provide ways of healing. So, I look at things like there's good and bad in everything. Depends on the perspective of it, and COVID sort of turned the cruise ship over. People were on that cruise ship getting your little favorite ice cream and favorite dessert, whatever color you wanted. And it turned it over, and people had to learn to swim. Some chose to try to walk on the water and go meet Jesus, Some chose to try to do it on their own, and some were scared out of their wits' end. But it really separated what really was truth from fiction. And I think we have an interesting opportunity now in this time and season we're in, no matter what happens in the election. And I want, obviously, the Republican ticket to advance. I mean, no question about that. But no matter what happens, we still have an individual responsibility to ourselves and our families to have a good life. And so that's what we've been preaching, teaching, and educating for a long, long time.
And that's why I think it's really important that people go to the website sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE, USA, because the second Tuesday of every month, you have a very informative situation happening online. Online, you can sign up at sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and go for this very important, I love listening to them. It's going to be May 14th at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, and Dr. Sherwood and his wife come on and they choose a topic. So what's your topic for this next, the second Tuesday of May? What's your topic, Dr. Sherwood?
We're going to talk about hormones again. People can't get enough of that. So we'll talk about our processes, like what we do. And there's several processes we focus on, like I call it the big four that we have control over: sleep, movement, nutrition, and even stress management. And then we also talk about hormones and peptides and genetics. And so we run genetic panels on everybody and really learn that well. And then we wrap everything around sort of emotional, spiritual, even financial principles. But we'll focus on hormones for the most part, because people wonder about those, and it's been a popular subject, and people just can't seem to get enough of that because there's so much misinformation. And so we try to unwind that for people, and that's free. So on May 14th at 6:30 p.m. Central, that's free. And we generally have a couple hundred people there that have the ability to register for that. And they show up and they can ask us questions that are through a chat bar live, and we answer those questions, which is kind of cool. And again, we don't charge anybody for that. And if people say, hey, these people are all right, they're good folks, they seem honest and they answer my questions, and if I want to work with them, you can. And then at that point, you can schedule an appointment, and we have appointments set aside just for people that actually went to the webinar. So it's like people can get in within a month and a half or two. And if you know anything about what we do, to get in that quick at anything like this is virtually impossible. Most people have a 6-month, 1-year waiting list. And I suppose we probably do, but we figured out ways to get people in here quicker, get them in the process faster. And, and we've been blessed by it all, and people get better. And sometimes I don't know why they got better, but I'm okay that they did. And I don't take any credit for that, nor does my wife. We do maintain a heavy study load. We just got a brand new next board certification we just passed recently again. But we're about helping folks. And I want people to show up to that webinar and really have a wonderful time, ask your questions. And if you choose to work with us, we'd love to have them.
Because the most important thing is to go out there and take the blood test. The
Yeah.
most important thing, which you've taught me, which I'm trying to build up my courage to do it. I'm getting a little bit better, but I have a fear. I have a phobia of doctors since COVID. All of my doctors fired me through an email. It was so traumatic and said, we're not seeing you. And then in person, my gynecologist was screaming at me. And it was really traumatic. And these are doctors I went to for 20 years in Beverly Hills. They all fired me because I refused to take the vaccine. And, I lived for 1 year with no medication, no doctors, nothing in Washington, D.C. in the height of stress. And so I'm just recovering from that. So when I have the courage, I'm going to get the blood test because I want to know what my genetics are. But more than that, I want to know what my hormone levels are and everything. And that's why people need to go to you and get that done, because you're the most honest doctor out there. And I interview everyone. I mean, if I even told you I interviewed, you wouldn't even believe me. Because a lot of times the work that I do, is paid for by other sources. And so I can't say that I did it, but I really am a very behind the scenes journalist. And so when I find really top secret stuff, like yesterday, I found a couple in Virginia who were raided by the FBI for January 6th. But the truth is they were raided because they were exposing election corruption. When I find that stuff, I don't write articles because I don't want my name on the article, because that's how the feds really pick on you. I like to give it to other journalists. And so what I do all day long, I'm just chasing the next most banned and censored news story. And so that's why I really appreciate this time to focus on my health, to focus on your health, to focus on everyone's health, because we have to remember, if we don't focus on our health, we can't fight the good fight that we need to fight before November.
We can't, Corinne. And a lot of people don't understand how those two link. And I just want to break it down for people so people can catch this. This is really important. When you get, it's a herd mentality. When you get the herd mentality going the wrong direction, the herd will continue to stampede the wrong direction. But what causes a herd to go the wrong direction? It's the inability to know the right direction. But what causes the indecision? Many times we act so reactionary. We just cut bait and run. It's fight or flight. And that's the way we live. That's called hyper-stressed or hypercortisolemic. And we live like that. And it forces us to live in this reactionary brain, which is one side of our brain. But the other side of our brain is a side of the brain that critically thinks and processes with careful thought all points of data to make a good, reasonable, conscientious, critically thought out decision, which takes time. So you either react or you think about it and make a decision. Chronic reaction is driven by chronic fear. We are being perpetuated with chronic fear and bombarded with that. So we'll become in a herd-like mentality to stampede the wrong direction without thinking, without leadership. But make no mistake, there's leaders behind that that allow propaganda to permeate our airways. And we've got to know the difference, Corinne. And the only way I can teach people to know the difference, and this is just marked to the audience here, is that you have to calm down, chill out, think, and think some more. Weigh out every angle. Seek out sources. To use a line that we should have been using 3 years ago, exercise informed consent and really make a good decision on what you're going to do and live with the consequences. Don't let anybody else tell you what to do. You do your thing, man. That's the American way. That's the way we're supposed to live. And that's just part of the reason we want to continue to. I'm not going to bash anybody else's system. They may not think I know what I'm doing, and they may not think my wife knows what she's doing. But hey, people that come see us, they get better. And the proof's in the pudding, right?
The people that come see you do get better. And I know many of them because they call me and tell me. I've never met anyone, and I'm an investigative journalist. I've never met anyone who didn't get better under your watch. So that's really powerful because, we forget that a lot of people, I could tell a personal story, but I'll hold it for a second, because a lot of people are actually getting persecuted by their own doctors, as I keep on talking about. And so, you're not going to do that. You're going to listen, and you're not going to judge someone if they were there on January 6th. You're not going to judge someone if they're getting harassed by the federal government. You're not going to judge people who say, sorry, I'm not paying my taxes anymore, so I need to be in a county with a sheriff that will protect me. I mean, there's so much going on, and that's what I really appreciate, is that you're a real doctor and you're on the front line standing up for us, because we need the help now. I'm sick of doctors who go to Africa now. I'm so sorry to say this. This sounds crass. It sounds really crass, but I'm sick of doctors going to Africa. Like, we need it in America now. We're a mess in America. We need it now before November.
I think that we should understand, and this is some important factual things to understand, that I wasn't trained in the conventional medical system in ways. My wife was. That's why I've got a good understanding of that. But here's the thing: conventional, or what we deem to be traditional medical education, does not include how to keep people well. It includes and is focused on what to do if they get sick. And so what we're doing is we are expecting them to do something that they don't do and have not been trained in. And it might be akin to calling a plumber to your house and just assuming they know how to work on your car. Again, it's not true, and we get mad at the plumber because he didn't know how to work on your car. We have got to really switch it around and gravitate towards people that are true healers. The last I checked, and this is spiritual twist to it, but I think it's appropriate. Jesus empowered his disciples to be healers. He didn't empower them to go out there and prescribe medication. And I'm not saying medication is wrong. I'm not saying you can't do it in some situations. We obviously have medications that roll through our clinic from time to time. But ultimately, we have got to, if people are out there, they gravitate towards healers. And healers come in all walks of life, all phases of life, all sexes and colors. And find a healer, stay with them, and get from them what they have, and then go out and teach somebody else. And so my wife and I have just tried to do that, to be hope dealers and healers,
And you're succeeding, and you're successful, and you're helping everyone that I know. So I'm just so grateful. What's the most important thing just this week that we should focus on? Give us something to focus on just this week. I want to ask you a dumb, stupid question really fast. How much exercise should I really be getting? Because I realize too, I have a fear of my own sweat. I don't like my own sweat. That's my new phobia this week. I'm a hypochondriac. I used to see every doctor in Beverly Hills, but since COVID closures and everything that happened, I don't see doctors. You're my first doctor. So I have a fear of sweat. How could that even happen to me?
Well, like sweat. So this is the way to look at sweat. Sweat is what happens when your pores open and pull out that perspiration to try to cool your body. That's what it's doing. There's a purpose behind that. So your body's gotten hot. The sweat is a defense mechanism to try to cool it, to salvage you and to help you and save you, right? At the same time, when you do sweat, the added benefit we get from that is toxins can leave the body out of those pores inside of those sweat droplets. So there's actual benefit there to sweating. So again, I get it. The only thing that I would think that could be quote unquote fearful about sweat is the smell you get if you don't clean it up.
My
so
sweat
I think that's
smells
a good way to
good.
look at it. Yeah,
Okay,
so
my
just
sweat smells good. I just hate having to wipe it off me. So how much sweat do I really have to do every day? 21 minutes, 40 minutes? How much sweat do I have to have come out of me, honestly?
Well, your body will do that in itself. It's a natural responsiveness to try to cool you down. It's more of a problem if you're hot and don't sweat, because your body's not able to cool itself down. So that's really important to do that. There's a lot of antiperspirants out there that sort of are not full of lead and aluminum and things like that. So search those out. One of the websites that I always direct people to is EWG.org. That's environmentalworkinggroup.org. And they've got all kinds of cool data on there that people have done. So EWG.org is a shout out to those guys. They do a great job. But as far as activity goes, People need to move every day, every
How
single
many
day.
minutes? What's your
Um,
basic core?
I like to get people up there to between 7 and 10,000 steps per day, minimum.
Okay, so it's 10,000 steps. Okay.
Yeah, real
Okay.
simple. And then during the course of a week, I want people to give me a minimum of 150 minutes a week of dedicated physical activity or more. And
Okay.
so you can track that. There's a lot of kind of cool devices out there you can use. One is just a pen and paper if you want to, but I use this little thing called an Aura Ring. It's pretty cool. I
Oh,
also
my daughter has that. Yeah.
these are
The
cool, and
kids
I use
love
also my Garmin watch too sometimes. So I use both, and the thing that people can do this week that I would challenge them with is one meal every day, make it count. And if you want to use Kingdom Fuels that one meal, that's fine. One meal every day, make it count at least. Get one good meal a day. I want you to have more than that, but at least get me one meal a day that's got nutrients in it. That's a good start for everyone.
That is so beautiful. I appreciate that so much.
Well, you're
The
welcome. Alden.
Kingdom candy, I'm getting so much nutrients now with the Kingdom candy
Yeah.
and with the Kingdom fuel. It's changing my life. So please come back on Monday. I love
right.
having these talks with you. You're getting me through my phobias. And I think it's really important for other people to see this because I think it's important to see that there are good doctors out there that actually care about you. And wherever you are in the world, a Dr. Sherwood can help you. So go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORNNA, USA.
All right. Look
We'll
forward to
see
seeing you
on
next
Monday.
week.
Yes, God bless you. Peace. Thank you, Dr. Sherwood. You light up my life
You're
more than
welcome.
you'll ever know. God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Sherwood. That was the incredible Dr. Sherwood. You know, I had really, really have serious phobia of doctors. I keep on saying this, but I don't have phobia. I can walk up to any congressperson. I can walk up to any police, any FBI. I can go sneak into CIA meetings. I super don't care. I don't have fear. But all of a sudden, since COVID, I created this. I know I created it. I created an insane fear of doctors because I just feel like they all lie to us. So Dr. Sherwood has changed my life because you can't live without doctors, honestly. You really should have a doctor watching over you. And Dr. Sherwood won't take your health insurance. Just pay him in cash because the best doctors, honestly, don't take health insurance. So it's really important that you go to Dr. Sherwood, sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. Oh, I'm going to bring in one of my favorite people right now. I'm so excited to have her. And then we're going to talk to a father of a J6 political prisoner who's currently in jail, currently in prison. But I want to bring in someone who I really care about. This is Tina Blanco, and she has the greatest sat123.com. But I know, what do we want to talk about today, Tina? Because I love talking to you. You make me happy.
Yeah.
I
Thanks, Corinne.
love
Yeah.
I love promoting the satellite phone. It's my favorite thing to promote because people need to realize this is the only thing that's going to work when the world gets crazy, and the antenna is the key. So Sat123, because every independent journalist, including Sheriff Mack that I talk to, is sponsored by Sat123. And I'm just so grateful that you care about us because we care that all y'all out there buy a sat123.com phone right now.
Yeah. As you know, Corinne, the phone that you're holding and this phone will work from anywhere on Earth. Compared to cell phones, about 7% of the Earth. This got you covered. You literally carry your cell tower. This is your little personal cell tower. You carry this with you wherever you go on the planet. Doesn't matter if you're in Antarctica or in the middle of the ocean or desert. And this is the reason why the U.S. military uses it too. Not just because it works anywhere on Earth, Corinne, but also this phone is completely secure. There's no tracking. There's no one's gonna listen in. The military uses this because they don't want the bad guys to listen to them. So yeah, no, this is really, really cool. And the phone's about $1,300, but Corinne, we are offering them for free when you sign up on a 24-month agreement. So yeah, go to sat123.com. I think this is going to be the last week, I believe, that we are offering this phone for free. They are going to remove it because we are running low and they're very hard to get. So I think this is going to be the last week for this particular model. The other
Wow.
thing that, yeah,
I didn't
so
realize that. See, everyone in Senate has this phone. Sat123.com. So my goal was to sell it to people in the House of Representatives because there's 435 of them. There's 100 in Senate, 435 in the House. Everyone should have this. All of your children, your husband, your wife, everyone you actually care about should have this phone because you can use it anywhere in the world. That's the key.
yeah, a lot of companies own these phones because they know the security relies on this phone. So many Fortune 500 companies, securities have this phone. So those are majority of our customers are security companies, and then also, obviously the military and the preppers, the hikers, the people that go on boats and travelers. You should never leave the country without it, because I think we experienced this last year in Acapulco, where a lot of our travelers were traveling to Acapulco, a lot of Americans, and they were like, "Oh, go to bed. It's only a tropical storm." And within 12 hours, it became a Category 5. It took down everything, cell towers, it was looting, there was so much commotion going on. And we heard back from our customers, thank God for the sat phone, because it was the only way we were able to communicate to the outside world to get help to get out of town. So yeah, so satellite phones are really important to have if you're a prepper, if you like camping, if you like hiking, if you like traveling. You take this phone with you wherever you go on the planet. You will have a way to communicate should you run into any problems. And we saw what happened in Lahaina, Corinne, and when with the fires, what was it? Less than 5% of the um, the island was on fire, but 95% of the island's cell towers were down. And the only way you could communicate to get help from the neighboring islands was if you had a satellite phone and you were able to call out. So yeah, it is really important for you or for somebody in your neighborhood should have one of these. So this way your whole neighborhood is able to communicate out should something happen, fire, tornado, hurricane, grid down, hacking, just about anything. So yeah, it is really important to have the sat phone. The other thing, Corinne, if so the sat phone is $95 a month, but the phone is free. But this thing right here, this Bivy stick is actually $65.99 a month. You get unlimited satellite texting from anywhere on Earth. It works on the Iridium network, Corinne. So this will turn your smartphone into a two-way texting from anywhere on the planet. So if you're like camping or hiking, or if the service AT&T recently was their service was down. So if the service on your cell phone goes down, you don't have to worry. You just go to the app and you can text to anyone from anyone on Earth. And this also uses all Iridium 66 satellites. So this will work from anywhere on the planet. And I like this. A lot of hikers love this, campers. Dr. Sherwood should get one of these. So yeah, because he just said he had a Garmin. Garmin pretty much works the same way, except he's got a Garmin watch, and Garmin watch is also a two-way communicator. By the way, we also carry Garmin if you're interested in Garmin product. This is very similar to Garmin, but I do like this better. I love the fact that this gives you a map off the grid. So in case you get lost, you'll be able to find your way back. And also has an SOS, Corinne. You can pre-program 5 messages. Should you have an emergency and you can't text, or something happens, you get lost, stuck, whatever, you just press your emergency, and the 5 people that you chose, that you trust, will get the message that you pre-recorded with your location. And then so they can send rescue to rescue you. You can also set up rescue with Bivy as well before you go, in case something does happen. So this one does have that. The video on how to use this, very simple, 6-minute video. Go to sat123.com. Right under the bivvy, there's this video that shows you how to use it. It is so easy. My mom figured out how to use it. She's in her 80s. So anybody can figure out, if you watch the video, we have made it so easy to understand, and how to download the app and how to start using it to communicate. Plus, if you have a signal and you want a private communication, well, there you have it. This communication through the Bivvy app is through satellite, so it doesn't go through the cell service, so it is private. So if you want to talk privately to loved ones or just anyone, and because you have unlimited texting, you can always use it for just about anything or anytime.
That's really important. And then, of course, the batteries,
Yes.
all the accessories. But we want to talk today about generators, because the electricity can go out at any time. I've had 2 instances already this year where I've gone for like 12 to 24 hours without electricity, and it's really scary. It's a very scary experience, just the fact that I can't even work or do business, but it's scary to not have any electricity because you can't see anything at night.
That's right. Corinne, so that would be beready123.com. Beready123.com. We have put together some amazing packages, Corinne, with the battery pack and generators. So the bigger the generator and the battery pack and the solar panels are, the better, the more you have. So that particular one can power up, your small electronics, like a toaster, small kitchen appliances. I believe you can plug in about 4 or 5 items at the same time. And then, so you also get the solar panel, so you can have it. So if the grid is down, you can use the sun's or the light energy to charge it while you're using it. And then it goes from that, and then it goes as high as powering your whole house should the grid is down. And we have put together a bunch of packages, Corinne, up to like 40-50% off. And there's your solar panel, Corinne. I think that's 120 watt.
What I
And
love about this is that it comes with the bag, so you can travel with it. I have to go to a graduation. My daughter's graduation is in 10 days, and I have to go there. And just in case the pro-Palestinian protesters attack her college, because they're attacking all the colleges, I'll be ready, because I'm going to have this with me just in case we need it.
yeah, and you can charge anything with that. You could charge your phone, your computer. I mean, pretty much just about anything. And it's got all the connectors, so that you can plug in anything you want for it. And one of the things that you notice on that, it is not very heavy. Most solar panels weigh about that strong, weigh about 30 to 40 pounds. That one weighs, I believe, about 10 pounds. Corinne, what do you think?
I mean, it's about 10 pounds. It's so easy to carry.
Yeah, and it
Easy.
is easy to carry. I mean, it's made of really high quality, and it's indestructible. I mean, this thing can go for years and years for you, and power, charge pretty much anything. You take that when you go camping, when you go hiking, or whatever, to charge pretty much anything by the sun. So it is really, really nice to have, Corinne.
And you just open it up. It's so easy. You just open it up and put it in the sunlight. It's so simple. It's totally portable.
That's
This is
right.
so unique and so important for people to understand that this is what you need in case there's any emergency you face. So you should have one in every house. You should have one in your RV. You should honestly have one in the back of your car just to be prepared, because anything can happen before November 2024.
That's right. That's right. And yeah, I mean, I carry it with me. I put I built like off the grid office space right outside my house, and it's powered by the generator and the solar panel that you have, and I just leave it out there. So during the day it just charges, and then my my computer and my lights and my AC units are good enough, and I've never had to need electricity for it. So I just use that.
I love this too. I love this one.
Yeah, that's a small one. So that one will power up like your satellite phone. It will charge your, any smartphone, computer, an iPad, any kind of small equipment. Where the other one, Corinne, the bigger one, that will actually charge the big generators that customers can purchase. Yeah,
So you need all three, honestly, to be
yeah,
safe, because we really need to be safe this year. It's getting wild out there, starting in the colleges. Obviously, it's always been wild in Washington, D.C., but it's getting wild. We don't know if this could be another summer of love where there's tons of protests, and you have to be ready for anything. So important to know that. I'm being
yeah,
told that June 6th is going to be a big issue, but I don't want to promote that too much because I don't want to scare people. But this really is important to have something to make sure that your phone works. If the electricity doesn't work, if an emergency happens, you need the generator, you have to have light. You can't live on firelight. It doesn't work. I tried. You have to
right.
have, you have to have a generator. You have to have everything solar powered and be prepared for anything that can happen. That's the
That's
most
right.
important thing now. So be ready. 1, 2, 3 is the key to everything. And the way you have it packaged is so simple and so easy. Everything's so simple and so easy to find on
Yeah.
beready123.com. It's a joy to go through. I want everyone to go to beready123.com right now and look at how simple everything is. It's everything you need because Tina picked it herself. This is you pick these things and put them on the site because you know what people need in an emergency.
Yeah, that's right. Your June 6th, are you concerned that the hurricane season starts in first week of June? That's what I'm concerned about. So I'm in
Yes.
Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, the
And we've
hurricane
had
season
some
starts in
pretty,
Florida. Yep.
yeah, we've had some pretty busy hurricanes recently where we did lose electricity in the town that I live in. I live close to I live in close to Venice, and yeah, it's pretty scary.
When you lose electricity, everybody thinks that, oh, it's no big deal. But by the time it becomes dusk and you realize you don't have any light, you can't remember where anything is. And so you've got all the flashlights, you've got everything people need, and you have it all organized in like a really easy way for people to go onto beready123.com. But what I really love is the backpack. Can I talk about the backpack?
Okay.
I mean, I love talking about the backpack. Or do you want to
So
stick to?
that's, yeah. So you
Yeah.
can go to beready123.com and get the backpack as well. The backpack is like the ultimate grab and go bag. It's got the bivy stick in it, and the bivy stick is paid for 36 months. So you don't have a bill for 36 months. It also has a smartphone included, and the smartphone and the bivy stick, Corinne, if you notice when they come in, they're inside the Faraday bag. So should we have an EMP attack, at least you'll have one smartphone that will work, and then you've got one satellite communicator that will work, so that you'll be able to communicate with the friends and family that are outside of the area that where you are. Because I believe when we get these electromagnetic attacks, that it's not everywhere. It's in certain areas. So yeah, so there you have yours. So that should always be kept in a Faraday bag with your bivy stick, unless you go camping or hiking, you can take it out and use it. But when you're done using it, put it back in the Faraday bag. And we also do carry the Faraday bags. So if you want to just get the Faraday bags to protect your electronic, to protect yourself from EMP to EMF, from being tracked. So one of the things that's like, okay, well, what if there's, on January 6th in 2020, had you had your cell phone inside that bag, nobody would have knocked at your door, because that keeps you private. When you power your phone off, Corinne, it takes up to 72 hours and you're still being tracked before the phone completely shuts off. They've got a low power battery inside these phones that continues to stay on. But the minute you put the phone inside the Faraday bag, it is completely blocked from anyone being able to track you. Also, I mean, it's just kind of nice to just not have, anybody tracking you. What if you've got somebody that's a stalker or whatever? It's really nice to be able to just kind of disappear. I like to do that once in a while. I just put my phone in a Faraday bag, and then when I take it out a few hours later, my friends and family call me and I'm like, "Where'd you go? Where'd you disappear? Did you go off the grid?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was at home off the grid, but all I did was put my phone inside the Faraday bag." So yeah, so we do carry those. Faraday is you can go to FARADAY123.com. We've also made it easy to purchase a Faraday bag for your satellite phone, your cell phone, your iPad, iPhone, smartphone, whatever you have. Yeah, so that's really, really nice to have.
So you just throw it in the Faraday bag, and there's different sizes of Faraday bags.
Right.
So you could have
Right.
one for your computer, you can have one for your phone, you can have one for your iPad, you can have one for all your electronics. But better than that, it's very protective, because when
Yes.
you travel, when you do things, you should have one of each one of these Faraday bags for each one of your electronics, so that they don't get hurt in case something does happen, especially through the TSA and the airports. I don't trust TSA anymore. I mean, I never really did, but now I really don't. I really don't
Yeah.
trust TSA after this last time going through them. They just don't care what they break. They broke so much this time
Yeah.
around us traveling. They broke a suitcase. They don't care. They could care less what they break. So that's a big issue, is that you put your electronics, you put things you don't want anyone to break in the Faraday bag, and then you're organized and you're prepared at every you're totally ready. You have to be ready for anything that happens.
That's right. And coming soon, and we'll probably start taking pre-orders. I think we're gonna have them by June. Corinne, you'll be able to purchase a backpack that is Faraday and bulletproof. So you'll be able to put all of your electronics inside your backpack, and you have a bulletproof backpack for safety. And one of the benefits of that, even like your laptop, your computer, Corinne, look, if you work from home and you've got a company computer, the company's still tracking you after you're off work. They still know, they can still know what you're doing, but so you just shut the computer after you're done with work, put it in a Faraday bag. Nobody tracks you. All tracking stops. That is a face mask. I love that. I carry that with me. And the reason why, that's got like 7 layers of activated charcoal. So if there is some kind of attack, smoke, where anything, I travel a lot, and that's the reason why I keep it with me, because most of the plane crashes are usually people die from smoke, not from the crash. So I carry one of those with me, and I always say, if I ever use it, I'm going to feel so bad for the people around me. But it buys you about 10 minutes of breathing. That is inside the bag as well. It's got 7 layers of activated charcoal that filters the air that you're breathing, so you'll have time to escape the smoke, any kind of an attack that's gonna launch to attack your lungs, whether it's fire or chemical or anything. And that's the reason why I keep that. It's very small, very tiny. It weighs almost nothing, but it's really, really nice to have. But that is in the bag as well.
I mean, that's why buying the pre-made bag is so important, because you also have blankets, you have rain jackets, you have everything you need for an emergency. So you have it ready. You buy one backpack for each person that you care about, especially your children, your husband, your wife, everyone in your family. This makes a great birthday present for someone who has everything, for anyone you care about. They need to have this backpack because it's so easy. You just throw it on you, and or you keep one in your RV, one in your car, one with everyone that matters to you, and it includes this incredible knife, which obviously is a one of a kind knife.
That is a survival knife designed by Mike Adams, Health Ranger. I think you know who Mike Adams is,
Yeah.
Health Ranger. And he designed it, and knife was made here in the USA by Dawson Knife. So that is an amazing survival knife. You'll be able to use it in case you have to dig to build a shelter, cut wood. It is so strong. It will never rust. It is made with an amazing material. It will not break. Mike thought of everything on that knife. This knife, I think, run for about $300 to $400. So that's the reason why the bag is about $3,000, but just the bivy stick with 36 months of payment is worth nearly the $3,000. I think the value of the bag is closer to about $4,500, but we have it for $2,999. And for birthdays, Corinne, men love this. Father's Day gift, that is like the best Father's gift you can possibly get a person. I got them for my employees during last Christmas, and almost every woman came to me and it's like, my husband loved it. So yeah, so it's really cool. It's also got an electric lighter, so you'll never run out of charge. So you just plug it in.
Father's Day is coming up, and
I know.
oh my
I
gosh,
know.
this
We'll
year
have
is
to.
already falling
Yeah.
away.
We'll have to do like we'll have to like put everything and show everything just before Father's Day, because that is the best Father's Day gift you can possibly get. That pots and pans, so that in case you need to boil water, although there is a life straw in there, so you could drink water from anywhere. But in case you want to go further and boil the water, we all know you can survive without food for up to 21 days. So we're not trying to put any food in there, but you can't survive without water for a very long time. That's the electric lighter.
Found the
it's
lighter. Yeah, there's so much in this backpack.
Yeah.
It's like amazing.
Yeah. So you'll never not have fire, because fire is so important. If you grab the bag and go and you need to build a shelter, you will need a fire. Yeah, an emergency bag and all kinds of stuff in that bag. So yeah, flashlights. I see everything that you're taking out.
I love
Yeah.
all that stuff. It's amazing. I'm trying to find the water purification system, but there's tons of flashlights. There's everything you need in case the shit hits the fan, which could happen at any time. When you look at what's happening in the news, it's just shocking. The news is just shocking. And so you have to be ready. So Be Ready 123 is the most relevant website I think you can go to, because it gives you everything you need. And Tina got all of this stuff. She puts this all together for you. So you didn't have to think about it, because how would you ever know how to buy this? The life straw. How would you know how to do this? This is in the backpack.
No. Yep. There's also a raincoat, blanket, tent, a sleeping bag. And Corinne, we forgot the most important thing is there, and that is silver. There's also like I think 8 or 10 pieces of silver that's in there. So in case you need some spending money and you just grabbed it and go, and you've got silver in there to be able to use. They're just a bunch of 1 ounce silver pieces that we put in there. So we pretty much thought of everything that you would need in order to be able to survive in case somebody knocked at your door and said, you have to go. Something is happening. You grab the bag, just make sure your important paperwork, your passport, birth certificate, whatever are in the bag, and then you just grab and go, and you'll be able to survive for quite a while, and it pretty much anywhere with the bag.
I was at an event in Virginia with the constitutional sheriffs on Saturday, And I was telling everybody about this backpack because, you know, people have to begin to realize that they might have to walk to get to safety. People are not in reality about how close we are to a very serious war. People don't realize how serious the news is, and that's why I like to take a break from the news and go through all this, because I want people to be ready. And that's why Be Ready 123 is so relevant. And you have the map. You have to have a map of every state.
If the grid is down, what are you going to have to be able to look for directions, find your way around? Is a map, and those are so hard to come by these days. It's how all the map companies have pretty much gone out of business because nobody is buying maps. But maps are extremely important. You know, I'm old enough to know better. That was my GPS back in in the 80s and 90s. That was the only GPS we had. We didn't have any computer GPS at the time. So yeah,
I like
so
it better using the map. I really enjoy looking at everywhere I'm going and what I'm doing and researching it. I like the map. I think that we're too dependent on the iPhone. The iPhone is compromised, and people need to actually start detaching themselves from the iPhone. It's very important to get independent from the iPhone. Just now today, just in the show, Tina, I wasn't even trying to text someone, and my iPhone started tape recording me talking on the show and then texted it to someone that I didn't even want to text it to. So the iPhone is doing weird stuff, and it's time to get independent of your iPhone.
yeah, and as you know, and we can talk about that next time because I know that we got to go, Corinne. But we do have phone123.com for secured phone. We might as well mention that as well. So thank you for allowing me to mention that. And that's where you can get a secure phone that is that's not going to just send messages. The messages that you send will only be read by the person you send them to. The call that you make on the phone that you get from phone123.com will only be listened to the person that you're communicating with. Nothing is stored anywhere. The only place where anything is stored is on your phone. Once you delete it, they're gone forever. So it's phone123.com for the security. We're very much into security, and that's the reason why we're into satellite phone and then the prep world. And that's, you know, I was talking to a lady today, Corinne, and she said she was out of electricity for 2 weeks last year in Oregon doing a freeze. And I'm like, how did you survive? She's like, oh, we just cuddled by the fire for 2 weeks. I'm like, wow, that's rough. You should be more prepared. And you know, so she got generators and everything now and solar panels. She's more prepared should this happen again. But we shouldn't wait for something to happen to be prepared. Be prepared now because things are happening. Look, this is an election year, Corinne. Something is going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be on June 6th or June 7th or, you know, October. But something is going to happen. This election, something will happen. They brought COVID last time. We all know that's what happened. COVID was brought in. This time it could be anything. So yeah, well, I mean, it's just the craziest, and they got us all to wear these masks.
And they got us all under control. So that's why it's really important that you actually get the phone. When you get the phone, and you can get it in the backpack or you can buy it separately, you go to phone123.com and you hook up the service, because the phone123.com service is cheap. It's $35 to $55 a month, and it's phone123.com. And Tina is promising us that she's not going to let the US federal government use this against us, which is what's happening. If you've listened to all of the J6ers and everyone who's been getting arrested, people are getting arrested for conspiracy now, which means that you just talk to your neighbor and you say, hey, neighbor, let's do this. They can charge you with conspiracy for any reason now, the federal government. And they've set up all this case law against American patriots. It's time not to live in fear, but get the things you need so that you have privacy, because it's not okay that we're getting spied on 24/7. If you use the iPhone and you take photos, the government has access to that. Anything you do, the government has access to. That's why you have to go to companies, phone123.com, and get their service. because that's the only way to make sure that you're supporting an American Patriot company that will support you, and their customer service is phenomenal. You have the best customer service, Tina.
Thank
You
you.
got the best
Thank you
team.
so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Corinne.
Yes.
Yeah, and Corinne, not to mention, Apple is looking at all your photos, because if you notice, they'll send you movies that they made off of your pictures. And you're like, did someone just sit there and look at all my photos? What if you have photos of your grandbabies? That's disgusting. Or your kids. For some guy to be sitting there looking at your photos. What if you have your medical card, your blood work, your anything? I mean, it's just kind of disgusting that someone at Apple is looking at your photos and making movies for you and say, "Hey, I made you a movie. Remember 10 years ago or 5 years ago or 4 years ago?" I'm not sure if you get them, but when I was getting them, I was like, yeah, I don't want anyone looking at my photos. So that's when, I stopped. And it took us 2 years to put this company together, which is called Connect to Mobile. We just made it easy, phone123.com, Corinne. But we're fine. We're there. And this is so secured. It is the only secured mobile company in the US that you can get. And it's the max security that you can possibly get. And so the phone is included also at no cost, Corinne.
With the backpack and with the service.
With
You
the
get
service, when you get the service. Yeah, when you get the service on phone123.com, select the plan, the phone's included. You can get higher end phone. There's some phones that it's so cool. It is so secured. It is $1,500, but it is extremely secured, and it's not made in China. It is made in Finland, and the security features on it are unbelievable. It's de-Googled. And so you get the most privacy. You can set your phone after the text messages that you sent, after 10 seconds or 15 seconds after they're read, they automatically erase. I mean, there's just so much security that
that's
we have.
huge. Okay.
So would love to share with you and get you some training on those phones sometime, Corinne, when you get a
Yeah, the
chance.
phone is the key to everything because we live on our phones now. So you really
Yeah.
can't function without phones. You need at least 2 phones now. Not even 1 phone. Everybody has 2 phones now because everything we do is on our phone. And that's
Right.
really serious
Yeah.
now. So you should have 1 phone for privacy, 1 phone that's private, and then 1 phone with your apps, and 1 phone that you don't care if the feds are watching you or whatever they decide to do to us, because
Yeah.
things are getting worse and worse. And as
Yeah.
we enter into the election cycle, it's going to get serious. But before that, we have hurricane season, we have earthquake season, we have protesters closing down and stopping college graduations. I mean, if you have a child on a college campus, you have to make sure that they have a phone. You have to make sure they have a bevy stick. You have to make sure that they have chargers. You have to make sure they have a backpack in case they get bullied by other college students. Our colleges used to be the safe place to go, but when you watch the footage that's coming out of the college campuses, students are getting bullied. And this is
Yeah.
happening also in high schools. So all of your children should have this backpack. This is
Just make sure you take the survival knife out.
Okay, yeah, for the people under 18, what's the age? What's the rule about knives?
Well,
I've never-
it's you know, the survival knife is, yeah.
But
That's
this
a
is really good
pretty,
for cutting watermelon. This is good for cutting. You can just put this in your kitchen and use it. If you buy the backpack for your child, you just take the knife out and you put it in your kitchen and you use it because it really works. And this is, listen, if an emergency really happens, I'm in Washington, D.C., I have to take my backpack. This is going to save my life. And I'm going to have to steal a bicycle because I don't even own a bicycle. I'm going to have to steal a bicycle, which I hate even saying, but I would have to do that and try to bicycle 30 miles to my girlfriend's house outside of Virginia and hide there, and then the next location and the next location. And that's why you have to have things prepared. You have to have this prepared. You have to be ready. 123.com. It's the key to life. Anything can happen.
that's right. And you can use that knife to cut the chain for the bike.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I cannot. I was talking to someone. I had this on the show another day, and someone in the chat was saying, you have to steal a bike, and I'm like, I don't steal things. I don't want to steal a bike. But if the shit really hits the fan, I mean, you have to do what you have to do to survive. And there's tons of bikes everywhere. I would give them the money back for it. It's not about that. But if you need it, you need it, and then you use the knife to protect yourself. Because honestly, I'm a girl. I don't really have anything to protect myself. And then I get to a location 30 miles outside of DC, which I could bike to. And you decide what your next location should be in your next location, because I live in a city where anything could happen at any time, and the pro-Palestinian protesters are getting wild. I'm already getting stalked by Antifa all over my X account, which is really just annoying to me that could even happen, and they're targeting me. And so it's really not okay to have me in that kind of fear. So that's why I'm so grateful to have this backpack. It's worth every dollar, because you can put this on your back and have anything you need right when you need it. And it has space for other stuff. If you have special prescriptions, or if you have anything that you need, there's still space in the backpack to put it in. So I love this backpack.
Thank you so much, Corinne.
Yeah, the
I
backpack
really
is
appreciate you.
favorite thing that I own. Usually you say, having diamonds or jewels or whatever, but no, I love this backpack. Knowing that I have this backpack and I can throw it on my back at any moment makes me feel safe. And then I bicycle 30 miles to my fallout location in Virginia. Isn't that wild that and this has only happened to me in the last 2 months. I was never thinking this way. And all of a sudden, the last 2 months, the drama and chaos that has happened in the last 2 months really makes you realize you have to be ready at all times. So be ready, 123.com, drop everything you're doing and go to beready123.com.
Thank you so much, Corinne. I really appreciate you. And let's get you that Binion. It's called Binion, the phone, that really cool phone. And let's get you trained on that as well.
Yes,
because it's
I'm
got some
ready.
features
I'm
that
obsessed. I'm obsessed with the prep gear. And this has just been 2 months now. It's actually only been 1 month since April 1st. Honestly, I'm obsessed. Since April 1st, when I realized what's going to happen to us in 2024, I've never met anyone. And this is real. I talk to 1,000 people a week minimum. I have not met one person who said to me, nothing's going to happen. 2024 is going to be fine. I haven't met one person who said that. So my mom even lives in, Manhattan and New York City. I mean, she needs the backpack. In the middle of New York City, you cannot believe how much danger and trauma is happening. They had an earthquake for the first time, and I don't know their whole history. It's getting crazy out there.
Yeah, I agree. I would even the friends that I have that are on the far left think that something is coming.
Yes.
So
Everyone
you're absolutely right. Everyone knows something is coming. We just don't know what.
Yeah, so this is all legal, it's all ethical, it's all legal, and you can put your food like the Kingdom candy in it. There's tons of space, but it has everything you need to last and be ready for any emergency in the United States of America. And you can ship anywhere in the world. You can ship to Australia, you can ship to any country you want, the United Kingdom. This is the most important gear you need now. It's pointless to go shopping and buy frilly stuff anymore. You've got to buy prep gear.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be as prepared as you possibly can, or as prepared as you can afford. If you're for home, food, and especially if you have children, get food, store food, beans, rice, whatever you can afford, and store it, and then also in gears and generators, solar panels, whatever you can afford, and you just got to make a list. Prioritize it. If you have children, obviously food, water would be the most important thing. And if you don't have young children at home, then the priority changes. And that's, you got to do what you got to do to survive for yourself and your family.
You have to get to safety. So that's the most important thing. You've got to have your backpacks ready. And everything in that backpack, once again, is something that Tina picked for you to be ready in any emergency. And then you really have to make sure that you have the right phone service. So you can take any phone you have and connect it to phone123.com. Any phone you have, phone123.com is so important. But we really want to tell you guys it's time to get rid of the iPhone. The iPhone spies on you. It's time to get rid of it.
Yeah, we don't support the iPhone. Just want to let you know, because I know you said you take any phone you have. If you have an Android smartphone, we can support it, but we cannot support an iPhone because you can't get iPhone security and privacy. And you're absolutely right, Corinne. There's it's spying on you.
The iPhone is spying on you. So we've got to all get rid of the iPhones. Don't buy another iPhone. And it's time to go to phone123 and buy the phones. And they're the same price. The iPhone is what, $2,500 at this point. So phone123 is cheaper than any iPhone. It's so important to get rid of the iPhones. We need to get our addiction on the iPhone off of us. It's so important. And then, of course, to support a female-owned company, a woman who has an independent business. I mean, that's why I love phone123.com, and that's why I love beready123.com. And that's why I just support everything you do, Tina. So we will see you again very soon.
Thank you so much. Take care. God bless you, and God bless
you.
People that are watching.
Thank you. And when you guys go on these sites and buy whatever you want to buy, if you want to use my code Corinne USA, CORINNE USA, of course do it. But you don't have to. You can go direct and you can buy whatever you need to buy. It's so important to be prepared. This is something else that I think is really important. I know this sounds crazy, but just in case something happens, you can put this in your backpack. This is meat, okay? And it lasts until 2049. Okay, look at this. This is beef. Look, it comes freeze-dried. Look at this. I know it looks kind of wild, but it tastes really good. You put it in boiling hot water, and you can basically put it in any water, and then you eat it. This is the kind of food you're going to have to eat in an emergency. And so I have a site. It's called Corinne USA, CORINNE USA beef. And this is how you buy it. You go to CorinneUSAbeef.com and you buy this. And this is for any emergency. It lasts until 2049. I don't even know if I'm going to last until 2049. But this stuff is so key and so important. And I'm going to tell you more about the sat phone because I'm obsessed with the sat phone right now. But I want to bring on someone who just has a lot of wisdom. I'm going to bring on someone that, one of the wisest fathers in America. His name is Gene Cibic. He's coming to you live from Buffalo, New York. How are you, Gene?
Oh, wonderful, Corinne. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for having me once again. I know there's a lot of information that we have since the last time that's come to light since the last time we were on a few months ago.
Yes, I mean, Gene's son is Thomas Cibic, and he's currently sentenced to 4 years in federal prison for whatever happened on January 6, 2021. But basically what we've all come to really know as truth is that, Gene's son, Thomas, got set up by really corrupt police who I believe, and we can fight about this all we want, I believe they're CIA level police, a police officer named Michael Fanone. And so it's very important to talk about this because Michael Fanone has been glorified all over the United States of America since 2021, but he lied. And I confronted him in 2022. He doesn't act like a caring person. He doesn't act like a police officer who even took his oath behaves. He has just coldness in his eyes. He doesn't want to help anyone. I got attacked by a man with a $10,000 flag in front of him, and he did nothing. He didn't care. He just walked on down the road, and I didn't get hurt. Someone watching the whole situation got hurt. So Michael Fanone and these other police officers that have been used to persecute and prosecute and imprison January 6th political prisoners like Thomas Cibic, who is Gene's son, that's the topic of discussion today. So I just want you to feel uncensored because you're the perfect American father and you have a son in federal prison. You never thought this could happen to you, and your family's been through so much tragedy because of it. Have you been able to visit your son in prison?
Oh yeah, we just went to visit him a couple of weeks ago. It's about a 3-hour drive from here, so we take a ride down. We try and do it at least a month. Do it
But
in one day, leave early in the
But you
morning, and
say, okay, you say this so calm, but I'm telling you, I talk to J6 political prisoners' families. I just talked to Dominic Pizzola's mom. She hasn't been able to visit her son. So whatever you're doing, Jean, you're an American patriot. The feds are treating you more respectfully than they treat most J6 parents. But the bottom line is most people can't visit their children. So you have the right to visit your son.
right. And here's the thing, Corinne. One of the and I publicize this as much as possible. There's a lot of people that do not realize there are still J6 political prisoners that are being held in DC since the spring of 2021. So that's 3 years without a trial date yet. So in our situation, is it a bad situation? No doubt. But compared to some of the things that are going on right now, that these individuals that are still being held, that's unconscionable. Where is the rights of the American citizens to a speedy trial? And they do not even have a trial date. And you talk about Fanone. You want to hear about the type of person Fanone is.
Yeah,
So
give me
when
one
Tom,
minute. I want to ask you a question about something you just said, okay? You just
okay,
said that they don't have the right to a speedy trial, but it's worse than that. In your son's case, in most and pretty much 99% of the J6ers cases, pretty much 100%, the judges don't allow the evidence into the case. And so that's a big issue. And now we found more footage since your son's trial ended. We found more footage that would have helped him become more respected by the judge. Are you allowed to introduce that new evidence into any courtroom at this time or no?
well, I don't know about at this time, but I know his sentence is under appeal. That takes a little time. So I'm sure when that comes about, we will introduce that evidence, which is pretty damning on Fanone's part. It's he claims as he was hurt so severely, but you've seen the footage that I sent to you. The guy walked through the basement of the Capitol. He's joking with his partner Jimmy out, and I know where that parking lot is. I lived in D.C. That's on the southeast corner of the Capitol. There, checked out by the paramedic. Got a good report as far as his health, but yet he claims that he had this massive heart attack, but yet he could call CNN from being in the hospital because he didn't like the coverage that CNN was giving him. And here's another thing. You might not know this, but during Thomas's sentencing on July 28th last year, 2023, so Fanone, of course, was there, the POS that he is. So he goes up and gives a witness statement. When he comes back, he looks at us, my wife, the Thomas's three brothers, Thomas's wife, and he winks at us. He winks at us. My third son almost jumped out of his seat. The judge had to say something like to calm down, and it was just totally uncalled for. I looked at him, and it was kind of interesting because the writer from the Buffalo News, when he wrote the article up, he said that he told him that he wrote that he winked at us, and he said the father, me, said something about, wasn't, I don't remember what it was, but he toned it down. I really said, "You POS," is what I said. "You're a piece of shit." And he is. I mean, it just the whole. If you look at that, look at every law enforcement officer that day. Fanone is nothing more than an opportunist that is trying to drag this on and get notoriety from this. No other law enforcement has done this. And a lot of people don't realize he says that he couldn't go back to the Metropolitan Police Department because of his injuries that he suffered that day. That's BS. And I know this from several sources. He couldn't go back to the Metropolitan Police Department because he is ostracized by his fellow officers. They didn't want him back. That's why he couldn't go back, or he says he retired.
And this is really important to know too. Fanone wasn't called into work that day. He
No.
volunteered.
Well, not only did he volunteer, he was an undercover narcotics agent that chose to blow his cover that day because he had ulterior motives of why he was going to the Capitol. Ulterior motives.
I mean,
So
you
here,
say
and
that in a kind way. I think he's CIA. I don't think he acts like a normal police officer.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't. I agree, but whether he's CIA or not, who knows? All I know is he's a piece of shit.
Okay, but the way that he winks at nobody winks like that. I've been with all the police. You don't understand.
No,
I've been to all these trials since they started in March 2022. The police don't wink at people. That's a
no.
high level fed.
But
Michael
that's
Fanone
why.
is a high level fed, and he can
Yeah,
sue
but
me all he wants if he wants
that's
to.
another reason he's ostracized by his fellow officers. They didn't want him back on the DC police at all, at all. Uh,
It's just
it's disgusting what he's doing, and he wrote that book, and and he's made out like he's the victim. Well, he wasn't the victim. Oh, look at that video. He was unconscious on the west tunnel there. He walked up from the steps into the tunnel and through the basement of the Capitol. And then he jokes about the radio with his partner there, Jimmy. He goes, because his partner, Jimmy, goes, "Oh, you're going to get fined again about the radio," because he lost his radio. And he says, "Oh, the radio never worked right to begin with. Those things don't work right anyway." Uh, I have I don't have any respect for that guy. And a lot of people don't have respect for him at all. Even his fellow officers don't have respect for him.
so how do we handle the fact that your son is now sitting in federal prison for 4 years because of January 6th? And that honestly, his trial, there was evidence that wasn't even allowed into the trial.
Well, I think that right now there's a couple things that we have going on. Number one was with the Brock appeal. So I don't know if you're familiar with Brock, but that was
Well,
March. I
tell
remember that because it was March 1st. It was my mother's birthday that I heard about that. So in that Brock appeal, uh, they said that the appeals court said that the enhancements that were added onto that were not good. So there's a number of individuals that will have to go back for resentencing or on appeal have their enhancements reduced, which we could reduce the sentence. Um, and that's just one thing. There's a couple of other things that I can't really talk about right now.
Okay, is your
That we
son
have.
part of the Brock appeal?
Well, yeah, because he received those enhancements.
Okay.
So those that has to be 2 points knocked off his sentencing guidelines. And there's a couple other things that I can't get into right now because they're in the works here. Some things locally and some things in DC. There. I mean, it has nothing really to do with any of the other J6 defendants or anything like that. So yeah, so hopefully there's a good possibility Thomas might be out within a year.
Whoa, and Thomas got married before he went into prison. How's his
Yeah.
wife holding up?
Oh, is Melissa's great. She's wonderful. But yeah, she's holding up pretty well. She's holding up very well, all things considered. And like I tell Thomas when we go to see him, I mean, this is the situation you're in, and regardless of situations throughout life, there's times you have to make the best of a bad situation, and that's what I tell him. That's what you got to do. You just got to hang in there and make the best of the situation that you're in. But I mean, in one sense, at least he's not getting jerked around as much as Jake Lang's getting jerked around. And again, those individuals that are in DC that have been there 3 years without even a trial date.
Jake Lang is just getting thrown into a different jail, a different prison pretty much every other month.
Right.
And we don't even know when his trial begins. It's supposed to begin, I guess, in October. It's so hard to keep track of all this, but Jake Lang's dad is really putting a good fight for him
Yeah.
because his son's been sitting in jail, not even having a trial for what, 3 years now?
Well,
How
it's
many
3 years.
years?
It's over 3 years because it's May now, and some of them have been held since February of 2021.
So how did this happen to us, Gene? Give us a deep philosophical. What do you think? How could this even happen to us?
Well, I think the feds are trying to make an example of these people. You know, because if you look at it, the same thing happened in Portland and Seattle a couple years ago with the Antifa. Well, our wonderful vice president was helping bail those guys out, which reminds me, though they're being held in DC, they're not being allowed out. Fortunately, Thomas's judge, let him out in October of 2021. But they're being held in DC on the premise that they're a threat to society. So my question is, let's say you've taken a plea deal and you're sentencing, tomorrow's Thursday. You get sentenced tomorrow and you get sentenced to time served, and they let you go on Friday. So all of a sudden, in 24 hours now, you're not a threat to society anymore, but yet they held you for 3 years because you were a threat to society. What sense does that make? None.
I mean, it's just shocking.
And these protesters on these college campuses, what are they going to do to them? Absolutely nothing. I'm glad to see they finally moved in and breaking up these things, but that shouldn't even have gotten to that point.
I mean, when you talk to other parents that have children in federal prison, does it help you at all? I want to talk about like what you and your wife have really been through. You've been ostracized by different community members. I mean, how traumatic has this been?
Well, I have to tell you, I mean, you mentioned I don't really feel as though we've been ostracized. I mean, everybody I know has been sympathetic to what's going on. So I haven't really felt that at all, as far as being ostracized or anything by anybody. People have been that I know, and maybe it's just the people I hang out with, that have been more than supportive of everything that's going on, which
I
makes it a
mean,
lot easier.
yeah, because you
It
know
really
that's
does.
positive thing about you is that, you feel like, you're pretty much one of the strongest parents I've met. Most parents are just in shock. They cannot believe this could even happen to their
Well, I mean, I gotta say, initially, when this happened, I was in shock. Uh, but then as things unfold, I mean, it's the way you're not going to change things. So you have to live with it. And again, you got to make the best of a bad situation. And here's the other thing we look at it, my wife and I look at it, that we know people, friends of ours that have lost children. I mean, when I say lost, like they will never see them again. So it was actually my second son when Thomas had to turn himself in and was down in DC. My second son, Paul, said, "Hey, look, you know what? We're going to see Thomas again." And he used the example with some friends. He goes, "So and so's not going to see Ryan again, or so and so's not going to see Bob again." And so, I mean, when you look at it in that sense, yeah, it's traumatic. But the fact is that we can go and see Thomas, and we know that there's an end. It might be months from now, but he will be back here. That's one of the things that keeps us going.
I mean, the other weird thing is that I know a lot of people who were there J6 and they haven't been arrested. So there's just a lot of stuff people need to know that like your son, what did he turn in? He turned in a radio? What really happened?
Well, so if you look at the video, and I think you've probably seen it, Thomas's encounter with Fanone was less than a second. And Thomas reached in and he says he was helping him. I have no reason to doubt him. And Thomas gets pushed back, and Thomas ends up with the badge in his hand. And I'm going to be right up front. And I've told Thomas this. You know what? Your mistake was bringing that badge back to Buffalo. You should have just dropped it. Aside from that, though, he was scared. You don't know what runs through people's minds at that time. And he said, "Well, if I just dropped it, someone could have picked it up. And if they have that badge, they can get it anywhere. That badge is like an ID to pretty much enter any building you want to." So he goes, "I didn't want to do that." The radio, came off, and he says, and here's where there's a discrepancy also. He says that he was trying to push the emergency button because he's familiar with all that stuff, to call for help. Well, the government conveniently says that, well, they can't confirm that because there's a gap in the recording that they have from the radio. So who knows? It's there's a lot of funny stuff that doesn't sit well with me. But like I said, the fact that it's unfortunate circumstances, but we will see Thomas again.
I mean, but your son is an honorable man. He turned in the badge, right? He turned in the badge to the FBI, and that's how they knew about him.
Right. And you know, I have to say the FBI in Buffalo, and I know some other areas, the FBI at before dawn, they're going in with a SWAT team to arrest these guys. The FBI agent in Buffalo called Thomas up and called me up. He said, look, he said the a warrant came down from Washington for your arrest. He goes, we're not coming out to your house. He goes, this is on a Thursday, I think. He goes, I'll meet you at the federal building in downtown Buffalo Friday morning at 10 o'clock. I'll meet you in the lobby, not putting handcuffs on you or anything, and I'll bring you upstairs. So, I mean, in that sense, that was good because they could have done like they did in a lot of these other places, just busted into his house for no reason. Um, you know, and especially some of these people, the FBI, that they were going in, and there's young kids there. They're putting their laser from their weapons on these kids and these guys' wives. I mean, that's totally uncalled for.
Yes, I'm going to interview a couple from Virginia who got arrested about 10 days ago, and they're just traumatic. It's just what the FBI does is just wrong. These are normal people. You can just call them and do what they did for your son and say, we're going to arrest you, and you
Right.
can turn yourself in.
And tell me, how come they haven't found the pipe bomber yet?
Okay, so I think the reason that the FBI does the volatile arrests and didn't do your son's arrest that way is because the people that they arrest in a volatile manner, they want their phones, they want their computers, they want their equipment. And so they go in a volatile way and they take the phones, the computers, the equipment. They want that stuff. And so I think that's why people like your son had never been to a protest before. Did you even know he was going to go there January 6th?
He went. No, he went last minute. We were actually in Florida, and he said, I'm going to go to DC. And my wife didn't want him to go, and I was like, you know, I'm kind of indifferent. And so he literally went last minute. He was going to meet some kids he went to high school with. As a matter of fact, he went to he's an alum of the same high school that Trump is, New York Military Academy. And so he's going to meet a couple of friends down there, which he ended up never meeting up with. So yeah, it was a last minute thing. But you mentioned about the phone. The FBI agent came to our house, and he asked Thomas a few days before if he could take his phone for a day. And Thomas said, sure, take my phone. Well, they didn't find anything on his phone. Thomas knew there was nothing on his phone. So he gave it to him.
Did they give it back?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he got it back. And they had, so they've never found the person that placed the pipe bombs in DC, but yes, they've arrested thousands of people with January 6th. There's an incident here in Buffalo, and I don't remember the details, but there was a bombing at some clinic a year, maybe 2 years ago. They have a picture of the individual. They have a vehicle that you can see a license plate, but yet they haven't arrested anybody in that case. It was a Compass House bombing, I think it was, not too far from my house. But they haven't been able to find that person. It's just it's mind-boggling.
So what do we do?
That's a great question.
I mean, how do we live with the federal government that goes after our children in such an aggressive way? They could have put your son on probation. He was in house arrest for how many years before they threw him in federal prison?
Well, he got released October 26th of 2021, and he wasn't sentenced until July 28th of last year, 2023. So whatever number of months that is, I don't know. 23 months. 23 months. He was on house arrest.
Civic. I really respect your wife so much. She's been through a lot, whether you want to admit it or not. It's a lot to go through, and it's very emotional. And it's just shocking that the U.S. federal government can come into your life and do this to your children. I mean, you guys are perfect patriots. You and your wife are like the best parents ever. I can't even imagine this. There's no criminal history. There's no, I mean, the worst thing is they're letting rapists and mass murderers do whatever they want to do.
Oh, well.
immigrants.
Don't even don't even get into what they do in New York and who they let out once they arrest them.
They let everyone out in New York. You could go do
Oh my
whatever you want
God.
in New York, and they just let you out. And instead,
Yeah.
they pick on your son, when you had him in your house on house arrest. You followed all of their rules. He was already in the DC jail for how many months? I mean, tell me the worst story you can tell me from the Washington DC jail.
The worst story. I have to say, to be honest with you, overall, Thomas was, I mean, Thomas.
He's
And
pretty resilient.
yeah, and you know what? He actually, here's for example. So he actually became friends with some of the corrections officers there. So he got treated pretty well. And there was a number of the corrections officers that wrote him when we were trying to get him out of jail in October. There was a number of the corrections officers that wrote letters on his behalf to the judge for her to release him.
That's
So
huge.
yeah, overall, I mean, you hear bad things about DC, but and not that there isn't, but like I told Tom when he was there, I said, look at Thomas, I said, the game, you got to play the game, treat those that are there, they're doing a job, they have a job to do, treat them with respect, and you're going to get respect, and it paid off for him. It paid off for him. And I know there were guys there that took the opposite point of view. That they're going to be as belligerent as possible. You know what? They paid a price too for doing that. They didn't get treated well. So I mean I can't say that there's any particular or anything that was horrible when he was there, as far as him personally. Now, others that might have been different, they might have had a different experience. But again, I think a lot of that depends on the individual and how they act.
And then how much money was Thomas fined?
Thomas was fined $7,500.
Okay.
Yep.
And then every month while he's in prison, what state is he in prison in?
He's in Ohio, just south of Youngstown, at the Federal Corrections Institute in Elkton. Oh, here's another
Okay.
great thing.
Okay.
So they get mail. He's with about 10 other January 6th defendants that are there, and they get mail from the Patriot Freedom Project. I mean, they get these letters from all over the country, and others that are there for other things besides January 6th, they can't believe the amount of mail these defendants get from January 6th from people they don't even know.
Yes. Okay. So we all post about this everywhere, and I do a weekly newsletter about this. We tell American patriots who to write in the prison system. And so the
Uh-huh.
Patriot Mail Project, Paula, who runs the Patriot Mail Project, has an incredible history. It started when the Bundy Ranch happened.
Oh yeah.
Those people got imprisoned, and then they decided to start it again for the J6ers. But now I've gotten them to include the pro-life activists, because now the feds are arresting pro-life activists and
Right.
charging them with conspiracy. It's getting out of control, because then it's going to be anyone who exposes election corruption. It's just out of control. But I want to show this picture, and I want to tell people how to write your son, because I love talking about this. His name is Thomas Sibick, Sibick, and his inmate number is 34241-509, FCI Elkton Federal Correctional Facility, P.O. Box 10, Lisbon, Ohio, 44432. And this is something I really want to be specific about. When you write letters to political prisoners, you have to use one side of the paper. Use a normal piece of paper, 8.5 by 11 inches, just a normal piece of paper, but only write in black ink be very simple. You have to have your return address on the envelope too. So you have to
Right.
do it in handwriting. It has to be your handwriting. If you don't want to use your own return address, you can use your church's return address, but they won't take the mail if you don't have a return address. So you
Right.
write the letter in black ink on one side of the paper only, and try to include your email address, because then you can go on to the CoreLink system and start communicating with them directly. But as you can see, Thomas Civic has an incredible family. You're one of the strongest families I've interviewed. Have you actually written him letters?
I don't write him a letter because he calls. I talk to him. My wife writes him a letter every week.
Okay, and then
She
does
puts
she
the
have
letter
to
in
use
there.
black ink? Only black
Well,
ink.
I don't know if it's black. The important thing is that it has to be on white paper. It has to be in a white envelope, and there can be no stickers or anything on it. It has to be just plain white,
And handwritten, right?
handwritten. Yeah,
And then,
yeah. I don't know. I mean, she always writes her handwritten, so I don't know if she's ever gotten anything back, but
no,
she's
it
gotten
has
some
to be
things back.
handwritten. It has
It
to
has to
be
be handwritten,
handwritten.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned it. Anybody that's listening from the Patriot Freedom Project, you don't know what it means for these individuals to get the mail that they do.
It is
It's
so powerful. This is something what we started in 2022, and we started tracking the political prisoners, and we started telling everyone every day, every show I do. And this is the first time I've put Thomas on this show, but every week I give you a political prisoner to write. Last week, I think it was Rachel Powell. Jean, Rachel Powell is a mom. She's a grandma. She's in prison in West Virginia, and she's getting molested. She and the prisoners, the female prisoners in West Virginia, are getting molested by Black men who identify as women. So the prison system is disgusting. I mean, do you have any tragic stories about the prison system? But the bottom line is that Paula of Patriot Mail Project is saving lives. And write these people. And if you want to know how to write them, follow me on X, because I post every single week on how to write these people. I write a newsletter. I tell you that these letters save their lives,
well,
because the people who've been, yeah.
yeah, and the other guys that are there are like jealous of these guys for the number of letters they get.
Yes. And then personally, how do you contact your son? Do you use Core Links or the Getting Out app? Which one do you use?
Well, I mean, we've used Core Links, but Thomas, he calls. He tries to call as much, and we tell him, you know what, call your wife, Thomas.
No, but
You
how
know,
does he get to a phone? Isn't it a line?
oh no,
Doesn't he
no,
have?
they have phone. They have certain phone time there.
This
He
is
has
so
access to a
weird, because
phone.
every J6er gives me a different story, so I don't know what the truth is. I have some J6ers that have to wait 1 hour in a line for a phone. This particular one is George Riley, and he's in California. So you're saying Thomas can just get to a phone without having to wait in a line?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say he has to wait, but he's never really had an issue with access to the phone where he's at.
Okay, because that's
So,
shocking, because in California, they have to wait over an hour in the line. And then a lot of people can't afford the phone calls. The phone calls are out of control, outrageous, and there are very specific groups raising money to put it on people's commissary. Obviously, you guys have your son set up, but people who want to donate to commissaries need to go to stophate.com, because this is the deal. When you go to stophate.com, you can find anybody's commissary you want. You donate to their Give Send Go, and then it gets to their commissary, and then you can go to the patriotrelief.org. So if anybody wants to know that stuff, you guys can always text me at 917-287-1314, because I have a dedicated phone line for whistleblowers, and of course to answer any questions that are specific. But I mean, the way you're presenting this is like so sweet and kind. But listen, Jean, I have J6ers. I'm going to have Dominic Pizzola's mom on my show this next Monday, and her son is like dying of cancer in the prison, and they won't give him any medical attention.
I
So
think
it's
And I think that comes down to where they're at, what location they're at. I mean, I remember when we dropped Thomas off back in September, and the corrections officer, when we walked in, had to give him his name and everything, and then he called the guy down that was going to take Thomas back to his cell or wherever. And you know what? They didn't rush us. They let us take our time, saying goodbye. And the one guy said, "Thomas, what are you here for?" He said, "January 6th." And the guy goes, "Oh my God, another one?" So I mean, I think where he's at, overall, it's been pretty good. I'm not saying it's that way everywhere. I mean, he's just
No,
worked.
it's horrific in most places. I mean, you've got the calmest story I've ever heard.
Yeah, but and you know, you mentioned the commissary. Thomas had a fine of $7,500. So fortunately, we've been able to put money on his commissary, and others, friends of ours, also. Well, they said, "Well, you know, Thomas, you're getting too much money on your commissary. You have a fine to pay. We're going to raise the amount that you have to pay each month to $250." Well, that would leave him $50 on his commissary each month. You can't do anything with $50. And so, you know what? My wife and I just said, you know what? We're just fortunate we were able to do it. We just paid off his fine. He's going to pay us back when he gets out. But
Oh, because wait,
um,
because they can take the money out of your commissary if you don't
yeah,
pay the fine. That's sick.
yes. So if he got $300 a month and they were going to take 250, that leaves him with $50 a month. That's
And
crazy.
what's the
So
food like in the prison?
just because someone has or someone's family has the means to do that, they're getting penalized because of that.
Well, thank God you have the means to do that, because I get outrageous phone calls from people who just have nothing and they have
No,
to
I
wait in
know.
line and they can't use the phone and they're getting put in solitary. Most guys are put in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day. Is
Yeah.
Thomas in solitary confinement?
No, he's not. Well, I shouldn't say. Back it wasn't too long after he got there, and you know, there's a pecking order in prison. So this one guy tried giving Thomas a hard time, and Thomas was the wrong person to pick on. So because of that, both of them ended up in the hole, they call it. And but again, the lieutenant that investigated it, because nothing took place on camera, and he told Thomas, he said, "Look he goes, is this over?" And Thomas said, "Yeah, it's over." He goes, "I'm done with it." He goes, "Okay, fine." He goes, "You're not gonna suffer any consequences from the whole thing right there." So I mean, um, you got to make the best of a bad situation. That's what it comes
You're
down to.
so positive. Okay, so this comes to the big issue. You guys, when Thomas was in the DC jail, he wrote a letter and rescinded Donald Trump. Do you think that's why he's been treated better? Because he officially says that he isn't standing up for Trump? Do you think that's why he gets better
Um,
treatment?
to be honest with you, I think most of the corrections officers are on Trump's side of the fence, and
Wow.
and
Okay.
they and here's the thing too. I
Not in
mean,
DC, not the judges
well,
in
not in
DC or the jail,
DC,
but in
no, but
Ohio.
you got to
Okay.
get out of DC. I mean, if you get out
Yeah.
of DC, I mean, well, here's an example. So Thomas's attorney even told him, he says, he goes, going to trial in DC would be like going to the bank, getting your life savings, and going to the casino knowing the odds are against you 99-1. And not that, and this is my personal opinion, not that you can't get a fair trial in DC, you just can't get an impartial jury in DC.
Well, the problem is that you can't even subpoena the people you want to subpoena in DC.
Yeah. Well,
And they
and his
don't let you
attorney,
have evidence.
right, his attorney said to him, he goes, "You know what? If I could have gotten this to move across the river to Virginia or Maryland, I would have taken this to trial." But if you look at the people that have gone to trial in DC, they've been found guilty on almost every charge.
Every trial is a loss. We've never won a
Right.
jury trial. We've only
What
had 2 acquittals and bench trials.
what defendant goes to trial and is found guilty of every charge against them?
No
No
one.
one.
But people who
And then
believe in
some
God,
people say,
it's the
some
saddest thing. I
people,
see tons of people who believe in God and they think that God's going to be on their side and the jury's going
yeah,
to be on their side, and they're not.
No, you can't. You can't get an impartial jury in D.C. And here's the other thing. Some people say, "Well, this happened in D.C." And my response to that is, "Well, can you tell me, are the federal laws any different in Denver or Chicago or Phoenix or L.A. or San Francisco? The federal laws are all the same. It's the same federal law in each of those places. They're just applying it differently in D.C."
Now, listen, I've met you, and honestly, I think you're a Trump supporter. It doesn't really matter to me, but do you think that President Donald Trump, if he gets back into the White House in November, will forgive your son when your son had to write a letter to say he rescinded Trump in order to get out of the DC jail?
Well, I think Trump's smart enough to realize that sometimes you just got to do what you need to do to move things along, to get what you want. Not necessarily that you necessarily believe what you say, but sometimes you just have to play the game. Throughout life, in a lot of instances, you just got to play the game.
And that's what you understand the game, Gene, and that's why you're such an incredible father figure, because you didn't abandon your son and you stood there with him through all of this, and it's been very emotional. I mean, I've spent time with you guys. It's very, very emotional and it's very serious. And you didn't abandon your son. So you deserve
No.
like the Academy Award for fathers. I mean, I wish you
Well,
were my father. You're one
yeah,
of the greatest fathers I've ever met.
but why would you abandon your son or daughter for something like this?
Well,
I
do you
mean,
know how many J6ers parents abandoned them and will not even help them? Countless, because they're so embarrassed. Even Roseanne Boylan's parents abandoned her. Okay. They don't care that the federal government, that Washington, D.C. police killed their daughter. They could have sued, they could have had a huge lawsuit. They didn't file and they didn't want to sue, and they abandoned their daughter because the government said she did a drug overdose when she was sober. That doesn't make any sense. She was beaten to death by a Washington, D.C. police officer. So a lot of the J6 parents and these people, Roseanne Boylan's parents, could have made millions of dollars suing the federal government for their daughter's life, and especially suing the D.C. police officer who did it, a woman named Lila Morris, and they don't. They abandon their children because
yeah,
they're
well, I mean,
humiliated.
that's really unfortunate.
Yes,
Um,
that's disgusting.
I mean, it's one thing. There's a lot of other things that kids could have done that I could see that happening, but not for something like this. For standing up for something you believe in. Um, and my wife goes, "Well, it's a good thing you're in Florida. We were in Florida because you probably would have gone with him." I said, "Well, you know what? Looking back now, maybe it would have been advantageous if I was there because maybe he wouldn't have gotten in the situation that he did."
I mean,
And who knows?
your son is a very protective man. I would feel way safer with your son than with any Washington, D.C. police officer. And this is going to come to a head because in front of the Israeli embassy right now, Gene, the pro-Palestinian protesters have been having a 24/7 protest. And so I try to cover it because obviously I'm an independent journalist, and the Antifa kids just come after me. And I wish that I had oath keepers. I wish that I had patriots that were brave enough to come to DC and bodyguard me so I could get the real story about what's really going on in front of the
Well,
Israeli embassy at Secretary Blinken's house. The police don't help. They let the Antifa kids camp out 24/7.
oh yeah, I know, and that's disgusting. That they let them do that. And I will be in DC I'm leaving for DC tomorrow to go to my class reunion at Georgetown this weekend.
Oh, well, man, I mean, I might want to meet you guys because we should find Dr. Fauci. That's on my list. I was
Oh,
at
one
Georgetown.
one of my classmates that lives out in Illinois said that to me just last week. He texted me. He goes, our buddy's gonna be at Georgetown this week.
I know. I was there last week looking for him, top secret off record, but I'll just tell everybody because the feds watch everything I do, which I super don't care. I'm not hiding anything. But I mean, Dr. Fauci works at Georgetown. So I went on campus. I was
Yeah.
asking all the students, where's Dr. Fauci? What do you think? I do a lot of stuff like that. That's why I love DC. Even though DC is so dangerous, there is so much happening here that I've never had. You can't have a boring day in Washington, DC. And that's why you love Washington, DC.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you know this, but did you meet my youngest son,
I think
the one,
so, but I don't remember.
Gregory?
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah.
Okay.
He lives in D.C. He's in the Navy, the one that's in the Navy,
Wow.
and
Okay.
he lives in D.C.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget what
And so
street
you
he's on.
visit him all the time.
Well, yeah, once in a while. You
Okay,
know.
well, if you find Dr. Fauci, you better text me because I'll meet you anywhere if you can figure that one out. I just
Oh,
want
you know what? I'm bringing a mask with me in case I see him.
to. That's really funny because they can't kick you off the campus because you're alumni.
That's right.
Yeah, that would look
Yep.
really bad, and I'm sure you've raised them a lot of money. That would look really bad.
Uh,
But I just want to do full circle and talk about the corruption of this police officer named Michael Fanone, who bared false testimony against J6 political prisoners. And more than that, all of a sudden he stops being a police officer and he's glorified for being a CNN journalist. That's CIA. That's Mockingbird Media CIA. So I'm just going to put my 2 cents in again because I hang out with all these people. Not hang out like you think. I encounter all these people because I ask them questions like this. And Officer Michael Fanone acts like a deep state operative. He doesn't act like a concerned police officer. Whereas Officer Dunn, who's running for Senate in Maryland, he does seem concerned and he did talk to me and he did say some very interesting stuff to me, even though he knows what side I'm on. You know, Officer Michael Fanone acts like a deep state actor, a very nasty person, and he doesn't care about anyone but himself. And you could see, like, why was he in the middle of the crowd with all those people? No one else did that. So the stuff
right.
Officer
No,
Michael
you're right.
Fanone did, yeah, the stuff he did on January 6th, no other police officer did, and he shouldn't have done it. And people like your son were trying to protect him. And you see it in the footage, and the footage that you gave me is on my X account, my Twitter account. It shows you where your son and the other people were trying to protect him and saying he's a police officer, let him go. And they did. He didn't get hurt.
No, but I think even more importantly was the video that shows Fanone, and this is his body cam video, walking through the basement of the Capitol after he was hurt so severely. He's
Allegedly.
walking through the basement, right, through the
Yeah.
basement of the Capitol, out into the parking lot, gets examined by the paramedic, and then he's joking with his partner Jimmy. You know,
I
so
mean,
so why so
why
why
couldn't you have that footage in your case? That should be a mistrial just right there. They're not
yeah.
allowing evidence into these cases that would free people like your son.
Right. Well, like I said, hopefully the appeal will be coming up soon, so that'll be something that we can enter then. But it's just frustrating that and what so here's why isn't his partner Jimmy so how come he's not sensationalizing this to gain publicity? You never hear about him.
Exactly.
Only
Jimmy
the
was
only
at the
one
US
that's
Capitol
The
on
only one that's
January 6th.
doing this is Fanone. He's trying to gain notoriety at everyone else's expense. Well, you know what? It's going to come back to haunt him one of these days.
I mean, you're being far too kind. I think that Fanone is a CIA operative and part of Mockingbird Media because to go from being a DC police officer to working for CNN seems really like CIA to me. But I've confronted
Well,
I've confronted him, and I know how
I know you
nasty
have.
he is. He is a nasty, nasty man. And the fact that he would even make eye contact with you or anyone in your family after the sentencing of your son is disgusting.
Oh, him and I had a good stare down in the courtroom.
I mean, I have to be honest, I was intimidated to go to the courtroom just because my instances with Michael Fanone always get broadcast all over the media, and I don't want to get, pushed out of the courthouse. But the bottom line is that there's something really wrong with Michael Fanone, and he's
Well,
not a hero.
here's another thing on that date. So Scott McFarlane, who I have no respect for,
That's a
he's
CBS journalist who's a complete nightmare.
right. So he saw Fanone wink at us also. And I was talking to him on a break. He even admitted to me that he saw him break. Do you think he would reported that? No.
And that's
Not
huge.
at
You know what?
all.
Next time I see Scott McFarlane in the federal court, because the Antifa side, the leftist side, still goes there. Our side, I'm the only journalist in federal court now on our side at this
Uh-huh.
point. Most other people have like abandoned ship and they go on to other issues, but I'm in the courtrooms trying to figure out what's really going on, reporting on the poorest, the most unfamous January 6th political prisoners. But I will confront CBS journalist Seth MacFarlane because Scott. Is his name Scott? It's Scott,
Scott.
right?
Scott
Yeah.
McFarlane. Yep.
Scott MacFarlane from
Uh-huh.
CBS. I'll say, you witnessed Officer Michael Fanone stare down the Civic family, and
Oh, wink. He actually winked at us.
and you should have reported on that, because
And
that's why it's important to be in the courtroom, because so
Right.
much else is going on. What these judges are saying is unconstitutional when they sentence J6ers. The body language, everything that's happening in the courtroom is so important, and I'm witnessing it.
Yeah. No, McFarland said to me, even during the break after that happened, he said to me that he saw Fanone wink at us, but nowhere did he address that at all. And that's why I do have to give credit to Jerry Zaremski, who's a reporter for the Buffalo News, although he's in DC, so he covers the national for the Buffalo News. He did write that in his article in the Buffalo News.
Thank you, God. Thank you. There's good journalists out there still. Thank you, God. Thank you. Yeah.
I you know what? I even called because I talked to Jerry after the sentencing, and then after I saw the article, and I even called him up and I told him, I said, Jerry, thanks for writing a very fair article. All things considered, and he did.
That was so kind. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. That's so important. I mean, okay, so just keep in touch with me and tell me anything you want to tell me. And if there's new footage that comes out, tell me, and just keep us updated about how Thomas is doing, because you
I
said
will.
that maybe it's just one more year and maybe he'll get off for good behavior.
Yeah, well, he does get so much time a month that gets taken off. So that all adds up.
Does he get
And
to see his wife? Can he
oh
see
yeah, she's
actually
been down to
visit?
visit him. Yeah,
Do
she
they get
goes down.
they get conjugal visits?
No, they don't get that.
I mean, how
Yeah.
can they take that away from them?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's
They're
weird.
just happy. They're just happy to see each other. I'm just really surprised that you hadn't seen that video that I sent you yesterday.
I mean, which
Previously.
video? There's so many videos. Which
Well,
one?
the one of
The 20-minute
Fanone
one?
walking through the basement
Oh.
of the Capitol, and then outside with the paramedic and joking with his partner.
No, I hadn't seen that footage, but people have talked about it on my show, and there's so much footage, Gene. I mean, every single show I do, we focus. I'm like the number one person who focuses on J6 political prisoners, because it's endless. It's endless what's going on. Last week, I had a young man based out of New York who was actually thrown in prison, and his father passed away, and the feds wouldn't let him be with his father, and his father passed away while he was in prison. So now he's in a halfway house, and he's in New York, and he needs a job. The feds ruined his whole life and took everything from him, and his father's dead. So the stories I get are really intense.
So it's interesting that you say that about a job. So Thomas was working for two physicians, managing their books and everything. And both of them said, you know what, when you get out, we have a job for you.
Thank you, God. Okay.
I mean, the one even told him, he goes, Thomas, when Thomas told him he's got to go, he said to Tommy, he goes, you know what? He goes, that's BS. He goes, I'd rather have you working for me, paying taxes, than my taxes going for you to sit your ass in Ohio. So
I know,
when
and the feds
and
should
that's
have
kind of
looked.
like what I said to you earlier about, people have been very supportive overall. I haven't run into anyone that is not. And I speak pretty freely about what's going on.
Totally, 100%. And that's why I'm grateful to have you on. So please come back whenever God tells you to, whenever you feel like you have something. And if you find Dr. Fauci, I want to meet you at Georgetown.
I'll take a picture. I'll take a picture with him.
Get a video. Get a video, because they won't kick you off the campus because you're a Georgia alumni.
No, I'll get a picture with him.
Yes.
I'll go up with a mask on and say, hey, Dr. Fauci, can we take a picture?
Yeah. Or at least find out whatever you can. I don't know.
But I'm unvaccinated.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. This is going to be so wild. Okay, we'll
So,
keep in touch
but
with us, Jean.
yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yes, and anything you want to, anytime you want to come back, you know how to find me.
Oh yeah. All right,
This
great.
is Thomas Sibic, and he's at FCI Elkton, and we have posted this, and we have this on Patriot Mail Project.
You know
So
it's
important.
backwards on there.
Oh, it's backwards. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so terrible. Okay, so it's Thomas Sibic, Sibick, inmate number 34241-509. It's at FCI Elkton, Elkton, Federal Correctional Facility, P.O. Box 10. Lisbon, Labson, Ohio.
No.
44432.
LASBON.
Libson.
Lisbon.
Libson.
LISBON.
It says Libson.
No, it's not Libson. It's
Okay.
Lisbon.
Oh no. Okay, I've got to tell them at Patriot Mail Project. I'm going to tell them right now. I'm
Yeah.
going to text Paula
I
and
mean,
tell
if the
her.
zip code's correct, they're gonna get it, but it's Lisbon. LISBON.
Okay, Lisbon.
Right.
Okay, this is important. I'm going to have this corrected. This is why we have to do this stuff, because we're all overwhelmed. This is so important. Okay, the city is Lisbon.
Right.
Lisbon.
Like Portugal, Lisbon, Portugal.
Lisbon, Ohio.
Yeah.
Ohio, because it says Libson. Okay, good.
No.
Yes, so that's very
And
important.
like I said, those letters are so important. It really makes them feel good.
Okay.
To get letters from people they don't even know.
Yes, the letters are key.
Uh-huh.
So everyone take the time and write a letter to your favorite J6 political prisoner, because there are hundreds in prison right now.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you, Jean.
All right, thanks,
All
Corinne.
respect to your wife. God bless you. Thank
Okay,
you.
take care.
God bless you. Jean is in Buffalo, New York. I'm going to bring in someone. We're going to talk about really important stuff. I'm going to bring in Randy Lunsford. Randy, how are you? I want to talk about God. I want to talk about everything. How are you? Can you hear us? Testing.
Yeah, I hear you. Great. Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Yes, Randy, I want to talk about God. I want to talk about, okay, so you sent me a text today. You want to start off with that?
Well, I text a lot of people. I don't know what I sent you.
You
But,
said Jesus Christ is King of Israel. Christians are the Israelite race.
Yeah, that was one of the church fathers. He said that back in about 120 AD, not long after 70 AD and the fall of Jerusalem. And that was his take. And the early church understood that, Corinne. And that's, I think they've got away from that through time and a lot of just denominationalism and teaching. And we need to refine who really is truly Israel. And the New Testament and Paul really teaches that very clearly. And I think we've got to re-identify with what that early church father said. So
that is so powerful.
Yes, ma'am.
Because,
you know, Paul, the Apostle Paul in Galatians 6:16, he said that talking to a church in Galatia, which many churches, it was a country, there was many churches there, but he said, we are the Israel of God, and those were Gentiles. So what he's trying to tell them now, it's not the bloodline anymore that makes you part of the kingdom of God. It's right standing through Christ, faith in Christ, and it's pretty simple. But there's a lot of churches that don't get it, for whatever reasons, but they don't.
I know churches are just shocking these days. It's really shocking. This whole world is shocking. What are you doing in your county? So tell me what you guys are doing in your counties.
Well, okay, it goes. I'll try to be brief. This can go deep, but
okay.
September 17th of 2023. I'm with Coach Dave Live, and we have a very activism type group. We do a lot of things out of the box. The church's window. Actually our little slogan is we pick up where the church leaves off. But so we did an operation that we went to the 12 U.S. courts of appeal, we did this simultaneously on September 17th, Constitution Day. And
Where is that? What state is that in? Where is that
that's
located?
in 12 different states. I mean, you start in Boston at court number 1, New York's 2, and you go through the country. San Francisco, number 9 court. I went to Denver, which was in the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver. So there's actually with Washington, D.C., it's counted as the number 12. We covered all 12 of those. There was 48 of us. We did what I'm doing now, basically with what we call our declarations, our decrees, and it's spiritual warfare. And it's really, really simple. We go there. We actually walk around those institutions 7 times, just like they did in the book of Joshua when they went around Jericho. And we go around it 7 times. We pray. We do these declarations, which is they're written, but we do this as a team. And sometimes there's 2 of us. There might be 10 people. You know, it's different groups each week. But but what we did on September 17th just started this whole process, and we realized after that happened that was a God thing. It was a Holy Spirit event, and all of us witnessed something that happened, major things. Just I call them God winks, Corinne. It's you know, it's just some confirmations that God was in this. It was providence. It wasn't coincidence. It was providence. And so we did those things, and we were very excited what happened, what come out of it. And before long, I started here in Oklahoma, where I live. We're doing all of our county courthouses, pretty much the same operation, and we're getting pretty good at it now. We've done about 34 courts in my state. So
okay, and what are you guys doing? What are you serving them with?
Well, you know, a lot of times it's on a Saturday. There's no court in session. There's no one there. So, you know, what we're doing, we're if I read these, it would take probably 30 minutes. So you don't want to hear them, but it's the declarations. It's basically quoting the word of God. It's quoting that God, the kingdom of God is, Jesus Christ is king, and that, you know, we love our country. Don't get me wrong. We are a nation, but without God over our nation, without Jesus being involved in our life, we're missing something. So what we try to talk, we push righteousness and justice. We want to see righteousness and justice established again in our judicial system. So that's why we're hitting the county. We're doing this locally. This is local action producing national impact. And I learned that from General Flynn. So I've got to talk to him a few times. He's a good man. But that's what we do. That's what we do. So we basically walk around a couple times. We pray. We also do another thing. You may think this is silly. Some people do. But we take 12 stones and we put oil on them, anoint them, and we pray over them, and we put them in the ground as we walk around. Well, you say, why do you do that? That's so childish. Well, you know what? If you read the Bible, it's very scriptural. Jesus, when he came into Jerusalem in the Bible, and when he came in the triumphal entry, they told him, "Hey, shut up your disciples. They're you know, before Easter, before resurrection or his crucifixion, they had palm leaves out there a week before. They call that Palm Sunday, and they were saying, 'Here comes Hosanna. Here comes the Lord.'" You know, they were, and the Pharisees and all the religious people of the day, they said, "Shut them up." And he said to them, he said, "If you do, the stones will cry out." And in the book of Joshua, another scripture that I like to use is whenever he gave the people the law, that he said, if we're the rocks that they stood up, they put up an altar there. And Moses told the people, the stones today witnessed what you said. You said you would keep the law, you would keep his commandments. And he said, the stones today heard everything you said. So there's something about stones, and if you do a study on it, it's pretty cool, that there's something about that. And so what we do, we put the stones in the ground, and guess what, Corinne? When we leave there, they're still crying out for justice and righteousness. Is that pretty That's very simple, almost childish. But if you look around, look in some of the biblical things, they're very childish. But you know what Jesus said? Unless you become as a little child, you probably won't enter the kingdom of God. So it's a faith. It's an innocent faith, and we believe God can do anything. And it just takes boots on the ground.
Yes, and so have you heard about anything that might happen the first week of June? Like, have you heard about any tragedies that could happen for the November election season? Are you worried about or concerned about any of that?
I have no fear. I preach no fear. I didn't wear the mask, didn't take the vaccine. All that was, when you know something's a lie, you don't want to be part of it anyway. But the churches that bowed down and were fearful, I'm ashamed of them. I'm ashamed of them. But we didn't. None of us did. None of my family, none of my the church people that I'm a part of, we would not be part of the lie. And so, but we also say, if we're in this thing for God, He has us covered. So what is there anything to be afraid of? I was up there on J6, our group, Coach Dave, and a group of 40 or 50 of us. Brett Bowl, Ohio Brett was there. I mean, a lot of people that you probably know, I know, were there. And, I never got interviewed by the FBI, but a lot of my friends did. And some of them are facing prison time. So, I totally relate to your former guest there. I understand exactly these J6ers, and I pray for them every day. But you know what, Corinne? God is going to reveal everything. And guess what? Sometimes He needs witnesses, and I feel for those people. But when they get out, they're going to be different. They are going to be so zealous. They are going to be so powerful that you better watch out, because a lot of them are going to change everything, everywhere they go, everything they do. And so I see some things coming. Yes, I do. A lot of persecution.
More persecution?
I think the Christians who are doing activism like us, I think we're going to be persecuted by maybe
More?
people in the church,
By what? Other people in the church?
I think the people in the churches, the religious people that are being exposed for, being part of this, just not wanting to fight the evil here today, not wanting to stand up. Some of them I've already said, what you're doing is dumb. It's worthless, all this. I'm going, well, it's not, but you sit on your couch and watch the football game. That's fine. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. But and there's family, friends that don't agree with what we're doing, and I think you know what it's like. You're in DC, you're in right there in the lair of the dragon. I mean,
I'm in the hot seat. Yes.
you know what
Well,
evil
this is my
is all
issue.
around you.
Okay. My issue is that the members of Congress pretend like they're doing something and they're not. And I'm so traumatized by witnessing this since 2021. I came in, to DC wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I thought, oh, Congress does something and we can all work together and make change. But honestly, Congress has gotten nothing done. And that's why I'm really traumatized. All these Congress people, just like fake Christians who say they're helping, and then they don't want to talk about the J6ers. They don't want to talk about the pro-life activists. There are 7 pro-life activists in the Alexandria, Virginia jail that are going to get sentenced on May 14th and 15th. They've been sitting in that jail since last August and September. No one talks about them. So I'm traumatized by Congress, that Congress is getting nothing done, and that all of the things that I do in Congress are just basically PR for Congress people.
It's sad, but you know what? This is part of the expose. Our legislature is corrupted. They're bought off. They're paid. They took the bribe money, and guess what? They vote the way of the special interests, military-industrial complex, and all of it.
The lobbyists.
Yes, amen. Amen to that. But you know what? Look, this is what I believe with all my heart. This is why I do what I do.
Okay.
I'm busy. I do concrete. I have a ranch. I have 3 grandchildren. I have I got plenty of, I don't have much time, but we still go every weekend and we do the courts because I see what's coming out of it. It's a prophetic thing to me. I see what God's doing. I see what's changing. And Look, Proverbs 29:2. It says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people mourn. Well, hey, guess what? We're righteous people. We're just people. We believe in God. We believe in virtue. We believe in the principles of God. You know what? If I got into office, which I don't want to be a politician, I would serve if someone said, we want you to go in there. But when
You should
someone
be a
like
sheriff.
me,
You
yes.
should be a sheriff.
Guess what? When people like us go in and say, you know what, offer me $1 million, you're not going to bribe me. I don't want any of your dirty money. I'm going to do what's right. When enough people like that get in there, it's going to change everything.
Okay, tell me one person like that that's in Congress right now. Maybe Eli Crane.
Yeah. There's probably 10 senators, maybe, and there's probably about 20 to 30 congressmen.
I agree with you, actually. I think you're right.
There's
There's
look,
5 senators, maybe 5 senators, and like 30 congressmen, 30 House of Reps, maybe 35 out of 535 that won't take bribes. But the rest of them are taking bribes, and it's worse than that. Tomorrow night, I'm going to an event that I can't talk about. It's really top secret. And I have a confidential informant because, I have a phone line. This is a unicorn phone. I asked for whistleblowers. And so a whistleblower called me. He's taking me to a remote location. Don't be worried. It's totally fine. I had this guy checked out. And he's going to tell me the sex parties that they're really having in Washington, D.C. that I've never been invited to, but it's sick.
It is. But guess what? This is what's being revealed. This is the time when. Did we know any of this 20 years ago, 10 years ago? No. We are in the day of exposition. Thank you, Donald Trump. Okay. Hey, look, if we don't want to take back our government, shame on us. The churches say, don't be political. Shame on them.
Mm-hmm.
Shame on them. Jesus was political. He fought the government in his day. His mission was to lay down his life. It wasn't to build the kingdom right then and take over and make it look like righteousness and justice. That was not his mission. But pro-Christ, since the apostles, the mission of the church is to advance the kingdom of God. Do you think that doesn't include government, people? Come on.
It does. How come it's getting more heightened now? How come we can feel it more now?
Because it's God's timing.
Okay.
It's his timing. You're here for such a time as this. If you don't believe it, then why do you get up every day and keep doing it and fighting? I believe this. And the people that do, the people I'm connected with, they get up every day and they fight for the kingdom of God. They stand against abortion. They stand against anything, the drag queen story hours. They go to the school board meetings. We're doers. Our group is a bunch of doers. Well, guess what? When this all changes, that's who the new leaders will be. It'll be the people that were the doers, the leaders. I just tell people either lead, follow, or get out of the way, because if you're in the way, you're just a problem.
So you think it'll happen by November, or do you think it's going to take longer than November?
We're on an apex.
What does that mean?
November election it's an apex.
Okay.
I believe it's a fight for the reset by the Luciferians, and it's God saying, no, I'm going to reset this. And I think we will see a righteous reset. I think our country is going to see some years of really hard times. I don't think we can escape that. There's going to be a financial possible collapse, but we'll come out of it. This is still God's covenant nation. And if people don't think it is, well, I don't know what to tell them.
Okay, so United States of America is God's covenant nation.
Yes, ma'am. You know why I know that? Because the Mayflower Compact, November 11th, 1620, they had already written it up and signed it. And when they got off there, they raised that up to God, and they said, for your glory and the advancement of the Christian faith. They were not secular. They were Christian people wanting to set the government of God, the kingdom of God, up in a new land where they had some freedom to do it. And God did it. But you know what? From the very start, the Luciferians have tried to undermine that. The battle is the seed of the woman against the seed of the serpent. That's just how it is, light and dark. It's just going to be that way until it's finished.
Do you think we're at end times? Are we in Revelation?
Well, my theology, eschatology differs from a lot of people. I'm not a dispensational person. I think most of it was fulfilled, but I believe in the kingdom mandate. I believe the kingdom of God was to be start from the time of Christ. And if you read Daniel chapter 2, it says the stone that's cut out of the mountain, which was Christ, he said it will crush that kingdom that it's in, which it was in the day of the Roman Empire. And he says he will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed. It will be forever. Isaiah chapter 9 says the same thing. So I see us as in a time of the kingdom of God. Okay. And is that ever going to change? Yeah, it's going to have different looks, but I think we're in it from here on. So
And
that's
there
my
may be
theology in a nutshell. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but that's okay. I'm doing, what are they doing? Show me what you're doing, not what you think.
I mean, in the end, your group is so dedicated and so powerful. I wish you guys were in Washington, D.C. You're just going to the States. Why aren't you coming to Washington, D.C. and doing
We
it?
have been there. We
Okay.
were there on before the election in 2020. We did 3 places. We went to Biden's, we went to Bill Barr, and we went to Obama's. And we did prayer, we did imprecatory prayer, and we did some things there, demonstration, just all peaceful. And we actually played Bill Barr, the Attorney General at that time. He came outside and shook hands, and we prayed over him. And wasn't too long, he was gone. So, it's like God saying, if you're going to get in my way, you may be in trouble. Your judgment may be coming to you. You better get out of the way. So I think God's bringing big time judgment, but judgment is good. Judgment is for salvation. And if you don't want to repent and be on God's side, it's going to be devastation. It's good or bad, depending on where you are.
That is so huge. My time in Washington, D.C. is my repentance. I always say this because people say to me, how can you be in Washington, D.C.? And I was a very selfish person. And since I've been in D.C. since 2021, it really started in 2020. This is my repentance. So I am repenting. Why all of a sudden is this the time to repent? Is this just the time in history? Why is the energy so intense now?
Well, if you look at the Bible, the biblical, I call them templates. There's many times God, before he brought judgment, he always had somebody that would bring the word of God, a prophet or someone that would come say, listen, if you will repent, God will pass over you. He will make it easy on you. He'll have mercy on you, but you've broken the law too long. You've defiled the land too long, and your day is judgment. The cups of iniquities is full. And your days come, judgment's coming. Jonah went to Nineveh, and they were Gentiles in Assyria, the capital of Assyria, the empire. And he told them to repent. Well, they did. And God said, you know what? On this generation, I'm not going to bring my judgment. I'm going to let you go. I'll bring it on the next one when they are disobedient. So repentance, God honors repentance. He honors it. And if you say, Lord, I'm going to do what's right, I'm going to stand with you, I have a covenant with you through Christ, you know what? Your heart is repentant. You don't have to repent every 5 seconds. But when you do something evil, you better get on your knees and repent, because you need to stay in right standing with God. You know what I mean?
That's what it's all about, staying in right standing with God.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the key to everything. Yes.
So we've been there.
We've been
there. I'm sorry.
That's real news. That's real banned and censored news. The real news is that you have to stay on the right side of God. You have to stay in compliance with the 10 Commandments.
That's what righteousness is. There's righteousness and unrighteousness. There's justice and injustice. And if you look around, anywhere you see injustice and unrighteousness, the righteous people are absent. So if we will get involved in government again and take back our schools, take back our businesses, take back our communities at the local level, people, everyone can do this. We will see a change. We will see blessings. We will see joy. We'll see things that it's been missing. People, they're not going to flock to the evil, all these evil things that are going on. They're going to say, I don't want to be part of that. There's no blessing in that. It's a curse. But right now they have no standard. Nobody wants to do this. And the church is just, they've been absent. They're going to have to step up. But you know what? If it's just 300, Gideon had 300. He started with 32,000 and God said, no, there's too many. And he finally got down. I just need 300 because they're going to do what I ask them to do. They're going to be obedient. So, if we don't get 1 million people and we get 2,000, that's enough. It's going to be enough. So the Revolutionary War was won with what? 2 or 3% of the men put on the uniform.
3%.
The remnant is who God's looking for. People, the people who will stand with him and do what's right, hunger for truth. That's why you see all this truth movement. People said, I don't get it in church because they don't preach enough of it. I'm looking for the truth. Well, Jesus said, I am the truth, the way, and the life. But so you start with him. But I'm telling you, the truth is, there's so many truth platforms right now. There is no reason for people to not be engaged in this fight. And I appreciate what you're doing up there. You're getting people engaged. But you know what's good? I love Coach Dave. You know why? He equips people. He gets them in the game. They don't have to sit and watch on the bench. He gets them in the game. He did that for me about 6 years ago. And
that is so good. Yes.
Yeah.
And where do you guys meet? How do we promote your guys? Do you want to promote your meeting? Do you allow
Well,
people in?
it's a podcast, CoachDaveLive.com, 7 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. So it's a live. You can be on there live if you want to be. There's usually 100, 120 people.
And how do you get onto it? You have to go to CoachDave.com.
Yep. You can do it on Facebook, but he recommends and you get on the internet and just go to his website and you can get on. It's pretty easy to maneuver through it if you have any savvy.
So it's Coach Dave, CoachDave.com.
Coach Dave Live.
Okay, Coach Dave Live. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
CoachDaveLive.com. And Brett Bowles on every day. Brett's a great brother. He's doing what he's doing. I just say he's plowing his row. I'm plowing my row. Coach is plowing his row. We're all doing something.
Okay. Is Coach Dave Live? That's at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Coach Dave Live. Okay, perfect. Well, I want to thank you so much, Randy. Do you want to pray with us?
Yeah, I do. I sure do. I want to pray over you first, Corinne. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Hey,
get all evil away from me and get all witches away from me. There's a lot of Antifa witches in DC.
There is. And we're seeing a lot of them, their effects at the courthouses. I'm talking to people that saying, man, there's witches around here all the time. And I don't know what's going on. I mean, I do, but they have agendas and they're putting spells on people and they're just, it's control, deceit, intimidation, all those things.
That's
but
what
we
I
have
need.
authority. We have authority over that.
Curses off of me because there's Antifa, there's witches, there's the craziest things in DC, and I can feel when it hits me. I can feel it.
Well, I can pray it, but you just need to trust God and abide and read Psalm 91.
Okay,
read Psalm 91.
Okay.
That's a good psalm, and just see yourself under His covering.
Okay.
And if you abide in Him, He will cover you. And people, that's what I tell a lot of J6ers. You better get in this thing because this is serious stuff. You better get under the covering of God and in Christ and have a covenant relationship so that you're covered. If you're not, you're fair game to these people, and they're evil. They just didn't kill you as look at you. There's a lot of evil people, but in God we have a covering. I believe that's why we can walk with no fear. So let me pray for him. Thank you, Father, for this woman of God. Thank you that she's trying to get people to wake up and to see the evil that's just controlling our country, what they're doing. And we know we're in a time that's happening, but what can we do? Show us what we can do to make a difference. And I just pray that you would keep giving her a path, Lord, to change people's views and to show them Christ and to show them that we have a covenant and that we have authority in Christ. We have power in Christ to overcome all this. And I just pray over her that you would keep a hedge over her and protect her, and you would give her good people to pray for her and to cover her and cover this ministry and cover this truth platform. I just pray, God, that you would reveal to her information, good information that can change everything. Lord, we see the enemy. You're showing it. It's very clear who the enemy is. We're starting to see that. Now let us be people that will stand and fight and come against them, because this isn't for us. It's for our children and our children's children. It's for our nation. And we love the Constitution. You gave it to us. We want it back. We're going to fight. We want it. We're going to bring it back in the name of Jesus. Thank you. Amen.
In the mighty name of Jesus, thank you. Thank
Amen.
you. Thank you. God bless you. Please come back.
Okay. God bless you,
A
Corinne.
beautiful evening. Thank you, Randy. God bless you. That was so beautiful. I love that. I love to have pastors on because it's really important to pray and really understand that a lot of the churches are not standing up for the J6ers. A lot of the churches are not standing up for the pro-life activists. A lot of the churches are not standing up for political prisoners. So I'm going to introduce Woodrow Johnson. Okay, so Woodrow. Hi, Woodrow. How are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you for having me on, Corn. It's Johnson with a T, but you know who's asking, right?
Johnston. What do you want us to call you?
Woodrow is totally fine.
But what's your short name? What do people call you? Woody?
People call me Woody all the time.
Woody. Okay, so you have some important information that we need to know.
Yeah,
I mean, you have the best business card I have ever seen in my life. It's so good.
People love it. People love it.
love
I
it.
mean, really, I think it's just really important that, and I was listening to you talking to your last guest, and it reminds me of what a pastor once told me, and that God wants my family to be taken care of, but He still expects me to set my alarm clock every morning and wake up and go to work, right? And one of my mentors once told me, Morton Blackwell, he said, pray as if it all depended on God, work as if it all depended on you. And, Corin, I appreciate you making the sacrifice. I work in politics, but I can't stand Washington, D.C. I can't, I'm there probably once a month just because I have to. But so you're doing God's work out there because, you said yourself, you're talking to witches all day because, that's I try to stay away from that, but the work has to be.
There's a lot of Antifa out there and they target me and they do crazy stuff and it's just exhausting. It's just shocking. There's a lot of Antifa in DC right now and there's a lot of pro-Palestinian protesters and it's just shocking.
It's insane. And honestly, even more, that's crazy. You got crazy far left Democrats. And then you have people who are so-called Republicans who give these people cover, right? Who defend them, who give Democrats an excuse to say that they're reasonable, that say, oh, we're bipartisan. See these Republicans working with us. Of course, it's always the worst Republicans imaginable and never any of the good guys.
Okay, so what's the most important thing when you come to DC? What do you do? Tell us what you care about. What do you stand up for?
Well, I'm doing everything I can to help elect conservatives at every level of office.
Okay.
We need to reelect President Trump. That's
number one.
Number one. But it's more than just electing Trump. When you look at what President Trump was able to accomplish in his 4 years in office, it's pretty incredible. And what's even more incredible is how much even our own party was against him. And so it's not just important that we elect Trump. We need to elect people in every level of office that are going to support his plan to save this country. And that starts at the local level. It's important that we elect people in the U.S. House that are conservative. We need to expand the Freedom Caucus as much as possible. We need people in the U.S. Senate. We need to take the U.S. Senate back. And we need people who are actually going to, fight for the things we care about.
And then how do we handle the election corruption?
Well, and I hate to say it, we got to outperform the fraud. That's what we've done in the past. And then when we have control of government, we need to enact things that 90% of Americans agree with. Things like voter ID. I'm here in Nevada. We don't have voter ID. Anyone can just claim to be a person, and everyone gets a mail-in ballot, so anyone can just fill out a ballot. But the truth is on our side, and if we organize and we get people going, we'll win elections. And when we win elections and we make the rules fair, we don't have to cheat. Democrats have to cheat to win. We just have to make the rules fair, and we'll win.
So how do we make the rules fair? What do we do?
So I find that often the reason why conservatives lose is because they just don't show up. I can name states where, there's a really strong conservative movement. One of my favorite states in the union is Idaho. Dorothy Moon, the chairwoman there, is doing just a fantastic job. Specifically, they have really strong county parties. Kootenai County up in North Idaho is doing fantastic. The chairman, Brent Regan, is doing a fantastic job out there. And what they do is they have a process where they vet, they talk to candidates, and they make endorsements. The thing is that the Republican Party brand is still strong, and most everyday Americans, they are conservative, but they don't spend their whole lives doing this. So they have to rely that the grassroots conservatives, the people who spend a lot of time on this, are going to do the work and share the knowledge and show that, hey, these are the conservatives that actually care about the things you care about. Because what happens is if they don't do that, the establishment rhinos, they spend a bunch of money just lying and saying, oh yeah, we're conservative, haha. And then when they get elected, they raise your taxes, they abort your children, and then they send all your money to Ukraine.
I mean, you say that so eloquently. So in each county, do you know who we're supposed to vote for? Like, we need your list of who to vote for.
You would have it would have to be on a case by case basis. What I'm saying is I can't possibly know. I mean, there's 17 counties in Nevada. I can't possibly know who the precinct committee people you should vote for in every single precinct. I think what's important is that your listeners or your viewers, they look at what the stuff Steve Bannon is doing, where he's organizing people at the party level to get involved, and he's organizing trainings around the country. And I think it's really important that people look at that, and if if they have the time, spend the time to do it. And if they don't have the time to do it, because their work or whatever, that we need time, we need talent, and then we need treasure, and that's what the movement needs.
That is really, you say that so well. Are you going to run for anything? You should run for sheriff. The sheriff is the most powerful man in the county.
It's funny you say that, because sheriffs are also some of the most trusted elected officials, because generally we Americans support their police. And what's different about a sheriff is they run a law enforcement agency, but they're held accountable by the people. They're not appointed by a bunch of bureaucrats, like a police chief typically is. And a sheriff has a lot of discretion on what they can do. And there's some really great sheriffs out there. Some are really good friends of mine. One of my favorite sheriffs, former sheriff, is Joe Arpaio, America's toughest sheriff. He's a good friend of mine. And I think that if we get more sheriffs that support the Constitution, we can really make a difference. And there's like some really, a great sheriff, former sheriff, Troy Nehls. He's now a member of Congress. He's a member of the Freedom Caucus. Really
Where was
great
he a
guy.
sheriff? I like him.
Yeah, Troy Nehls. He was a sheriff before he was a congressman. And that's an
Yeah.
important thing, too, is that sheriffs are trusted even when they shouldn't be. I mean, there's been sheriffs that were not good, and they get elected to higher office because people trust them because they were sheriffs. So it's really, really important that this is, who you elect as your sheriff really, really matters. I'm from California originally, and it used to be the sheriff would decide whether you had Second Amendment rights or not. So it really just depended. Did your sheriff support the Constitution or not? And if you support the Constitution, you can get a concealed carry permit and actually, use your rights. And if you had a bad sheriff, well, guess what? The Constitution doesn't apply here. They have that much power.
The sheriffs are the key, and I've had so many sheriffs on today, and in the end, the election corruption, everything we need to expose goes to the sheriff.
100%.
So when you're in DC, what do you do?
I don't know. I like seafood.
Okay.
But I you know, when I'm in DC and I'm, I have, people in the halls of Congress, some who are clients, some are good friends. And whenever I'm in town, I'm usually there with another great conservative who, and introducing them to, some of the various different groups that are out there and members of Congress who who need reinforcements. I mean, there are patriots like Matt Gaetz who needs backup. There are members of the Freedom Caucus. They need backup. Good friend of mine, Paul Gosar. We need more Paul Gosars in Congress. We need more Matt Gaetzes in Congress. And if
let's go through the good Congress people.
I'm going to get in
Let's go
trouble for
through.
that.
I just want to list them.
Okay.
Okay. So Matt Gaetz,
He's awesome.
even though sometimes his staff is a little cocky, they have a little bit of an ego, but
Sure.
Matt Gaetz, he's
It's
accessible.
DC. Everyone has an ego there. You know.
I know why. It's such a waste of time to have an ego in DC. It's really dumb.
And it's funny because I tell young people who want to have a career in DC, and I say, what will make you really stand out? Maybe being a little humble, right? And being and showing, you got to respect even people who don't have a title. I've noticed this thing in DC is one of the things they say, who do you work for? And then they make this calculation in their head and they decide you're not important enough for me to know. So they move on to the next person.
That is just so ridiculous. I mean, the ego situation is a problem on the Republican side. There is so much ego, and that's probably one of the reasons why we end up losing, because the Democrats always help each other. They get each other water. They help each other with food. They're always helping each other. But the Republicans are always like knifing each other and having ego problems and trying to make money. The Democrats are too, though, but the Republicans have huge egos. That's a really big problem. But okay, so we've got Matt Gaetz is doing the best he can in DC. Who else do we have? I like to include Marjorie Taylor Greene in that.
She's fantastic.
A lot of people get mad about that, but I like Marjorie Taylor Greene because she's so tough. She's like tough, and she's like.
You want like a reliable guide on who the good guys are and who the bad guys are.
Yeah.
If the mainstream press says they're bad, they're good. That's it.
Okay, well, give me Clay Higgins, good or bad?
I like Clay Higgins. I remember when he was in law enforcement before he was a congressman. I don't think he was a sheriff. I think he was a sheriff's deputy, I believe. And really important that, we get conservatives at every level. And he did this really great video about how, how they weren't going to tolerate crime in his county. And of course he got called all sorts of things, racist or whatever. Anytime you hear like the mainstream media call someone racist or whatever, racist has lost all meaning. It doesn't even mean, what it actually means. And that generally means that person's doing something, and that is someone that is probably a real, catalyst for real change in DC.
Okay, so we've got 3. Okay, then we've got Eli Crane, because he is an angel. I don't see him doing anything wrong.
Eli Crane is amazing. Great member of Congress.
Yeah. Jim Jordan, I really like him, even though people get.
And I'll tell you why Eli Crane's great is because he's a great foil to a congressman who's not so great. And that's, and I respect Dan Crenshaw's service, but I don't respect how he votes, and I don't respect how he, how he conducts himself. Whereas Eli Crane, who's also a Navy SEAL, I think, is a great foil to him, right? Because I think Navy SEALs are awesome. I really respect the service they do, but I think it's really unfortunate that that Gen Crenshaw has continued his service in a way that isn't really reflective of the values of this country.
Do you think that Trump can win 2024?
I believe he will. If the election were today, he will win. But a lot of things can change between now and November.
Okay. I mean, we just don't know what's going to happen. It's going to get really dicey. We have no clue.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do a lot of polling. I'm a pollster as well, and
what does that mean exactly? Tell people what that means.
So
you go out there and ask. You do the poll.
No,
so is JFK is RFK Jr. going to take votes away from Trump or from Biden?
I think he's probably taking votes from both. I think he mostly takes votes from Biden at the moment. But we'll see. I mean, I see when you look at the Biden campaign, how they've maneuvered around Kennedy. They're taking the Kennedy threat very seriously. They've rallied every single other Kennedy against him. So they clearly take that very seriously. The Trump campaign did put out a website, just kind of showcasing why Kennedy is not someone a conservative should support. And I agree, like he is not someone a conservative. He's good on some issues. He's good on a lot of the issues that Trump is already good on. So there's really no point in voting for him. But I think that, I think he'll mostly take votes from Democrats because, frankly, because of the Kennedy name, that really just still has a lot of brand power.
This is going to get really.
But I want to answer your question because you asked me what a pollster does.
Yes.
And, a lot of your viewers and myself included are saying, don't trust polls, right? Because they see you see polls, and remember the polls in 2016, they said Trump was going to lose, right? They said Trump was going to lose. And then people go, oh, well, polls don't work. But you got to understand is every single poll that you see out in public is usually a poll that is out to promote an agenda, right? And they put out all those polls in 2020 saying Trump was going to lose again as a form of voter suppression. They wanted people to think, oh yeah, we don't need to vote because Trump is going to lose, so poorly so there's no point, right? And it worked, right? That was I think as impactful as the election fraud we saw. So now, as far as what I do, I believe that that politics is war, and war requires intelligence. War requires information to make informed decisions. So as a pollster, what I do is I help my clients, my candidates, Republicans make informed decisions, figure out what are the issues that voters care about, and then also where they're at. Like, are they winning? Are they losing? What do we need to make up ground for? That's what a pollster does. Now, have I released a poll out in public? Yes. And usually is for exactly what I told you, to promote a certain message. I recently put out a scientific poll. Actually, it was right before the Nevada primary. And that poll was the only poll that was done properly, actually, in that race, because it was the only one that actually polled for what the race was. And we were the only ones to predict that Nikki Haley would lose, not that Donald Trump would lose to nobody. In Nevada, she lost to none of the above. And then she lost in her home state. I don't know what's more embarrassing than that, right? So that's what, in a nutshell, what I do as a pollster.
Okay, so then let's keep going. So we've got like 4 good Congress people, House of Representatives. I would include who else in our list? We've got the top 4, and then I like Lauren Boebert.
She's great. She's fantastic. Okay.
And I love Matt Rosendale. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Matt's a good member. He's a member of the Freedom Caucus. Unfortunately, he is retiring.
I told him don't retire. I love him. He makes these wacky videos outside the Capitol where you can see like half of his face. It's really funny, but I love him.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I honestly think he would have made a great U.S. senator.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
Yeah.
Who else is good? Because there's very few.
It's few. I mean, like I think I feel like I'll get in trouble if I don't mention some people. But
okay, like who?
Let's see.
Massey, I've never really hung out with him or encountered him.
Massey's a good guy. Andy Biggs, former chairman of the Freedom Caucus.
He was dismissive of me, so I'm kind of, but I had Ivan Reichland with me when I was talking to him, so it was kind of funny. It looked ridiculous. So that was, yeah. Okay, he's cool. Who else?
I mean, there's 435 members of Congress. It's hard for me to memorize.
There's only like 25 to 30 in the House and maybe 5 in Senate. And I confront them and I ask them questions all the time. And I really do I think Jim Jordan should be the Speaker of the House. I think he's the most personable. Mm-hmm. But I'm worried that if they take out the current Speaker of the House, then we could get some crazy Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, that can't happen. I don't want Hakeem. We got to keep Hakeem Jeffries away from the speaker's gavel.
Oh, I mean, if Hakeem Jeffries is the Speaker of the House, I will have to leave Washington, D.C. That's how dangerous it will be. I won't be able to be here anymore.
I don't know. Will we be able to stay in this country? Right?
I mean, that's just going to be really scary. Yes, that's very scary. I mean, what we really need is that we need a full-on Republican takeover of the Senate and of the House. ASAP, but real Republicans, good Republicans, because there's a lot of rhinos.
Yeah.
And I go crazy in Congress because I like to stand outside when they're about to vote and I like to ask them questions. And half the time there are so many and I don't even know their names. And they answer the questions. It's so wacky. I've had the wackiest conversations with people, but Troy Nels was number one, the most fun. He showed me his socks and they were Donald Trump socks. He had Donald Trump on his socks. Troy Nels did. So he was fun. And I like Tim Burchett. There's some good ones, but there's a lot of bad ones. And so when I get the bad ones to confess that they barely know anything and that they're really rude and they don't stand up for the First Amendment, then I post and say, do you really want to pay this person's salary?
Mm.
So I'm controversial, but I want to have lunch with you next time you're in DC.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would love to.
Capitol Hill Club only.
Okay, if that's like where you want to meet. I mean, you'll
Capitol Hill Club only.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I'm always in U.S. federal court or I'm at Congress, and it just gets really wacky and wild. So, is there anything else that you think is super important to cover?
Well, I do want to give a shout out to a few people, if that's okay. And, specifically in Nevada, it's a really important state. It is a competitive state for the presidency. So we need to win that. It's a competitive U.S. Senate seat. So that could determine who controls the Senate. And there are 3 target congressional seats in Nevada. So a lot of the country should be looking at Nevada because that could determine, really everything. And it specifically, I hope your viewers would take a look at Elizabeth Helgeline in Nevada's 3rd district. She's running against Susie Lee. She's a great conservative warrior. And then Lieutenant Colonel David Flippo, who's running against Steve Horsford in the 4th district. And I think both those candidates. And I have to mention Jim Marchant. He's running for U.S. Senate. He's the only candidate who's ever been endorsed by Trump in the past. Trump hasn't made
Jim
it.
is wonderful. We gave Jim a whole documentary.
Oh, you did? Okay, I gotta watch it. Yeah, Jim Marchant's great. Elizabeth, please, if you guys can look into them, any help you guys can offer would be great.
That is so important. So Nevada is obviously a key state. There is so much election corruption happening in Nevada. Have you guys won any of the court cases in Nevada on election corruption? Has anything happened?
No.
See, I don't think, how can we win 2024 when there's so much rampant election corruption?
I think we just have to out-organize, and we've done it before, and we can do it again. And if we do not show up, then there's no chance. And what's the alternative? To give up, to not fight, to not do anything, just go home? Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm really here to expose election corruption. I was here in the beginning to expose the J6 political prisoner crisis, which has turned into a crisis where they can charge anyone with conspiracy. They just arrested Stephanie Lambert, who's a lawyer in the DC courtroom. When she was going to court on a legal case, they arrested her. They didn't even put charges on her. They just brought her to the DC jail. They strip searched her and they let her go. It's just never ending. But the bottom line is that DC is so out of control corrupt, and the federal government overreach is out of control. And that's why, in Nevada, in Las Vegas, and all these counties, you have to take your county back. And so any election corruption, that's what I'm here for, to expose election corruption. Most important thing.
But it's amazing how so much of it would, is so simple to fix. Even something like voter ID, which should be a super basic thing, a lot of states don't have. And, we've noticed a huge difference on who votes when you just do common sense things like that. It's odd.
It's just I really pray that we can all work together, because November 2024 is going to be a wake-up call for all of us.
Your lips to God's ear.
I love that. Okay, well, God bless you, peace. Is there anything else that you want to tell us, Woody?
No, thank you so much for having me on, and love to be a guest anytime you'd like.
Yes, and any candidates you have or any news, please text me and call me and come back on, because I film pretty much every day.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Corin.
And election corruption, you've got to call me first. That's the key.
You got it.
Okay.
Promise.
Okay. God bless you. Peace. Have a beautiful evening. So today is May Day, May 1st, 2024. And I just want to say you cannot get through the day without the apricot seeds. These are the key to everything. So if you want to know more about the apricot seeds, you have to go to the rncstore.com, and then you do /Corinne, CORINNE, USA. The apricot seeds are changing my life forever. These are so important to buy. They're super cheap. They're easy. And you take, I don't know, I'm up to 3. I take 3 a day right now, but you can take 3 to 7 a day, and they change your life. John Richardson owns this company, and his father actually went to jail for standing up and saying that the apricot seed helps stop the big C, potentially cancer, which is so important to say that right. Because the apricot seed at the rncstore.com, the rncstore.com /Corinne, CORINNE, USA is the way to go. I love these things. I couldn't live without them. America Happens is about to have a very strong presence in Washington, D.C., and we need all y'all to really donate to our hard work. So if you want to know how to do that, donations are all over our website, americahappens.com, and our founder, Vem Miller, is going to be in DC exposing some very serious stuff. So eat your heart out. James O'Keefe. I want to talk about one more product that I really care about. I really enjoy mixing the news in with products. I think that's the most important thing right now. I have products everywhere. It's really important too to remember that General Flynn is still on the road with his movie premiere. So you go to generalflynn.com, or you can actually go to flynnmovie.com. But this is an incredible experience. And go there, and it'll tell you where to buy the tickets in whatever county or city you're in, because they are still on their tour. And it's called watchflynn.com. That's where you find out about the movie, at watchflynn.com. I know things look backwards when I show them to you, but the bottom line is this movie will change your life. And you go to watchflynn.com, and you go to generalflynn.com and figure out when the movie will be in your area. This is super important. The other things I've covered, I want you to buy my beef. This is my Corinne USA beef, and it lasts until 2049. You just put it in hot water and you boil it, and you put this is emergency food that is so important to have, because this is unvaccinated, totally healthy, and I vouch for it 100%. You go to CorinneUSABeef.com. Corinne, CORINNE, USABeef.com. And then my gold, of course, I'm with Genesis Gold right now, and you go to CorinneUSAGold.com, because we don't know what's about to happen, but y'all need to have at least 10 grand in gold minimum. I mean, you should honestly convert about $100,000 into gold just to make sure you have gold. And Genesis is the best, and you go to you go to CorinneUSAGold.com. That's a direct website. So I've got CorinneUSABeef.com, CorinneUSAGold.com. This is how independent journalists like me can fund our journalism. And of course, I live on the Kingdom Candy. I just ate one about an hour ago, and this is my dinner tonight. And you just saw me do what? A 7-hour show? I do marathons. I do major marathon shows because I love what I do, and I want everyone to have a voice, uncensored, of course. And then this is the most important, the satellite phone. You all should not live without the satellite phone. You can use this phone all over the world. You can use it wherever you are, and you go to sat123.com to buy it. The phone number is 877-943-6383. 877-943-6383. Super important. This has been such an incredible experience today. I just want to make sure I'm saying everything. Of course, man or woman, you need to go to curativabay.com and buy the products at curativabay.com and use my code Corinne, CORINNE USA, and get a discount. Oh, but this is my favorite. Mike Lindell. Out of all of the men that I have met in my entire life, Mike Lindell is probably one of the highest level, kindest men alive. And so we always have to support everything he does at mypillow.com. Mypillow.com /Corinne USA. I mean, he gives you the best discounts. Mypillow.com Corinne USA, the best discounts. Mike Lindell is one of the greatest men alive on planet Earth. He actually sent me, Mike Lindell sent me this mattress pad, and it's saving my life. I get the best sleep ever. My sleep is phenomenal. So go to mypillow.com /Corinne, CORINNE USA, and order everything you can possibly afford at My Pillow and support everything that Mike Lindell does, because Mike Lindell really cares about us, and he's fighting the good fight out on the front line. And he's pretty much risked his life, his liberty, his pursuit of happiness to expose election corruption, which is rampant everywhere. So join me on Friday for the next Friday. We will have the next America Happens episode. Oh, Mike Lindell also sent me this incredible bathroom towel set that I love. It's gorgeous, and sheets and pillows. The My Pillow 2.0 is incredible. So go to mypillow.com /Corinne USA, CORINNE USA. And if you have any questions, y'all know I have a dedicated phone line at 917-287-1314 where you can text me. If you have anything about whistleblowing, I had a couple UCLA students contact me. And, a lot of them are really paranoid. They don't want to talk in public about what has been happening at their campus. But there's a lot of violence going on with the pro-Palestinian protesters at the UCLA campus. Now, I do believe that feds have infiltrated that whole mess to create drama and chaos before the 2024 election cycle. I did take some pictures that I think I'm going to show you on the next show about the Fed infiltration, but I just want you to know that it's not just at UCLA, it's across America and around the world. And so things are heating up. I mean, I really don't want a summer of love, but if that does happen, we do need to be prepared for it. It's very important to watch the footage that's on the internet exposing the violence that's happening at the college campuses. Once again, if you need to reach me, you can text me 917-287-1314. And I'm just watching the news 24/7. I'm watching everything. I blame everything on the CIA. Yes, I blame everything on the CIA. The CIA is the highest level intelligence group in the United States of America, and I blame all of our problems on the CIA and our own deep state. So join me for the next episode of America Happens. I want you all to watch our signature show. It's called Blood Money, and it's hosted by our founder, Vem Miller, and it's basically the most uncensored show in America at this time, because let me tell you, most shows get censored. And so it's super important that you keep track of everything we do at the America Happens Network, and join me on my social media, Corinne Clifford, CORINNE CLIFORD on X, so that you can really keep track of all the news that I do, because I do news. When I do news, it's news that I've seen, I've witnessed, I've experienced myself. And so you want real news. And so we're going to give you real news at America Happens. I'm going to end this episode. Let's pray together for goodness and prosperity, and that all of us Christians stay united, drop all the ego, and we help each other. We need to work together to win 2024 so we can make sure that we have the US Constitution and everything we believe in. Let's see if I can actually make the, let's see if I can make the, let's see if I know how to make the last video. Okay, I'm gonna try to play our end song, which I have to figure out how to do that. This is a very important learning experience. Okay, so join our email list, okay? Donate. Do whatever it takes to buy the products that you just saw in this whole episode and support America Happens. I like to do things that are raw and real. All the news that I do is raw and real. Let me just see if I can get you guys this other set of information that I really care about. There's something else that totally matters. I'm going to try to find it. And then I'm going to conclude this episode of the America Happens news. So give me a moment. I want to end this properly. God bless you. I'm ending this properly. Good evening. Have a beautiful evening. God bless you. Peace. America first forever. This concludes this episode of the May 1st, 2024 America Happens News. God bless you. Peace.